Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter had manifested the almighty mystical force. Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. What filled him now from his head to his back to his legs? From small aches to burns, and it wasn't getting better. Gritting his teeth just reminded him of it, but it was the best he could do to keep on going. He had to keep going. It was his only chance. He heard footsteps and pushed himself off the wall, trying to keep strength within his legs. He had no idea really where he was. He'd lost track of the wandering hallways, the pain blocking out directions and understanding. All that was left was the primal urge to run, to hide, to find a place of safety. Not that such a place was readily available. The irony was not lost on one Harry Potter. For years, Hogwarts had been a place of safety for him, of sanctuary, a place he found a better home than Privet Drive. But now, that home was a trap, a fortress keeping him inside and in danger. He adjusted his glasses, cursing under his breath as he saw one lens cracked in half and almost shattered. It was hurting his overall vision, and thus his progress through the halls of Hogwarts. He did his best to ignore it and get back to running. His chest burned with the breaths he was taking, but he had to keep going. As he heard the voices and he did his best to move on, his mind was whirling, able only to focus on the images of the last half hour. The 30 minutes that had marred his life forever. In retrospect, the fact it was overcast when the predictions had been for sunny and clear really should have been a warning sign. But, as so often, Harry missed what was right in front of him and was paying for it. His routine had been what it usually was for this time of day. After completing his regular classes and studies, he'd make his way down the halls to the private room for training the students. He was pleased at how well things were going, as everyone was showing real progress with the spells and how to protect themselves. It was certainly better than with that fool Umbridge. Harry had heard a lot of talk from his uncle about the idiocies of politicians, but had never understood it until now. It baffled Harry that Fudge could be so obsessed with his public image and his position that he refused to even consider Voldemort's return. That was bad enough, but putting Umbridge in to spread his word just made it all the easier for Voldemort to gain power. There were times, not often, but times, where Harry wondered if this world of wizards deserved to be saved. He brushed those thoughts aside. Upset at his leaders was one thing, agreeing with the man who killed his parents quite another. He had busy work ahead, and it was time he got started with it. He came to the hidden doorway, glancing around to see if anyone was watching him. Harry made the familiar incantation and watched it slowly slide open. He stepped in and walked straight into a very hard fist. Harry stumbled back, shocked less by the pain in his jaw and more the unexpectedness of it. He stumbled and felt himself fall to the floor, automatically reaching to rub his chin. He felt a trickle of blood by his lip and shook his head to try and clear it. He glanced up and his eyes widened as he saw his attacker. Ron Weasley stood before Harry. His eyes are red as his hair. His best friend's face was twisted into a rage Harry had never seen before. "You bastard," he spat down. "Ron, what?" Harry barely had time to avoid the kick aimed at his ribs. He rolled around, wondering what in the hell was going on. He saw Hermione coming toward him and frowned. "Hermione, what's gotten into Ron?" There was a blur and then another shot of pain across the left side of his face. It took Harry a moment to process that Hermione Granger had indeed just slapped him. The fact of the blow pained him more than the shot himself, as she too appeared more enraged than he'd ever seen her before, her eyes almost tearful. "How could you?" she whispered. "How? How what?" Harry got to his feet, wincing and rubbing his face. He saw more of the students piling out of the room, the majority of them with the same looks of anger as on the faces of Hermione and Ron. The exceptions were Neville Longbottom, who looked stunned but uncertain, and Luna Lovegood, who appeared utterly calm. "All that talk," Ron hissed. "All that rot about you know who coming back, and you're the one we should have been worried about." "Ron, what are you talking about?" Harry demanded as he got to his feet. He saw that several of the students had their wands out and pointed at him, their expressions showing they were ready to use them. That convinced him not to go for his own wand, not that he'd use it on his own friends. He heard footsteps and whirled to see several teachers coming toward him, led by Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Severus Snape. Snape appeared actually concerned, but Minerva was wearing a hard expression on her face. Dolores Umbridge had a smile like the cat who ate the canary, which worried Harry immensely. "Professor," he spoke up, "I don't know what is—" Silence. The cold, hard voice struck Harry like a thunderclap. He could never remember Dumbledore raising his voice to him, but now the old man was bristling with actual anger, a far cry from the kindly Professor Harry knew. More than anything, that was hitting Harry, letting him know the situation was a lot more severe than he imagined. "Albus," Snape said carefully, "perhaps we should take this to your office." Dumbledore ignored him as he fixed Harry with a gaze colder than he thought the headmaster capable of, forcing Harry to step back. "Mr. Potter," he spoke flatly, "to say I am disappointed is a massive understatement." "Professor," Harry stammered, "what is going on?" "The Aurors should be here soon," Minerva said flatly. "Aurors?" Harry started. "For what?" "To take your sorry ass to Azkaban, I hope," Ron snapped. "Can someone tell me what the hell is going on?" Harry snapped. "Maybe I can explain," came the last voice Harry thought he'd hear. He was frozen for a moment before turning his head to the young man who stepped around Dumbledore. The man crossed his arms as he raised an eyebrow. "I bet you never expected to see me again, did you, Potter?" Harry was too frozen with shock to nod in reply. If he could have, he would have given a sign to indicate that, yes, he had never expected to see Cedric Diggory alive again. He appeared the same as when Harry last saw him, if a bit thinner, his clothes dirty as if from long time wear. It took a moment to realize that it was the same clothes Cedric had been wearing when he was killed that night in the graveyard when Voldemort returned. Cedric's expression was hard as he gazed at the stunned Harry. It took Harry a few moments to work his jaw and force wetness back into his throat enough to croak, "How?" "Oh, it wasn't easy," Cedric muttered as he rubbed his shoulder. "Not after what you did to me." "I did?" Harry said. "It's time to drop the act, Potter," Umbridge declared. "Cedric's told us everything. How you ambushed him after you were teleported to the graveyard after the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. How you and some Death Eater accomplices used your magics to create a fake corpse to fool everyone and return with it, so you could spread your tales of you-know-who returning." Harry simply stared, his mind unable to accept that. "On what?" He let out a short laugh of disbelief. "And you believe that? You believe this?" He pointed to Diggory. "Is Cedric?" "He died, I saw it." "We did not believe it either," Dumbledore stated in a flat voice. "But we have tested him carefully, and he is indeed Cedric." His eyes narrowed. "Which means we must believe in what he says." "What he—" Harry shook his head. "I don't believe this. I don't believe you." Hermione cried out. She stormed forward, her eyes tearful with anger. "After all we've done, all we've trusted you, you used us? You used our fear of you-know-who to forge this army of yours to help your goals." "My goals?" Harry said, jarred by her venom. "Hermione, you know me. We thought we did," she hissed. "But the Harry we knew would never have killed Hagrid." His heart stopped, and his head went light. He swayed as he swallowed. "Hagrid. Hagrid is dead?" Ron snorted. "Oh, like you don't know. Cedric went to him first once he escaped, and you killed him, trying to keep him quiet." "You have killed me too," Cedric said. "If I hadn't run. A nightmare. I'm having a horrible, horrible nightmare. I need to wake up. I need to wake up. I need to wake up." Harry rubbed his temples. I didn't. "Give me your wand, Potter," Dumbledore said flatly, extending his hand. "Go along quietly, and we shall make this as simple as possible." Harry stared at his hand, then at his face, seeing nothing of the kind professor he knew there. He looked around, and in the faces of his friends he saw only anger and hatred. Only Neville seemed softer, the young man giving a slow shake of the head. Whether it was to tell Harry he didn't believe this or that Harry should not fight, he wasn't sure. What he was sure of was that if he did this, if he just surrendered, there was a very good chance he'd never see the outside of Azkaban again. He knew Sirius would believe him, but he wasn't sure how much help he could be. Taking a deep breath, Harry made his choice. Incendio. The tip of his wand blasted out a streak of flame that drove everyone back. In that moment, Harry turned and began to run as fast as he could, bowling down Umbridge, not caring about her cries of surprise as he ran. And ran on. Harry banged through the door and into the fresh air of the castle grounds. He gave thanks that they hadn't thought to seal the doors up as he gazed about to get his bearings. He was on the east side, a distance away from the main exits. The forest spread out before him. He glanced behind him as he kept running forward, trying to think of his next move. He had no idea how long he might be able to keep going without being found out. He was sure the whole school must be alerted to this now, and he knew the Aurors were on their way. At the moment, however, running was his only option. His foot hit something, almost causing him to stumble onto his face. He managed to keep his balance as he looked down to see an object sitting on the ground. It was one of his own bags from his room, nicely packed with a small phoenix figurine sitting on top with a note attached. Frowning, Harry picked it up and glanced at the note. Portkey is open for 1 minute. Seek out Root Core for aid. Good luck, Potter. Harry's frown deepened as he tired to think who could have left this for him. The sound of yells and footsteps got his attention, and he turned his head to see shadows coming from the doorway. He looked down at the portkey and bit his lip. It was possible this was a trap, but then again, his prospects really weren't that bright anyway. Grabbing the case with one hand, he clutched the figurine with the other, closing his eyes and taking a breath. And in a bright flash of light, Harry Potter vanished to parts unknown. Hard Arrival. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Hard Arrival. Harry let out a loud gasp as he felt himself landing onto the ground. He winced as he rose up, shuffling off his robe to rise up, alert. He glanced around, taking in his surroundings. He appeared to be in a forest of some sort, the air nice and clear. He realized he was no longer at Hogwarts as the sun was up and the forest allowed plenty of light to flow around. Harry sighed, letting out the tension that had been filling his body. He sat on a nearby rock as he tried to gather his thoughts and feelings. Absently, he opened the bag to examine the contents. He recognized his invisibility cloak along with a change of clothing. He was surprised to see the scrapbook of photos of his parents which he had left in his room in there as well. Aside from that, there wasn't much else except for a couple of spell books and a few vials of ingredients. It was almost as if someone packed this for him, knowing he'd need to take a bag quickly. That made no sense, but then again, neither did any of this. Harry sat back as his mind tried to focus on what had happened. Cedric was dead. He knew that. He'd seen him die. He'd seen him killed right before his eyes. And yet now he was back and was accusing Harry of being behind it all with no mention of Voldemort. So what was going on? Was this an imposter? No, Dumbledore would have checked that carefully. Yet Harry had seen Cedric killed. And even if that wasn't really him, why would Cedric claim Harry had been behind it all? It made Harry's head hurt thinking about it all. He leaned back on the rock as he tired to figure out what this all meant. Assuming that Cedric was believed, that meant others would now assume Voldemort was not alive again and Harry was the one trying to organize forces. Harry started as he realized that by the time Skeeter was done, the wizarding world would be convinced he was the next Dark Lord. That was, of course, insane. Then again, so was Harry and Hermione believing in all this. That after all they'd been through, his two best friends would just turn on him like that hurt Harry more than anything. He thought they trusted him and believed him enough not to turn on him with so little evidence. Apparently, he was wrong, and that just made the situation worse. He rubbed his temples as he stood up. This whole situation was too much to handle right now. He needed to find out where he was and get his bearings before he could deal with it all. He glanced at the note and frowned. Another mystery to add to the pile was who left this for him. It couldn't have been Sirius. He'd have called Harry by name, but he couldn't figure out who else would be helping him. Shrugging, he hefted the bag on his shoulder and began to walk through the woods. Root Core, Harry muttered. Too much to put a bloody map on this. He put the piece of paper back into his pocket and tried to pick up his pace. He'd been walking for an hour, but the forest appeared unending and he had no idea what direction he was going in. Hell, he had no idea where he even was. The sun was starting to set, which meant things would be even more difficult to get around soon. He was passing by a large stump when he heard something behind him. He paused and slowly turned around, searching the bushes. Nearby, his hand reached to grip at his wand, his body tense, his senses as alert as possible. Hiya! Harry yelped and spun around, his wand aimed at the figure who had snuck up behind him. The figure likewise let out a yell of fear as he stumbled back. Harry took a few breaths to still his racing heart as he took in the intruder. He was short and dressed in rather grubby clothing of pants, a dark vest and jacket, and a cap on top of a patch of unruly hair. His pointed ears were covered with warts, as was his large and pointed nose. He managed a smile, showing off a mouth of broken, misshapen, yellowed, and even missing teeth. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Who are you?" Harry managed to gasp out. "Oh, I'm Phineas," the troll said with a smile. "Nice to meet ya." Harry, the troll frowned. "No, Phineas." No, I'm Harry. That's my name." "Oh, nice to meet you, Harry." Phineas beamed. "Sorry, was just on a walk, taking in the sights and such." He held up a basket. "Also hunting eggs." Harry looked at the basket and wrinkled his nose at the smell. They're all rotten." He looked closer. "Except that one." "Oops, thanks." Phineas took the one good egg and tossed it aside. "Almost got that mixed in." Harry blinked before shaking his head. Well, I really am just arrived here." He looked around. "In fact, not really sure where I am." "Oh, lost." Phineas nodded. "Yeah, that happens to me a lot." He paused and looked around. "In fact, right now, I think I'm lost." Harry bit his lip as he tried to hold in his patience. "Do you know where I can find a place called Root Core?" Phineas' eyes brightened. "Oh yeah, I know it." Harry waited a few moments, watching Phineas nod before speaking. "Do you know where it is?" "Yep, I do." Another pause followed, and Harry felt like he was having a conversation with Doobie. "Where is it?" he asked, trying not to grit his teeth. "Oh, kinda hard to tell. Like I said, I'm lost." Harry closed his eyes in pain before opening them. "Can you at least give me a hint?" Phineas tapped his long nose for a few moments, his eyes crossed in thought. He put a finger to his tongue and held it up as if testing the wind before pointing over Harry's shoulder. "I'm going to say that way." Harry nodded. "Thank you." Nice to meet you." "Same to you." Phineas grinned. "Good luck." Harry just shook his head as he walked on, wondering if this was a good sign or bad for his time and wherever he was. Harry had never been the most athletic of children, and thus a long hike like this wasn't improving his mood any. He was grateful it was a cool day to keep him from sweating, but the long march was reminding him that he hadn't eaten in hours. He was heading around a large tree when he heard noises ahead. He knelt down to peer closely to try and see what it was. His eyes widened behind his glasses as he took in the bizarre scene before him. There were a dozen figures crawling about, resembling men in torn brown robes and hoods with black gloves and silver belts. They scurried about, many holding large double-edged swords as they searched for something Harry couldn't see. It was the figure in the center that got Harry's attention. He was tall and clad in a massive suit of blue armor with spiked spots about it, his lower half also in blue armor with spiked knees and large boots. A golden belt was around his waist, but seemed built into the armor, and a golden emblem was upon his chest that looked like a twisted bat. One each shoulder stuck out a large silver spike, and his head was covered completely in a dark helmet. It was faceless with no mouth, just a black faceplate with a silver spot by the mouth and a triangle of blue around the eyes. One hand was clasped around a large triangular shield, was a blue and silver bat design that had a large sword slide into it. The figure gazed about, and a large voice boomed from the helmet. "Faster, you fools! Find a jewel, or I'll have you all carved into meat for the master's hounds." The robed figures stepped up their actions, searching bushes and trees. Harry shivered as he watched. He had no idea what these things were, but he knew darkness when he felt it, and it was coming in waves from them, especially their leader. As if he heard Harry's thoughts, the figure turned his helmet around, scanning the nearby trees. Harry froze, doing his best to keep as still as possible. He wished he'd thought of putting on his invisibility cloak, but it was a bit too late for that now. He held his breath as the armored knight moved toward his spot. In a quick motion, the man pulled his sword free of the shield and sliced it toward the bush Harry was in. With a yelp, Harry fell backward, feeling the wind of the blade inches from his face. He scurried back, trying to keep a hold on his bag, even as the armored figure came toward him. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice laced with savage anger. Harry felt his hand grip his wand and pointed out. Stupefied, a blast of light shone out from it. With a speed that belied the bulkiness of his armor, the knight raised his shield to block the bolt, the energy dissipating into the air. It did give Harry the time to get to his feet and start to run. "After him!" the knight called out, and Harry heard the odd cries of those creatures as they rushed after him. He picked up his pace, leaping over logs and branches as he tried to put as much distance as he could before his pursuers. Once again, Harry found himself running for his life, but this time he felt the stakes were much higher somehow. He was turning a corner when his foot caught a snarled branch and made him trip. His bag went sprawling as he gasped in pain. He rolled about to get back to his feet, only to have one of the robed figures leap at him, snarling as he swung a blade at his head. Harry barely dodged it, only to have another figure tackle him down. They rolled about, Harry pushing the creature back as he tried to run, but was tackled by another and another and another. Harry found himself on his back, held down as the knight came forward, his blade pointed right at Harry's throat. "I gave you a chance," he hissed, "but you interfered in matters beyond you." He raised his sword up, Harry struggling but unable to break free of the holds on him. He stared at the dark blade as he reached its arc and then began to swing downward. A blast of white light flowed over his head, striking the knight dead on. The figure cried out, more in surprise than in pain, as he was knocked backward. The creature seemed as surprised as Harry, even more so when a wind blew out of nowhere to send them flying away. Harry tried to roll back to his feet, but felt something strike him in the back of the head. He stumbled and fell, holding it, his vision blurry as his senses reeled. Glancing up, Harry tried to focus his eyes, but his head hurt too much to concentrate. He saw a figure in white attacking the creatures and seeming to drive them back. Then merciful blackness took him. The sound of a tweeting bird echoed in Harry's ears as he woke up. He sat up slowly, wincing as he felt his head. It took him a moment to realize his glasses were off, and he looked about, taking a moment to feel them at a table next to him. Slipping them on, he took in his new surroundings. He was lying in a small bed in what appeared to be a large room, with almost entirely wooden settings. A small set of stairs led to a raised section with what looked like a crystal ball set on a stand with various glowing symbols around it. Light was set from a series of fixtures circling the room and a large multicolored pane window in a raised corner. One wall contained 5 brooms, each set before a stand with a glowing color: yellow, red, green, blue, and pink. Harry slowly stood up and looked about with curiosity. He saw various volumes of books scattered about, with a large shelf on one side packed with more. A large pot bubbled nearby a bench filled with various label bottles. He also saw a desk containing a computer of all things. Despite its strangeness, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit peaceful as he took it all in. "Ah, you're awake." Harry whirled about to see a woman who had suddenly appeared behind him. She appeared to be in her 40s, but was very attractive with red hair cascading in curls around her shoulders. She was clad in a pair of white breeches and a dark white shirt laced up in the front with a shawl that flowed into white sleeves upon her arms and backward like a cape. While impressive, her face was set in a nice smile that, combined with her deep brown eyes, instantly set Harry at ease. Hello," Harry said as he looked about. "I'm Harry Potter." Only when he was done speaking did he realize the dangers of giving his real name. However, she didn't appear to recognize it in the slightest, but simply nodded her head to him. "A pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. I am the sorceress Udana. Welcome to Root Core." First Meeting, Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. First Meetings. Root Core? Harry started. "I was looking for you. Well, I mean, not you specifically, but I was told to come here for safety." "Told?" Udana asked. "By whom?" To tell the truth, I'm not really sure," Harry said with a frown. "It was a letter, really, and I wasn't quite in the mood to question who sent it." Udana nodded slowly as she looked him over. "You are a wizard, I can tell that. And a brave one to survive a battle with Korag." "Who?" Harry frowned before brightening. "Oh, was that who that night thing was?" Udana nodded. "Indeed. A dark and twisted warrior in service to a master more evil than you can imagine." "I can imagine a lot. Trust me," Harry muttered. Udana frowned and was about to ask what he meant when a figure burst into the room. Udana! Oh!" She stopped short as she saw Harry. She appeared to be young, a teenager not that much older than Harry was. Her dark blonde hair fell around her pretty face, and she was clad in a patchwork-like dress. Udana smiled. "Harry Potter, meet Claire, my apprentice." "Nice to meet you," Harry politely said. "Hi," Claire said as she leaned in toward Udana. Where'd he come from?" Her attempt at a whisper was poor to say the least. A question I was going to ask myself. Yadana turned to Harry. Well, Harry rubbed at his head. It's sort of a long story. Yadana gave him a warm smile. As it happens, I rather enjoy long stories. Harry took a deep breath and began. It took quite a while for him to start with the day. The first owl came to his acceptance to Hogwarts, the stone, the chambers, Sirius, the Triwizard Tournament, and up to the events leading to his escape. He finally finished and took a long drink of tea to soothe his throat. Yadana's face was filled with sympathy, while Claire just stared in amazement at it all. Wow, she whispered. That's amazing. Not quite the word I'd pick right now, Harry muttered. He looked about. Whoever left me the port key told me to come here for sanctuary. But frankly, I've never heard of any root core before. I'm not that surprised, Yadana said. We tend to stay out of the way of the main human wizarding world. We really have our own problems. Harry frowned. Problems? What do you mean? And you talk like you're not part of the same magical world. In a way, we are not. Yadana stood up slowly and began to pace as she spoke. What I am about to tell you may very well go against your preconceived notions of what magic is, Harry. However, I believe it is quite important for you to believe it. As Harry slowly nodded, she went on. The world of magic is divided into various sections for lack of a better term. The one you know is the one where wizards live just under the cover of the regular humans, the muggles as you term them. But there is another realm of magic, Harry, and that is the realm you are in now. She spread her hands around. This forest is linked to a human town named Briarwood. Long ago, a great battle was held between the forces of good and evil. It was not an easy battle. Her eyes clouded with painful memories. The side of good lost many great warriors that day, but their sacrifice was not in vain. They managed to defeat the evil wizard and his armies and seal them away beneath the ground for eternity. The magical energies unleashed sealed the forest away from the human world by a dimensional shield. And as I'm sure you are aware, humans are too willing to let anything they do not believe and be classified as magical. Harry had to admit that was right as Yadana continued. For many years, I have lived here at Root Core protecting the magical forces and beings here. For a prophecy was foretold long ago that evil would arise and 5 warriors would come to fight them off. The mystic force. More prophecies, Harry sighed. I really don't like prophecies. I know, Claire said. I mean, they're always so vague and using old and fancy words, and you just want to go, come on, give us the truth already. She became aware of Yadana staring at her coolly and backed up. Sorry. Shaking her head, Yadana turned back to Harry. As I was saying, recently that time has come. The seals have been broken, and the forces of evil have arisen with Korag, their key agent on this plane. Fortunately, the other part of the prophecy has also come true. The mystic warriors have come and aided in keeping the evil back. Good to know, Harry said. What's this have to do with my wizarding? Yadana smiled at him. What it means, Harry, is that the power of this magical world is far, far greater than anything your community can create. As bad as this Lord Voldemort may be, he is nothing compared to the horrors we must fight. Harry's eyes bugged out at that. I find that hard to believe. I mean, I've seen the power Voldemort has, and he's incredibly twisted. Perhaps, Yadana allowed, but he is still human. The beings we fight are most decidedly not. Harry rubbed his head. I still can't believe that it's so bad. Believe it, Claire quickly said. Harry frowned. But if it's so bad, why would our wizards not be concerned about it? Yadana sighed as approached a large book on a shelf and paged through it. I'm not sure if you are aware, Harry, but the fact is that your wizarding community can be somewhat short-sighted. Harry had a smile at that. I don't know a bit about that. Yadana nodded. Then you are aware that too often, these people can be tied too much in their own affairs to notice the true power and danger. It's because of this that your wizards tend to be more limited in magic, unable to tap into its true potential. That got Harry's interest. What do you mean? Yadana gazed at the book as she spoke. Magic is a delicate power, Harry. The veins and currents of it run throughout your world in different ways and are only accessible by certain people. But in some places and with some people, it is simply stronger and easier to tap into. Your world, your section of wizards, are unable to do it as greatly as others can. She let a soft smile come to her lips. They, of course, are utterly unaware of this. I'm sure even this Dumbledore of yours believes he is able to control magic better than anyone when the truth is many novices across the world are able to tap into greater power. Hearing that the greatest wizard of his time was, for all intents and purposes, a novice was enough to send Harry's mind reeling. He licked his lips and shook his head in disbelief. I can't believe that. I thought you might not, Udana said. However, we shall have time to talk about this later. Given your situation, you should stay here for now, for your own safety. Harry was surprised at the offer, but nodded. I guess I don't really have many options right now. He sighed as he slowly stood up. Is there anywhere I can, wash up or something? I've gotten a bit grubby. Down the hallway and to the right, Udana said, pointing behind him. Your clothes will be clean by the time you're done. Harry gave her a grateful smile before walking off. Claire watched him go and then moved toward Udana. Can we trust him? He is a wizard, Claire, and one who needs our aid, her mentor stated. Yes, but he also has a purpose to play in our world as well as his, Udana said. I'm not wholly certain what that is as of yet, but I know it was not mere chance that brought him here. No, it was a note from someone he doesn't know, Claire pointed out. Oh, I just remembered why I was coming to see you. One of those gem thingies Korag was looking for? I think I found a trace on it. Udana was instantly alert as she moved quickly to the large crystal ball on the stand and stared into it. She watched the swirling images before nodding. I must investigate. Stay here and make sure Harry is treated well. With a snap of her fingers, she vanished in a flash of light. Claire sighed as she walked off, snapping her own fingers to no effect. Gotta learn how she does that. While not wholly solving his problem, Harry had to admit he felt better after a nice warm bath, even if it was in a wooden tub. As promised, his clothes were laid out, all cleaned as if fresh from the dryer. He slid them back on as he began to walk toward the main chamber of the building. His mind was still dealing with all that happened from the accusations to learning of this new magical realm. His face fell as he suddenly remembered Hagrid. In all the madness, he hadn't had time to think of the gentle giant and his apparent death. It didn't seem real to him yet, not until he saw the body. The idea of that friendly man, the first friend he'd had in the magical world, being silenced just seemed impossible for him. He wiped at his eyes behind his glasses, trying to keep his emotions in check for now. It wouldn't do to break out crying before Udana, especially after the kindness she'd shown him. Later, he could deal with it. With all of it, he sat down beside the large book and paged through it. Most of the pages were blank, but he saw some nice drawings there and writing in a language he couldn't make out. He was peering over it when the large door on one side opened to allow a group of people to enter. All I'm saying is that it was an easy mistake, claimed the man in the lead, a handsome boy Harry's age with dark hair and an easygoing smile. The others appeared to be his age, and it took Harry a moment to realize that they all wore basically the same outfit of a pair of jeans, tennis shoes, and a black cape with an odd symbol and trimmings of certain colors. In this case, the speaker, whose voice carried an odd accent, was wearing green. Easy mistake? Asked the boy following him who had dark hair and tan skin with handsome features and a red color to his cloak. Mixing firework powder into the ingredients was an easy mistake. Blamed Chip. He was the one who labeled the bottles. The other boy motioned to the third male, who had yellow to his cape with oddly matched his reddish blonde hair. The boy seemed insulted by this. Hey, I was in a hurry, I just had to initial them. So you figured FP was enough to tell us? This was from one of the two girls whose cape was laced in pink. She was attractive with short dark hair, cut over her ears that had a streak of white dyed into it. Following her was another girl, slightly shorter, also pretty with long black hair and a patient expression. Like we'd know the difference between firework powder and fugger powder? See. Honest mistake, the first man said with a nod. He stopped in place as his eyes fell on Harry, causing everyone else to run into him from behind. They all paused as they looked up and took him in. Harry said carefully, "Who are you?" the boy in red demanded in a hard tone. "How'd you get in here?" Harry started only to have all five pull out what looked to be devices similar to those portable phones Dudley's friends had. However, all five were pointed like wands and aimed right at Harry. "Tell us how you got in here," the leader demanded. "And where's Udana?" As he was seized by a feeling of déjà vu, All Harry could do was take in their accents and think one thing. Wonderful. The one thing as bad as Death Eaters. Americans. Next, assuming you want me to continue, Harry meets the Mystic Force. All comments welcomed. Mistaken Meetings. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Mistaken Meetings. Harry swallowed as he saw the suspicious faces before him along with the wands. He glanced at his own wand, which was with his bag across the room, too far to reach for. He looked back to the others, their leader still angry. "We want answers, pal," he yelled. "Hold on," the other dark-haired youth said. "Let me try talking to him." He stepped forward and pasted on a bright smile. I'm Zander. How you doing?" "I've had better days," Harry dryly stated. He could see the others still suspicious, especially the one girl with the multicolored hair. "Well, my mates and me are a bit upset to find someone in our hangout," Xander stated. "So, how's about you just tell us what's what?" "Hell with that. Let's just beat it out of him," the pink-garbed girl growled out. The look in her eyes was enough to make Harry decide that he needed to defend himself. He held up his hands and swallowed. "Now listen, I'm not looking for trouble." Without warning, his wand flew across the room and landed into his hand. Harry stared at it, baffled as to how that had happened. "He's got a weapon," the leader called out. Instinctively, Harry pointed his wand and yelled, "Petri Ficus Totalis." A gray streak fired out, and the leader dodged it, the bolt striking the long-haired girl behind him. She gasped out as she felt her limbs start to stiffen up and become immobile. "Oh, not again." She managed to get out before she was locked in place by the spell. "Sis," the other girl yelled before glaring at Harry, who had just realized he'd stepped in it nicely. Harry yelped as he ducked the bolt of energy that came from her wand, for lack of a better term, and rolled to his feet. "Stupefy," he called out, sending another bolt flying out toward the group. The others ducked away from it so it struck a wall. The yellow-clad youth got up to fire a bolt at Harry, who managed to duck it. He rose to fire off another bolt, which was also dodged, these teens showing far greater speed than he had anticipated. Harry took a deep breath as he stood up. "Now listen, I've been having a very, very, very bloody bad day. I didn't want this, but if you won't, listen to this," the girl yelled as she fired a blazing bolt at his head. Harry dodged it and sent out a replying shot that hit her square in the chest, sending her tumbling back toward the others, scattering them. The leader rolled on the floor and reached under his cloak. "We need some extra help," he called out as he pulled out what looked like a golden lamp and started rubbing. A plume of smoke emerged from it and revealed, "Oh, you have got to be bloody kidding me." The figure was about the same size as the others and was, basically, a giant white cat with an oversized head marked by a large smile. It appeared to be wrapped in an elaborate outfit, black with gold trimming and red gems set about it, and a golden head cap in the middle of his scalp with a long red band flowing from it to the large golden collar rising around his neck. It seemed annoyed as he turned to the man holding the lamp. "What?" "I was in the middle of a really good book." "Genji, we need help," the red-clad youth said as he pointed to Harry. The cat turned to see the boy staring in disbelief at him, wand still pointed out. "What? Him? Genji, hurry up." The cat shrugged and turned to Harry. "Hi, name's Genji." "So, what's your story?" "Genji, we meant stop him." All right. The cat shook his head at Harry. "Humans, they never get to have to spell these things out to me." He waved his hands at Harry, who felt himself lifted up, his wand pulled from his hand and floating near him. Harry tried to struggle, but the magic held him tight as the others began to move forward, their expressions harder than ever. "What is going on here?" Everyone turned to see Yudana, standing in the doorway to the room, hands on hips and a stern expression on her face. It was their fault," Genji said, pointing at the teens. "He started it," the red-haired boy said, pointing at the levitating Harry. "Genji, put him down," Yudana said, and the sternness of her tone persuaded the cat to wave his hands, letting Harry land hard on the ground. He winced as he started to pick himself up as Yudana gazed around. "What is wrong with Madison?" "Oh, that would be me," Harry stated. He moved to pick up his wand and waved it toward the long-haired girl. She gasped as she came back to mobility, stumbling forward, the other girl moving to help her. "Yudana, we came in and found him here," the leader of the group said, pointing at Harry. "We thought he was an intruder." Then he pulled out that wand. "You were accusing me first," Harry protested. "I was defending myself." "You petrified my sister," the girl with the white streak called out. She already got turned to stone once. That was enough. Yadana clapped her hands for silence. We shall discuss that later. For now, I believe introductions are best. She motioned to Harry. This is Harry Potter, a wizard from England here for Sanctuary. She turned to Harry. Harry, while it is not the meeting I wished, allow me to introduce the Mystic Force Power Rangers. She pointed to the dark-haired man in the lead. This is Nick, the Red Ranger, the team leader. Her eyes narrowed. Who should be setting a good example for the rest? As he looked away with chagrin, Yadana nodded toward Xander. Xander, the Green Ranger. That is Chip, the Yellow Ranger. The red-haired youth waved to Harry. Turning to the two girls, Yadana spoke. This is Madison, the Blue Ranger, and her sister, Vita, the Pink Ranger. The two girls both gave Harry dark gazes that made him look away with shame. Finally, Yadana turned to the cat. This is Genji, a genie who aids us from time to time. Again, her eyes narrowed. Although that should not include attacking without knowing the proper circumstances. Hey, they hold the lamp, they tell me to do something, I gotta do it, the cat protested. It's in the genie code of conduct. And since when have you been known for good conduct? There was the tiniest bit of humor in Yadana's words. Hold on, Nick said, peering at Harry. Sanctuary for what? Harry sighed. Do I have to go through the whole thing again? It will make a good distraction while the Rangers clean up the mess around here, Yadana said, glancing to her charges. Without the magic. The groans of the teens told Harry that this was not Hogwarts at all. It took Harry a bit longer to get through his story the second time around, mostly as the Rangers kept interrupting for questions on some of the things of his world he took for granted. Apparently, their knowledge of giants, goblins, and the rest were rather low. However, like Yadana, they did not seem that impressed by tales of Voldemort's power, making Harry realize whatever forces they battled were quite powerful in their own right. Genji had returned to his lamp, grumbling over the interruption and saying something about continuing his reading. Harry was rather glad to see him go, as things were odd enough without dealing with a talking cat genie. So, basically, all your friends think you committed this horrible crime, and you're on the run? Madison asked. Having calmed down a bit, she struck Harry as a bright girl and more reasonable than her sister with a kind tone to her voice. Harry nodded. That's it in a nutshell. Big nutshell. Chip noted as he swept up another batch of dust into a dustpan. Nick was still looking at Harry with suspicion. It still sounds off that you just happened to come here. I didn't choose it, Harry pointed out. Someone left me the key, and I wasn't in the mood to question where it came from. Harry is a guest, Rangers, Yadana said, her tone hardening a bit. And I find it troubling your first instinct upon seeing him was to treat him as an enemy. Well, we found him alone in your house, and no one was around, Nick protested. I am not happy with that attitude, Yadana stated. Or that you used magic that way, or you were so quick to call on Genji for aid. Harry felt oddly embarrassed at having caused the Rangers such problems. Yadana, if I may, it was my fault as much as theirs. I did pull my wand out, and I suppose I could have been seen as threatening. Perhaps, Yadana allowed. She sighed. Very well, fault on both sides then. We shall deal with that later. For now, we must figure out Harry's situation. Are you sure they won't come looking for him here? Chip asked. Yadana shook her head. As I told Harry, his wizarding community is more secular. They will not think of checking for him here. Even if they do, the magics of the forest will make it difficult to detect him. Harry cleared his throat. Not that I'm ungrateful and all, because this seems like a nice home. But I really don't fancy having to hide out here for the rest of my life. You will not, Yadana was quick to assure him. We will find out the truth soon, I promise you. She glanced about. Where is Claire? Right on cue. The girl came in hefting a large basket. Hi, sorry, was out for a walk. Hi guys, I miss anything? Harry stared at the object in the basket before turning to the others. That is an egg, right? A dragon egg, Claire said with some excitement. The guys found it, brought it over, and I've been trying to hatch it. Any other day that might sound odd, but the way this was going, Harry just decided it was best to just roll with it. He glanced over the outfits of the teens and smiled. I see you have to wear robes as. Well, it's linked to our powers, Madison said. Powers? Harry's ears perked up at that. Oh yeah, it's so cool, Chip said with excitement. It's sort of like each of us represents an element, and we can control it. Like me, I can use lightning. Lightning, Harry said blankly. And electricity, Chip said. Xander can control wood, tree branches, and all that, and Nick can use fire. Harry had to admit to being impressed as he glanced at the two girls. And you too. Water for me, Madison said. And Sis here can control winds, even turn herself into a tornado. She giggled. A pink tornado. I hate pink, Vi answered Harry's confused look. And yes, I'm aware of the irony. Harry shook his head. And I thought my 11th birthday was the oddest day of my life. This has that beat hands down. Wait until you see Briarwood, Chip said, still sounding excited. That's such a fun city. Chip, Yadana said in that stern tone. Harry is to stay here for now. I do not want him risking being discovered by going into Briarwood. There is danger, not only from his people, but also from Necroli. Who? Harry asked. This vampire queen, Nick explained. We blew away her boss, Mortai Khan, while Claire helped us do that. Harry had to stare at the young girl who blushed. I was sort of on this power trip at the time, but that was temporary. So we defeated Mortai Khan, Nick went on. But it seems Necroli has taken over, aiding her master trying to waste us. She tries anything, I'll feed her those wings. Vita snapped with a flush of anger. Excuse her, Madison told Harry. Necroli tried to turn her into a vampire. Harry rubbed at his head, which for once was in pain without his scar glowing. I don't mean any offense, but this really is a lot to process at once. We know the feeling, Xander said with a smile. Don't worry, we'll have time to explain it all later. Harry paused as a thought him. Yadana, before I called my wand to my hand, but I've never done that before, never been taught or anything. It just happened. I wanted it and it came to me. Yadana seemed both interested and troubled. This is a place of great magic, Harry. It is possible you tapped into that in such a source with the circumstances dire for you. Harry nodded. I guess that's it. He rose up. I'm sorry, but is there something to eat? I am famished. Oh, I'll show you the kitchen, Claire said. Don't worry, I spent all day cooking it myself. It was probably best Harry didn't see the winces and looks of panic on the faces of the Rangers as they left. Nick waited until they were gone before turning to Yadana. There's something off about him. I don't mean the accent either. I should hope not, Xander said, his own voice showing his youth in Australia. I'm with Nick, Vita said. You sure we can trust him? If his intentions were not pure, he would not be here, Yadana told them. But there is another reason. She paused and looked away as if to make sure that Harry and Claire weren't in earshot. Mordenkainen's defeat is not the end of the battle for you, Rangers. Other agents of evil will come to fill in the gap and continue the fight. They will bring their own methods and their own weapons against you all. What's that got to do with Harry? Madison asked. There are flows and weaves in the world, Yadana said. That goes doubly, so for magic. Harry's arrival is a new pattern in the design, one I had not anticipated. I must try to figure out what part in the design he is to play before he unravels it all. That's a long way to beat an analogy into the ground, Xander muttered to Chip. Look, Yadana, Nick began. You are our teacher when it comes to magic, but, with all respect, you really don't know much about teenagers. Yadana raised an eyebrow. Oh, you keep him locked up, he's going to think of this as a prison, Vita said. Which is worse considering how those relatives of him treated him, Madison pointed out quickly, still not believing anyone could treat a child like that. Nick nodded at her words. He's going to get restless and find a way to get out and go on his own and maybe get in trouble. With us, at least he can be a bit safer. At least let him see Briarwood, Xander suggested. That'll make him feel a bit more connected and make it easier for him here. Yadana stroked her chin. You may be correct in that. She nodded. Very well. A trip back may be beneficial to all of you. She narrowed her eyes. But be certain that when you return, we will discuss your actions even more. The Rangers all groaned, but accepted it as their new guest ate a somewhat stale dinner above. Thanks for the kind words so far. Next one will have Harry in Briarwood meeting a few of the Rangers' friends and seeing what their world is like. And don't worry, we'll be showing the Wizarding World's reaction to all this soon as well. Thanks again. Keep the good words coming. Rangers revealed. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. No fresh comments for the last chapter, but maybe this one can get more talk going. Rangers revealed. You're joking, right? Harry was aware how odd that question was after all he'd seen in the last 48 hours, but this seemed warranted. He was standing by a large tree near Root Core as the morning light shone down. He had come through the main entrance to the home, which for some reason was shaped like a massive dragon head. It felt a bit odd to be dressed in simple pants and a dark shirt, but it was all that had been left for him in the bag. The others were clad in regular clothes without their robes, but Harry had to note the fact that each did wear a shirt matching their ranger colors. "We thought it was weird too," Chip answered. "But it's for real." He patted a trunk. "The trees take you right to Briarwood." Harry shrugged as he stepped forward, figuring it couldn't be that much weirder than a portkey and flu powder. He put a hand on the tree trunk and took a breath. "Do I need to?" He let out a yelp as it felt like something was grabbing his wrist and yanking him into the tree. He felt like he was on one of those roller coasters he'd heard about, shaking and twisting as he saw bark and branches flow about him. There was a light coming toward him, and with another loud gasp, he found himself emerging from the tree and stumbling forward. Harry paused for a minute to catch his breath before glancing about. He found himself facing a quiet street of a fair-sized city, the skyscrapers around him much bigger than he was used to. The small park was set a bit away with no one watching, so the Rangers weren't noticed as they followed him out of the tree and to the other side. "Welcome to lovely Briarwood," Xander said, sweeping his hands outward. "Not much crime, good housing rates, lovely temperature, and aside from the occasional monster attack, pretty nice place to live." "Monster attack?" Harry asked. "Kind of why we're Rangers," Chip explained. "Don't worry, we'll handle it if it happens." "Don't scare the kid, Chip," Vi said as they walked toward a small shop nearby. "Come on, we'll give you the tour." They led Harry toward the shop, which he now saw had various musical items in the windows and a sign saying Rockporium. The bell rang over the door as they entered. Harry seeing rows of CDs, records, and instruments all around with a few customers mingling in. "Red alert," Chip whispered. "Toby at 3 o'clock." Harry glanced up to see a man rushing up to meet him. He was tall and thin, with a mop of frizzy dark hair on his head and a dark shirt and slacks hanging over his body, which shook with nervous excitement. "Where have you been?" he hissed. "Customers, people, customers." "Harry, meet Toby, the owner of the place," Xander said. "Toby, this is Harry. He's a friend from abroad." "Nice to meet you," Harry said, shaking Toby's hand. "Hi," Toby said. "You're from England?" Exchange student Vita quickly said. "Nice place," Harry said as he looked around. "The guys here work for you?" "Well, that's a debatable point," Toby replied in an exaggerated calm manner. "See, in theory, if they work for me, they would be here on time, be working, be doing actual employee things. As they are not, you can argue they are not working for me, and should they not get to doing those employee things in the next 5 minutes, they will no longer be employees." His voice was now raised as he glared at the group behind Harry. "Right to it, boss," Xander said as he turned to the others. "All right, gang, you heard the man. Let's get to work. Hop to it." The others seemed bemused as they filed past Harry to head to the back area. Toby shook his head as they went off. Teenagers, getting them to work is a task that would task anyone. He seemed to notice Harry was there for the first time. "Sorry, you gonna hang around?" "I expect some semblance of being a customer if that is to happen." "I'll do my best," Harry said, causing Toby to nod and move off. The Rangers had returned, all now wearing matching purple coats which appeared to be the store uniform, and were soon handling duties of talking to customers, stocking shelves, and cleaning aisles. Harry felt himself backing up into someone and heard a female voice call out shrilly, "Excuse you." He spun around to see a girl the same age as the Rangers glaring at him. She had curly blonde hair with a pretty face marred by an upset look, dressed in nice slacks and jacket. She blew out a bubble of gum before speaking again. "Watch where you're going, pal." "Sorry," Harry said. "I didn't see you there." "Duh," she remarked. "Be easy. I just bought this outfit." "See, you've met Lily," Madison said as she came up behind Harry. "This is Harry, a friend of ours." "Pleasure," Lily said, making it sound anything but. "What are you doing, Lily?" Nick asked as he came up. "You don't work here," she snorted. "Like anyone really works here." She blew out another bubble. "I just had to get some CD my mom wanted. She's into some metal stuff." Nick shook his head. "I've really got to meet your mom sometime. See what she's really like." "Ah, just a dull businesswoman. Always busy with her job," Lily said as she glanced away. It was in a bored tone, but for a brief second, Harry would swear she had some sort of glint in her eyes like someone enjoying a private joke. "Speaking of jobs," Toby's voice echoed through the store, and Nick and Madison were soon moving to continue their work. Harry moved to a side aisle to look at some CDs, his mind processing all that had happened. It still seemed so insane to accept all of this, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. Until he could figure out how to handle the whole mess at Hogwarts, sticking around here was a good thing. He hated the idea of hiding, but between that and Azkaban, it wasn't a hard toss-up. His attention was caught by some sudden screams from outside, and he frowned as he looked out the door. He saw people running in fear before a large shape appeared outside. Harry had to blink in confusion at it, as it resembled a giant egg beater turned upside down and merged with a toaster. Its pointed hands flopped about as what passed for his mouth laughed out loud. "That's it, run? Run before I mix you all up." He waved his hands to send out a blast of air that caused an explosion of gravel to erupt around the pavement, scattering more people. Harry was aware of the panic erupting behind him with Toby calling out, "Okay, people, let's be calm. Everyone leave in an orderly fashion." A blast of energy shattered a window, and Toby's voice called out louder, "Okay, everyone run for it." People shoved their way forward, pushing Harry out of the door. He moved around the building as he saw the Rangers race out toward the side. "Where are you going?" he demanded. They didn't reply, but made their way to the rear where no one could see. All of them had their odd phone wands out as Nick looked about. "Okay, we're clear. Harry, better step back." "For what?" he asked in confusion. "Trust me." His voice made Harry decide to back up. In unison, the 5 teens dialed a sequence on the phones and crossed their arms together as they spoke. "Magical source." They lifted their wands up and pointed upward. "Mystic force." A bright flash filled the air, which caused Harry to shut his eyes to protect himself from the glare. When he opened them, he stared in disbelief at the sight before him. In a moment, all 5 of the teens had transformed, all now bound within form-fitting armor with odd patterns mixed into the design. They had the same basic style: pants, a large vest, a short cape, and a helmet that completely covered their heads. Somehow, Harry knew the color of each one corresponded to the color of the Rangers' capes. Within the red armor, Nick spoke, his voice slightly muffled. "Okay, guys, let's hit it." The others nodded and raced after him, leaving a baffled Harry behind. After a brief pause, he decided to ignore the small voice in his head screaming for him to hide and followed them. He saw the Rangers fighting the monster, who waved his hands to block their attacks with some sort of swords. The creature was managing to block them and swinging out his own blades to strike at the Rangers, causing sparks on their suits as they flew back. While Harry knew nothing of the Rangers or the creature they battled, he knew an unfair fight when he saw one. Despite only knowing them a day, Harry trusted the Rangers and knew they needed some help. Before the logical part of his mind could tell him this was a bad move, Harry was moving forward, his wand pulled from his pocket and aimed at the creature. "Incendrio," he called out, figuring he might as well try the big spells first. A fireball spread out and flew toward the creature, striking him in the back. The monster howled in pain and whirled around toward Harry. Before the words, "This might not have been a good idea," flew through his head, Harry was sent back by a blast from the monster that left him sprawled on the pavement. He sucked in a breath as the creature moved in, its pointed arms shifting about at him. Another blast of air struck out, and Harry just managed to dodge it. Madison was at his side, helping him up. "Harry, appreciate the effort, but this is way beyond you," she said, her care clear even through the helmet. "You just get to the side. We're the ones who handle this stuff." Harry hated the idea of letting someone else fight for him, but a voice in his head told him this was one time he shouldn't try to be the hero. He backed up toward a tree and watched the Rangers go at it. The monster continued to strike out, but they were soon using teamwork to hit him from multiple sides. "All right, my turn," Nick called out. Mystic fire armor. A blaze of red flame covered him, and its flows were soon creating a golden and red harness that fixed around his shoulders and chest, giving him a long red staff. With a twirl that created marks of energy, Nick spun it around and then struck out. A wave of red cut across the creature perfectly, bisecting him across the chest as it howled out in pain. It collapsed backward and then exploded in a burst of flame and sparks as the Rangers gathered together. "Nice work, guys," Nick said. He saw some onlookers gazing at them in awe. "Come on, let's get out of here." The other Rangers nodded and leapt off with him, soon out of sight. Harry shook his head in amazement. "Wow, yeah, there's something," Toby said as he joined him. "No idea where they came from or who they are, but they're handy to have around at a time like this. Harry was surprised. You don't know who they are? Toby shook his head. Nope, and frankly don't really care. As long as they keep us safe, that's what matters. Hey, come on, the city crews will start to clean up. We need to get back to the store before someone notices it's open and tries looting it. It took a few minutes to walk back, the Rangers back in their civilian clothes and cleaning up. How is it that the aftermath of a monster attack is when I see you all doing your work properly? Toby demanded. All skill, boss, Xander said with a grin. Whatever. Toby sighed as he headed back to his office. Gotta get back to the accounting. Keep up the work. As he left, Harry moved to where the Rangers were gathering around a round table, Vi behind the instrument. I assume no one's supposed to know about you all? Yeah, we save the world. Can even use it to get girls, Xander sighed. Like that'd even help with you, Vi muttered as she put a record on the turntable. Nick moved to Harry. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine really, Harry said as he brushed at his shirt. Nick put a hand to his shoulder. I know you've got magic, but this is a different world for you, Harry. The stuff we face is, well, a lot bigger than you're used to. Actually, that one really wasn't that bad, Chip stated. I mean, it didn't even grow. Grow? Harry asked. Oh yeah, it happens a lot? Chip said brightly. They grow a few hundred feet, so we have to grow too to become the Zords and fight it. Really big battles in... Chip, Nick broke in. Don't freak him out too much too early. That's all right, Harry said with a sigh. I think I'm approaching total apathy at unusual events soon. Don't say that, Vi said as she slipped a pair of headphones on. You'd be amazed how things can still get crazy on you. She began to spin the record about and scratch a bit in time to a beat. The Rangers smiled, heads bouncing, and before he realized it, Harry was joining them in tapping his foot to the tempo. All were unaware of the eyes of Lily watching them narrowly. In the underground caverns below Briarwood, Necroli gazed at a pool showing an image of the city. The self-proclaimed queen of the vampires was, for all intents and purposes, a giant walking bat. Her black wings pulled back, her form all black save for white fluffs around her shoulders and atop her pointed head. White markings were along the side of her face, leading to her mouth where fangs glistened as much as her black pupilless eyes. So, we have a new player in the game. Nearby, Korag stood, as impassive as ever in his armor. He is only a boy who is capable of great magic, Necroli pointed out. A force such as that is one the Master will wish to have under control as soon as possible. I can eliminate him, Korag boasted. He has no great power like the Rangers. Power enough to change things, Necroli said. But with our new ally, perhaps that won't be a problem. Korag just glowered as he gazed at the image of the youth with glasses in the shimmering pool. Somehow, he knew he was going to meet this young magician again. And when he did, he would teach this whelp what true magical might was. Old Legends. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Old Legends. Harry took a deep breath of the crisp forest air. If nothing else, he was getting a good dose of fresh air living here at Rootcore. While it was only a few days, he was starting to get used to the place and its unique feel. The air to it have a different aura than Hogwarts. The magic just feeling so alive, free of restrictions and inhibitions that the school kept in. He supposed that explained the strength to the magic and to himself. That was something Harry was starting to notice. He didn't know when it began, but he had begun to feel a bit stronger in this forest, not just with his magic, but his mind as well. It felt clear for lack of a better word, and thus open to learning as much as it could from the spellbook in the small tree house. He was flipping through it as Claire entered, holding a small bundle wrapped in a blanket in her arms. The egg had hatched a day before to birth a small but feisty dragon the teens had named Fireheart. The creature had apparently imprinted itself on Claire, considering the girl his mother, which naturally led to some amusement among the Rangers. Despite her worry, Claire was getting into helping raise the dragon, despite the problems. Harry blinked as he saw she was walking forward with soot on her face. He burped again, getting used to it. Claire answered as she placed the basket into a wooden crib. She took a towel to wipe at her face as she smiled at Harry. Little guy has such an upset stomach. Don't expect me to help, Harry said. Dragons, and I don't exactly get along well. Claire glanced at the spellbook he was paging through. Wow, you got it working? It took the Rangers a bit to learn its spells. It sort of writes itself as it goes along, revealing spells slowly. I can tell that, Harry said. But I'm used to stuff like that. I should show you the Marauder's map sometime. He paused, his face falling. Oh, I can't. I left it back at Hogwarts. He was silent for a long moment with Claire looking at him with sympathy. I'm sorry, she whispered. I really am. It's not fair that you have to be going through this. Life's not really fair sometimes, Harry whispered. I learned that a long time ago. Claire sighed as she leaned on a table behind her. I know you must miss your parents. I know how it feels. My mom died when I was a baby too. If her sister hadn't taken me in, I don't know where I'd be. Sister? Harry was surprised. Udana's your aunt? Yeah, didn't I tell you that? Might have slipped by between all the talk of evil monsters and superpowered guardians running around. That happens. Claire put a hand on his shoulder. Just don't hold whatever you feel in, Harry. I mean it, talk to people, make sure to get some help if you need it. You have friends here. I had friends at Hogwarts, Harry sardonically remarked. At least I thought I did, and they ended up turning on me. Class sight. That really does hurt, doesn't it? Harry shook his head. After all we've been through, all I've done, they know what my life has been like, and yet Ron and Hermione were just so ready to believe I could do what Cedric said I did. Claire bit her lip. I'm not sure what to tell you on that. But it seems to me that if they were so ready to believe you, well, maybe they weren't the friends you thought they were. But hey, maybe they realize it was a mistake and will believe you now. Harry had to make a smile. You have a knack for looking at the bright side of things. I've been told that before, Claire said. Harry sighed as he moved off. I'm going for a quick walk. Don't stray too far, Claire called after him. The forest is a bit more dangerous than you think. I still detected that dark magic somewhere out there. Yes, dear, Harry muttered under his breath. Heard that. Harry stepped out through a doorway that led to a short hallway. Before him, a large wooden doorway opened up from ground to sky, letting him duck under an exit root core. He glanced behind him to see the dragon-shaped opening close behind him. Taking another breath of fresh air, Harry started to walk away from the building. He hadn't gone far when he saw the Rangers walking up. He was a bit surprised to see Udana following behind them, speaking to a man with her. He appeared about her age, handsome with long blonde hair and 5 o'clock shadow. He was athletic and dressed in a dark suit and tunic marked with some gray design work. He seemed surprised to see Harry, bowing his head. Another student, Udana? Not quite, the woman answered. This is Harry Potter, a guest from England. Harry, this is Calendar, an old friend and ally. Nice to meet you, Harry politely said. And you, Calendar answered in a strong voice. It's good to see another young wizard here training. Well, not so much training, Harry said calmly. It's a bit more complicated. Calendar had turned away to look to Udana. I do think we need to discuss things. Indeed, Udana said. Come, Rangers, we can discuss this inside. Do you need me to listen? Harry asked. No, that's all right, Harry, Udana said. But don't go too far. Harry watched them go, his eyes on Calendar. The man had seemed nice and had been quite courteous to him. And yet, somehow, Harry couldn't shake a sense of foreboding he'd felt looking at the man. He shook his head as he walked off. It wasn't as if his judgment of people was really that good after all. He shuffled his coat over him as he walked on. It was sometimes difficult to tell what time of day it was in Root Core, as it almost always dimmed thanks to the thick cover of trees overhead. The weather was almost always cool and temperate, which made a good walk a nice thing to clear Harry's mind and focus himself. That is when he wasn't interrupted bumping right into a short-shaped figure who backed right in front of him. Harry yelped and backed up with the figure before him, also yelling and leaping up. Harry sighed as he saw him. Phineas, what? The troll exclaimed, hopping about a bit. Harry shook his head as he calmed down. Honestly, can't you ever look where you're going? Well, I don't always know where I'm going, so kind of hard to look there, Phineas answered with his unique brand of logic. Harry frowned as he saw the troll glancing about nervously. Something wrong, Phineas? Maybe not, the troll said as he looked around again. You, haven't seen a really nasty guy in armor around, have you? Harry was alert. Korak, no, not him, the troll quickly said, her nervousness growing to outright fear. No, someone else. Harry frowned. Someone else in armor? Another bad wizard? Yeah, no. But yeah, not a bad wizard, but he is a bad wizard. Harry was confused. Well, more so than usual with Phineas. I don't understand what. He was cut off as Claire came tromping along, looking at her feet, and ran right into Phineas. Both of them yelled out, which caused Harry to jump as well. "Will you stop doing that?" he hissed at the troll. "Do what?" Phineas asked. Ignoring him, Harry turned to Claire. He saw her face was downcast without its usual cheeriness. "What's wrong?" she sighed. "Udana didn't believe me when I told her there was still a dark magic marker somewhere in the forest. She claimed I was mistaken, but I know I saw one there." Harry was inclined to believe her. While she may be excitable at times, Claire wasn't the type to imagine things. "What about her new guest?" "Oh, he just ignored me. He actually referred to me as the bumbling apprentice." Harry winced and rubbed her back. "Sorry, Claire. Sounds like you got problems," Phineas muttered. Claire sighed. "I know, but he sounded serious. Said something about how he was trapped in a cave for years, and this other wizard friend of theirs had gone to the dark side. Does explain how he hadn't come to see Udana before," Harry offered. "Yeah, well, I don't trust him," Claire said. "I don't trust him either," Phineas said, causing Harry to roll his eyes. "Stupid Calendar. I don't trust Calendar." Both Harry and Claire stopped and turned to him in confusion. "What?" the troll asked. "You know Calendar?" Claire asked. "Oh, yeah." Phineas paused as he looked about, then leaned in. "Years ago, he betrayed the mystics." Claire and Harry dropped their jaws together. "How do you know that?" Claire demanded. "Well, I was kind of there," Phineas shrugged. "See, he blasted Daggerin with dark magic, and then, where are the Rangers?" Harry asked Claire. "That jester monster was attacking, and they went off," and Claire's eyes went wide with horror. "And left Udana and claimed her alone." Without hesitation, the two turned and ran off, leaving a baffled Phineas behind scratching his head. It took only minutes to reach Root Core and duck into the dragon's jaws. They entered the main room to see Udana accept a goblet Calendar was handing her, a smile on the man's face. "No!" Claire yelled as she leaped forward and jumped on top of Calendar's back. The man cried out as she grabbed at his hair, twisting to get away. "Claire!" Udana gaped. "What's gotten into you?" "He's a liar," the girl gasped out. "He's the one who betrayed the mystics." She tightened her grip on his throat as the man gasped out. "Udana, she's out of her head," he yelled. "Get her!" Harry quickly rushed up to them, pulling Udana back. "Harry," she gasped. "What is wrong with—" Before she could say anything, Calendar twisted Claire around so her foot smacked the goblet out of Udana's hands. It hit a table and spilled out its tea. The second the contents hit a book, they hissed, steam rising as a thick layer of acid covered the volume completely. While not quite an expert at herbs, Harry knew a poison when he saw it. Udana stared in shock before turning to Calendar, her face setting into anger as she understood his betrayal. With Claire distracted by the reaction, Calendar threw her off, letting her land next to Harry and Udana. "I guess the game's over," the man hissed, his earlier nobility gone. Throwing his own goblet aside, he stretched out his hands and let a shimmer cover his body. His shape shifted, briefly to armor, but then to a new figure altogether. It was taller and larger with very broad shoulders and looked like a black mummy clad in complicated armor with a long black and white trimmed cape billowing behind him. His dark teeth let out a cackle as a feathered fan flapped in one hand. "You're mine," the being formerly Calendar hissed as he threw out his hands. A blast of purple energy fired at Udana. Swiftly, she raised her hand to create a white shield to block the blow, but the beam kept on firing, driving her back. "You cannot face me without your snow staff." Calendar cackled. "I can't hold him." Udana gasped. "Claire!" Moving from where she'd been crouching behind a table, the young girl took a deep breath and threw out her hands. "Malorium Orvis!" she cried out, and a shimmer of magical sparks flew out to hit Calendar, causing him to vanish. She smiled as she looked around. "Who's bumbling now, bub?" "You are," Calendar said as he suddenly appeared behind her. Claire barely had time to cry out before he grabbed her and threw her over to Udana. With a wave of his fan, Calendar created a bubble of purple energy covering the two women, trapping them. Now, as for the other one, Harry had been sitting by the distant wall, taken aback at the sudden events. He saw Genji's lamp lying on the table with a book over, shaking as the cat tried to escape, and figured Calendar has something to do with it. As Calendar turned, Harry swallowed and grabbed his wand. "Illumis!" he cried out, causing a bright flash of white light that blinded Calendar. "Harry, run!" Udana called out. "You're no match for him. Get the Rangers!" Run! Harry wanted to stay, but realized she was right. Scrambling to his feet, he took off, just making it to the doorway as Calendar's vision cleared enough to fire a bolt at him. It sparked off the wall as Harry escaped. Bah! No matter, he muttered as he turned to the book on the table. He will not be able to stop me from taking the Zenitome. He reached for the book only to have it spark with a field of light. Ah, protection spell? Clever. Udana. But not enough. He waved his hands to work on the field as the two women gripped each other for comfort. Harry hadn't run this hard since his escape from Hogwarts, pausing only for the trip through the tree. It was no problem finding where the Rangers were. All he needed to do was run in the direction everyone else was running away from. He saw them all there fighting a strange monster. It was large, as they usually were, thin with arms covered by what looked like springs and long antennae sprouting on either side of his head, cackling as his blue body bounced around. As Harry came up, Jester smacked Madison with a huge blow, causing her to land and roll on the ground, transforming back to her human form as he did. The creature whirled around to blast at the other Rangers, driving them back before moving toward Madison. The girl tried to clear her head as she looked up at Jester, the monster raising his arm high. Before Harry could raise his wand, a small shape leaped out to land right on Jester's face. The monster backed up, waving his sword as he reached to grab the shape and throw it aside. It landed right before Madison, a small frog that let out a croak as Jester backed away. Harry moved to Madison's side, taking her by the arm. "Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Yeah, I'm okay." Madison was staring at the frog in wonder. Harry remembered Xander mentioning something about Madison hating frogs, but she seemed more open to this one. "He saved me. He did a great job for an ugly little thing." She reached up to pick the frog up. "Thank you," she whispered and impulsively kissed it. The second her lips left the frog, the creature glowed brightly and flew out of her hands. Before Harry and Madison's shocked eyes, it grew to a human form, spinning about in place. A blast of golden energy fired outward, striking Jester dead on and sending him sailing back. The figure turned back to reveal himself as a handsome man of Udana's age, his face marked by a thin black beard as curly as his short hair. He was dressed in dark pants and a tunic that was brown on one side, blue on the other, evenly divided with a G-shaped symbol on the left side and a brown belt. His sleeves were white from the shoulders down and red from forearm to wrists. Moving to Madison, he extended a hand. "My lady," he said in a friendly accented voice. Staring in disbelief, Madison limply took his hand and allowed him to help her to her feet. "My thanks," the stranger said. "You broke the curse." "I did," Madison said, pleased if confused. The other Rangers had joined them, also surprised at the man's sudden appearance. Behind them, Jester had gotten to his feet and called out, "Hidiax attack!" The twisted sword-wielding lackeys were on the scene instantly. The Rangers were ready to fight, Harry moving to his wand, but the bearded man stepped forward. "I'll handle this." He moved forward and waved his hand. Solar Cell Morpher. From his sleeve, ejected a small device that was a slightly bulkier version of the Ranger's cell wands. In his other hand, a small card appeared. The man made a stance, holding out the Morpher before drawing it back. Magical Source. Mystic Force. He placed the card into the device and punched it. He pulled the card out and flicked it outward, letting it spin in a wide arc, growing as it did. By the time it had moved behind him, it was big enough to cover him totally like a doorway. It shimmered around him with blinding golden light, and when it faded, the man was transformed. His entire body was sheathed in what looked like a blue bodysuit covered with elaborate and beautiful golden armor, his knees with raised golden pads and shoulders like a golden collar. His helmet was the same design as the Rangers, mostly blue with a blue visor framed by golden symbols, with a raised golden arch over the eyes, a ruby at the center of his forehead. A rich golden and red cape flowed behind him to his blue boots. "Power of the sun," he called out. "Solaris Knight." He backed up and flexed his hands. "I'm back in action. Now, where's Genji?" Right on cue, the golden lamp flew out from the sky and landed in his hands. The lid popped open to show the genie's shrunken head. "Sorry, I was reading." "Wow, where you been? You look great. Attack!" Jester yelled as the Hideax charged in. Right, we'll talk later, the cat said as he ducked back into the lamp. Solaris rubbed the side of it and held it out. Laser lance, he yelled as the spout of the lamp fired out beams of light at the attacking enemies. No fair, Jester yelled. That's a new weapon, right you are? Solaris yelled as he moved in. Harry was swallowing as he watched the fight. Should we help him? You think he really needs it? Chip asked in amazement. Look at him go. Indeed, the night was a blur of golden movement as he took on the dozen Hideax with ease. He was a whirlwind, kicking and punching, blocking every blow thrown at him and sending them flying back with punches and laser blasts. He flew over their heads in a wide jump as he fired a blast to send several flying back. Landing on his feet, he spoke out. Let's do this the easy way. He rubbed the lamp again and fired a bolt at the sky. It separated into a dozen different bolts that struck each Hideac, vaporizing the creatures. That's my cue, Jester called out as he began to spin in place, burrowing into the ground. Oh, really? Solaris fired another bolt that yanked the monster up and knocked him back. Ready, Genji? Time to get serious, the cat spoke from the lamp as the Golden Knight aimed it at Jester. Genji's shining attack. Solaris yelled as he pulled the trigger. The spout fired out and an image of Genji flew outward, fists extended and slashing Jester time and again. Take that, and that. Jester howled as the mystic slashes ripped at him, falling back to the ground. Go Genji, go Genji, the cat sang as he returned to the lamp. Jester flopped down and exploded into a shower of sparks as Solaris turned away. Joke's over. With a wave of his hand, the armor vanished and the man stood before the amazed Rangers and Harry. Who are you? Madison asked in wonder. No time for that now, Harry quickly said. Yadana's in trouble. Calendar's really a dark wizard. He's got her and Claire trapped. Let's go, Nick called out as they took off running. In Root Core, Yadana stared at the figure waving his hands over the Zenitome, still stunned that Calendar could betray them like this. She watched helplessly as the shield covering the book faded away and Calendar laughed. At last, the secrets of the Zenitome are mine. He was leaning in when a blast of golden light hit him squarely in the chest, sending him flying back into a wall with a cry. The shield covering Yadana and Claire fell, allowing them to walk free. The Rangers were gathered in the doorway, Harry behind them with the bearded man in the lead. We meet again, Calendar. Dagger. Yadana gasped. I am now called Imperious. The mummy gasped as he got to his feet, seeing the others gathered before him to fight. This is not the time or place for this. He waved his hands, and a purple disc flowed from his head to his feet, teleporting him away. Yadana moved to embrace Daggerin warmly as Harry just shook his head. I never realized how dull my life really was before I met you lot. The story was surprisingly simple to tell. 20 years before, Calendar had been swayed by the lure of dark magic and turned on Daggerin in battle. The two collided with their magical forces, which trapped them, and Genji in a cave, Daggerin also turned into a frog. When Necroli opened the cave some time before Harry arrived, it freed Daggerin until Madison could break the spell. You're back, Genji cried out as he exited the lamp and embraced Daggerin in a huge hug. You're back, you're back, you're back. Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Easy, Genji, Daggerin said as he was returned to the ground. I missed you too. Oh, so glad you're back to normal. You have any idea how dull it was talking to a frog all that time and just getting the occasional gribbet back? I have an idea, Daggerin dryly stated. He nodded to the Rangers. I am glad that the mystic force has risen once more to aid us. He looked to Harry. And you, Harry Potter, if Yadana welcomes you, you are obviously worth watching. Thank you, Harry said with a nod. I am so happy to see you back, Daggerin, Yadana said. She glanced at the Rangers before dropping her voice. There is something I want to talk to you about. Daggerin nodded, apparently understanding what she meant as they walked away. Looks like we've got some help on our side, Nick said as the Rangers gathered. That should be good with this Imperious around. Harry scratched his ear. Somehow, I get the feeling things will just get more complicated, not easier. Vita shook her head at him. You really have to be a little more upbeat, Harry. I've tried that, Harry said with a sigh. But life keeps marring my attempts. He slowly paced away, the other Rangers looking at him. I really think he was happy once, Madison piped up. I hope we can get him back there. Nick sighed. I've been an outsider enough to know that too much time out there can cut you off from people. Well, you found us, mate, Xander said, clapping a hand on Nick's shoulder. We can do the same for Harry. Nick nodded slowly as he gazed at the other man. Let's hope we can before it's too late. Sorry if long, but did like Dagran's intro on the show. Next chapter shows what's been going on in the wizarding world during all this. Last Testaments, Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Last Testament. The room was a small one, resembling a basic boardroom of any office building in London. Of course, it was different as this was in the underground catacombs of Gringotts Bank. The small gathering of people were muted as they gathered around the table, some showing obvious impatience. The one at the head of the table appeared the most calm, but if one looked closely, one could see some anxiety in the eyes of Albus Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall sat next to him, just as concerned in her prim robes. I still don't get why we're here, Ron Weasley said. He was seated with his parents at one side of the table, all in the best suits they could have. Hermione Granger sat nearby in a pretty dark dress, her face sober but attentive. Severus Snape absently examined his fingernails, his robes as black as ever. While they were concerned, the remaining two people were downcast. Nifedara Tonks was more serious than usual. Her normal ensemble of jeans and a leather jacket replaced by a black dress. Her hair also black as she stared at the table. Next to her, Remus Lupin stared off into space, his eyes glazed with grief and loss. The two were silent, but whenever their eyes fell on the people on the other side of the table, a brief flash of anger would come out. Arthur Weasley rubbed his hands together before turning to Dumbledore. Have they, given any thought to Fudge's successor? The headmaster shook his head. Not yet. They're still assessing the damage at the Ministry from Voldemort's attack. The captured Death Eaters are also having trouble being acclimated to Azkaban, now that the Dementors have defected to Voldemort's side. It's a good thing there weren't more deaths during the attack, Molly Weasley observed. There would have been, Remus said in a low tone, if Sirius hadn't been there. The others looked chagrined except for Snape, who simply looked away. It just isn't right, Hermione sighed. Sirius wouldn't even have been there if he hadn't been on that foolish quest to clear Harry. Foolish? Remus glanced at her, his voice rising with some emotion. I don't see what's foolish about helping his godson. Except he's guilty, Ron said, his eyes flashing with anger. You know he is. Actually, I don't. Lupin snapped. Neither did Sirius, and I have faith he was right. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Remus, the evidence against Harry. There was evidence against Sirius, and he was innocent, Tonks said. So why can't you believe in Harry? Her eyes focused on Ron and Hermione. How can you two not believe in him? Because Cedric wouldn't lie, Hermione burst out. Not about being tortured and captive. So you believe him and not your best friend? Remus sniffed. Honestly, Granger, I thought better of you. Not that I should be so surprised Ron here turned on Harry. Tired of feeling in his shadow. Don't talk to my son that way. Arthur snapped. Harry put his trust in him, and at the first opportunity, Ron turns his back. How am I supposed to react? Remus demanded. Please, please. Dumbledore said, holding up his hands. I know tensions have been high about this, but we can at least act in a civil manner. Especially with these circumstances. Circumstances we wouldn't be, and had you given Sirius help like you should have. Tonks snapped. He warned you about the attack, but you wouldn't listen just because you didn't want to admit he could be right. He spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit, and you still misjudge him. She's right on that, Albus. Everyone stared in surprise at Snape as he went on. If it had been anyone else warning you about the attack, you would have listened, Albus. But because you've been ignoring Black for his steadfast belief in Potter's innocence, you ignored him and he died for it. I never liked the man. That was no secret, but I do respect how he kept on fighting for what he felt right, even if it was alone. So, while he was a fool to fight alone, at least he did it for something he believed in. Remus shook his head. I'll be damned, he was right. Sirius did die before you'd say anything nice about him. Snape shrugged. As I said, I didn't like him, but I respected him. He sneered at Ron and Hermione, which put him miles away from you two, who I neither like nor respect. Now, see here. Arthur was about to erupt when the door to the room opened and a small man in a rumpled suit entered. He nodded at them, squinting behind thick spectacles, the lights reflecting off his bald head. "It's good to see you all gathered here," he said calmly. "I'm Harold Foxroy, the magistrate in charge of the affair for the late Sirius Black." He placed his briefcase on the table as he sat down and opened it to remove some papers. Fixing his glasses on his long nose, the man let out a cough before speaking. "Let's get to it, I suppose. I, Sirius Orion Black, being of sound mind and body." Remus couldn't help but let out a chuckle at that. "Stop laughing, Mooney." Remus stared at Foxroy as the man looked up. "I'm sorry. That's what it says here." Clearing his throat again, he continued, "I, Sirius Orion Black, being of sound mind and body," stop laughing, Mooney, "hereby offer my last will and testament. I don't know why it feels like my end is coming, but ever since Harry was framed, I've been unable to shake the feeling something bad is coming. Yes, I say framed. I've said it from the start and I still hold to it. I refuse to accept that the son of Lily and James could turn out this way, and for you all to believe it says volumes of how much you've trusted him or cared for him. So you didn't believe I was innocent, fine. But that's no excuse to throw Harry in that hellhole with the relatives you knew hated his parents and everything they stood for. He spent 11 years locked in a cupboard, treated like a ruffian, and not even told the truth about himself or his powers. After ignoring him all this time, you decide to bring him to Hogwarts, and he's immediately targeted by Voldemort time and again, put through dangers, treated as either an outcast or a celebrity, and worse of all, he's manipulated by you, Albus Dumbledore. Oh, I know your eyebrows are going up now, but I'm calling you out, old man. That boy thought of you as a second father, but you kept on pushing him, taking away his chance at an actual childhood, all to mold him into your weapon against Voldemort. If you truly cared about him as you claimed you did, you'd have stuck by him, at least given him a chance to explain himself. But no, you're too ready to turn your back on him. What makes it worse is that I know that you'd have kept him okay in Azkaban because you'd want to use him against Voldemort. I knew you could be manipulative, Dumbledore, but this is too much. Even Snivelus makes me less disgusted than you do. It's because of that I'm severing ties with the Order, and as of this moment, Black Manor is off limits to anyone from it. Go ahead and have your meetings elsewhere. You won't be darkening my doors anymore. The manor itself, along with the Black Estate vaults and holdings, will go to Nymphadora Tonks, the only other decent person to come out of our bastard of a family. While I'm on the subject of bastards, let's move on to the Weasleys. He trusted you. He liked you. He thought of you as the caring family he never had, and you turn on him at the first sight of trouble? He considered you a friend, Ron, but it seems you're too willing to let your jealousy of him get the better of you, and you have my pity for that. For Hermione Granger, he saved your life, so it's even worse for you to turn your back on him. I know you love to accept evidence at face value and hate to admit you're wrong, but you're very, very wrong here, and I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. I'm not sure if they'll be here or not, but I want to recognize Ginny Weasley and Neville Longbottom. You two were the ones sticking up for Harry through all of this, even under pressure from friends and family, and I'm glad to know at least some people were his real friends. Arthur and Molly, I'm sorry you've all but disowned your daughter because of this, but I know in the end she'll come out on top. For that, I bequeath 1,000 galleons to each. I also bequeath an additional 3,000 galleons to Luna Lovegood and her father, who's taken the bold stand to not jump on the bandwagon of assuming Harry's guilt. This money will not be touched by either their families or the Ministry or the Order. If it is, expect some severe penalties by the goblins. Finally, to Remus Lupin, my best friend and one true ally, I'm sorry to have to leave you alone like this. While I know it may be a futile hope, I do wish you don't blame yourself for however I died. It was my choice to go this way, and I'm more than happy you did it with me. 10,000 galleons have been set aside for you, a small sum in comparison to how your friendship sustained me these last few years. So in conclusion, for those who stood by Harry, thank you, and for those who turned on him, I hope you all realize your mistake before Voldemort rips you to shreds. Don't expect me to be too upset when that happens. Sincerely, Sirius Black. A long silence went up as the lawyer finally finished. The Weasleys were stunned, with Hermione wearing a face of shocked outrage. Tonks and Lupin seemed satisfied, while Snape was actually smiling at the reactions. Well, that concludes the reading. Foxroy said as he placed the papers back in the briefcase. I understand that due to the capture of one Peter Pettigrew, Mr. Black will be cleared of all the charges against him, and thus his family vaults may be open to his wishes. That miserable, arrogant Mr. Weasley, I'd ask you to control your temper, Foxroy said in a tight voice. This concludes the reading, and you may take your leave. Except for Mr. Snape, there is a final note that was to be given to him in private. Me? Snape frowned. What in the world would Black want with me? It is a private matter, Foxroy said. Mr. Dumbledore, good day. Albus got to his feet, his face drawn as he moved away. He was making a good show, but it was clear that he'd been shaken by the harsh words of the will. The Weasleys all appeared quite upset, and Hermione wasn't far behind as they filed out, grousing under their breath. Remus was last, giving Tonks a smile. Going back to the manor? I need to fill out some forms on all this, I think, she answered with a sad smile. I will talk to you later. She squeezed his hand. We'll get through it. Thank you, he said, smiling warmly. He nodded to Snape before leaving the room. Snape watched it shut and then turned back to Tonks. Getting sweet on the wolf, Changer? Bite me, Snape, she snapped, her hair shifting from black to a bright purple. She turned to glance at Foxroy. Damn, they actually bought it? Even Remus. Foxroy nodded as he whispered under his breath. His body seemed to shimmer, his form shifting about, nose receding, hair growing from his skull, and in moments, Sirius Black was standing before them, brushing at the ill-fitting suit. Didn't think the potion could get past. Remus knows. Snape snorted. I appreciate the vote of confidence in my abilities, Black. Think nothing of it, Snape, Sirius retorted. He smiled at them. Think I went a bit over the top with it? Well, you could have kept some of the venom out of your voice when reading, Tonks offered. But damned if it wasn't satisfying seeing them all squirm there. Now that you've had your pound of flesh, Snape stated. What do we do next? That should be obvious, Sirius said with a smile. It's time to bring Harry back home. Next up, Harry finds a new surprise in Briarwood as some old friends come calling. True Faces. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. True Faces. Will you quit complaining, sis? Vita said to Madison as the two moved around the aisles of the Rockporium. It's not even that big a tear. Yeah, but it was my favorite blue sweater, Madison complained. Don't blame Fireheart, Chip quickly said. He's still getting used to his strength. Harry had never been an expert on dragons, but he highly suspected the average dragon didn't go from a baby to full-grown 30-foot size in only a day. Then again, he was learning that magic truly did work differently here, and thus a lot of the ideas he'd long held to needed some adjustments. The Rangers had gotten used to the change, but it was still difficult caring for a full-grown dragon. At least he's out of Rootcore now, Harry said. Don't get me wrong, I like the little guy too, but it was getting a bit cramped in there. He brushed at his loose shirt, still feeling odd wearing such normal clothing out in public. That stuff fit okay? Nick asked. Didn't know you didn't have any money on you. Not muggle money, Harry said. But Gingy managed to whip this up for me. Harry had gotten to like the cat, which wasn't surprising once he found out the genie's sad origins. Apparently, another member of Gingy's race had cast a spell, making everyone turn on the genie, driving him away. It was something Harry could definitely relate to. Nick looked up as a weary Xander entered the store, his eyes half closed. Where you been? I was up all night, trying to grow a tree out of an acorn. The Green Ranger sighed as he wiped at his eyes. Daggeron's orders after that vine I made snapped under him. He shook his head. He's been riding me so hard, a lot harder than any of you. He's just making sure the training goes okay, Nick stated. He's right. The more we get used to the magic, the better our chances in a fight. Yeah, but he just leans on me way too much, Xander complained. It's probably because he can't get himself a date. He's jealous of my looks. He's jealous of my smarts. He's mad I'm younger than he is. He became aware of Nick holding a hand to his mouth, Madison biting her lip, Chip looking over his shoulder, Vita waving her hands with a wide-eyed expression, and Harry making a point of looking in the opposite direction. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? Xander weakly finished. Sure enough, when he turned around, Daggeron was standing there, a neutral expression on his face, clad in an actually stylish pair of white slacks, white shirt, and tan jacket. His face was calm, although it was clear he'd heard every word of Xander's speech. He looked at them all before speaking. I have a special assignment for you, Rangers. Harry, you can stay behind. They're going on a field trip. From the looks of worry on the Rangers' faces, Harry was more than happy to stay back as Daggerin led them out of the shop and outside. He was moving to a door when a frantic Toby came up. "Where are they?" the owner demanded. They had to. Harry tried to think of a plausible explanation. "Let me guess," Toby sarcastically said. "They had to step out again, right?" At Harry's nod, he threw up his hands. "Wonderful. The new Silver Cross album hits a day early. We're going to be packed," and they step out. He took a deep breath before shoving a store vest into Harry's hands. "Here, you're hired." Harry stared at it, then at Toby. "But I've never." "Don't bother arguing. I'm desperate," Toby pleaded. "Just put it on, handle the rush, I'll take care of the register." "But I have no experience in sales, or work, or anything," Harry protested. "You did note I was desperate, right?" At his urging, Harry slipped on the vest just as a rush of eager 20-somethings hit the store in a drove that would put the Hidiacs to shame. The next few hours were a blur for Harry, handling one customer after another, pushing over records with barely any notice of exactly what they were. He'd never really done work like this. He'd handled the vast majority of chores at the Dursleys and some at Hogwarts, but not full-scale work like this. He was breathing hard by the time he was finally done. "Not bad," Toby said, clapping Harry on the shoulder and not noticing the wince of pain he created. "How about you take some of that stuff out to the trash quick?" He nodded to a pack of boxes. "No problem," Harry said, wishing he could use some magic for it. However, while he may no longer be a Hogwarts student, he still felt bound to the rules about using it for everyday activities. He was aware the Rangers did that a bit themselves, but still felt comfortable doing things on his own. He was placing the boxes in the bin when he heard some whispering not far off. He frowned as he heard one voice a bit high-pitched and with a wicked tone. Something about it seemed to hint at trouble for Harry, and he reached under his coat to pull out his invisibility cloak. He supposed it could be termed paranoid to have it around when he went out, but then constant vigilance was one lesson of Mad-Eye Moody's he was willing to listen to. Donning it, Harry carefully walked around the corner and looked into a nearby alleyway. He saw Lily standing there in one of her usually stylish outfits, a short skirt with connected jacket, purple coverings on her legs, and high heels. Facing her was a creature a bit taller, feminine, but clearly not human, and for all the world, was basically a giant walking bat. From the way the Rangers had described her, Harry knew this had to be Necroli. "You were supposed to keep an eye on them," she hissed to the girl. "Hello," Lily scoffed. "They got on a giant train that showed up out of nowhere and then flew into the sky. How am I supposed to follow that?" The vampire woman sniffed. "Imperius was not pleased to learn you had yet to pull your weight here. You are our spy. You must prove yourself." "I try," the girl retorted. "Kinda hard to get them to trust me, and you know how I hate having to hang out here that much. I'd much rather be at the mall." Necroli hissed as she leaned in. "Do not test me, daughter. I am not in the mood for your frivolous desires." Harry's eyes widened under the cloak. "Daughter?" Lily just rolled her eyes. "Honestly, Mom, have you ever had fun in your life that didn't involve maiming and torturing?" "That's fun enough," the vampire said in utter seriousness. "I'm trying to help you with your future in our evil empire, Lily, but you make it very difficult. And spit out that gum when I talk to you." Lily sniffed as she turned her head and spit out the gum. It flew through the air to strike Harry right between the eyes, and he was unable to keep back a gasp at the sudden shock. The cry was enough to get Necroli's attention, and her head whipped around to where it had come from. Her enhanced vision saw the slight shimmer of air where the cloak was, and she hissed as she threw out a hand. Harry yelped as a bolt of magical energy just barely missed him. He rolled, the cloak shifting about to briefly show himself. Getting to his feet, he managed to wrap it back around him and rushed as quickly as he could. As he did, he managed to get out his wand and let out a burst of white light that drove the vampire back. By the time Necroli had recovered, Harry was gone and she was cursing out loud. Behind her, Lily just fixed her mother with a glare. "You don't want me to have any friends, do you?" Lily is Necroli's daughter. Nick stated it in the flat tone one used when they hear something that just doesn't compute in their minds. "Yes," Harry answered. It was the 5th time in the last minute he'd had to hear one of the Rangers say that, the moods ranging from shock to flat amazement. Harry had managed to make it back to Root Core shortly before the Rangers returned from their training mission and had immediately told them his discovery. "I don't believe it," Chip gasped. How the hell could a girl so cute be birthed from that? It makes sense, though, Vita mused. Like when she lured me to that club where they tried to turn us all into vampires, and she bailed out before it started. Said her mom wanted her home. Nick nodded. And when that money Toby had went missing, and she made you all think I took it. I bet she hid it herself to try and cause trouble. Harry shrugged. I can't explain it, but that's what I heard. And now, they know we all know about them. A troubling development, Daggerin stated. But it does help us. We know the truth, so Lily can't cause more trouble with us in an attempt to trick us. Yep, but she also knows we know, Nick pointed out. Which means she's probably going to just hang around with Mommy Dearest for a while. Yadana was standing by the zenitome, having taken in all of this with a calm expression. I have to admit to being surprised at this. I knew Necroli was not the typical vampire, but to have a human child is something unexpected. She glanced to Daggerin. It does mean we'll have to accelerate some of the training. Indeed, Daggerin nodded back. Harry, I'd like you to join me outside for a bit. Me? Harry frowned. I'm all right. He followed Daggerin out, a bit surprised at being chosen like this. Training was for the Rangers, not himself. He allowed the man to lead him to an open field before he turned. I am aware you are not destined to be one of the mystic protectors, the knight said in his strong tone. But I do believe it's important we improve your defensive skills. Like it or not, you are in some danger here. I am, Harry said, startled. Daggerin nodded. I don't believe Imperius knows who you truly are, but I think it's certain he can sense your power and your potential. He knows you could be a threat to us, and will no doubt attempt to either steal your magic for himself, or... He paused. Kill me, Harry sighed. Great. So much for this place being safe. It could be if you were trained, Daggerin said. Now, hit me, Harry blinked. I'm sorry, hit me, Daggerin repeated. Or at least try to. Go on. Staring at the man uncertainly, Harry threw a half-hearted punch at his head. Daggerin moved in a flash, grabbing his hand and using it to throw Harry to the ground. The young man gasped as he hit the ground hard. He rubbed at his back as he saw Daggerin gazing down at him. The man let out a long sigh. This may take a bit of work. Work turned out to be the operative word. Hand-to-hand combat was one thing Hogwarts had never gone into teaching, so Harry was, almost literally, a babe in the woods. He did his best to keep up, and it was clear Daggerin was taking it slow, but it was still hard for him to even block a soft kick or punch. He was as surprised as Daggerin when he actually managed to block a kick and make a follow-through blow of his one. He did have to do it a few more times, and the repetitive process was getting to him. I think that may be enough for today, Daggerin announced as he backed up. Sounds good, Harry said with a gasp as he bent down to take a few breaths, sweat staining his forehead. He brushed some of the leaves off his cloak as Daggerin moved back to a nearby set of rocks. I think it's time we tested your magic more, Daggerin said. Now, Harry stared. But you said that was for combat, Daggerin stated. But your magic could use some improvement as well. Harry frowned but decided to go along with it. All right, what do you need me to do? Daggerin backed away from the rock to show a series of smaller rocks placed on top. Trying to knock these off. Harry had expected something a bit harder, but wasn't complaining as he removed his wand and lifted it up. Without the wand, Harry stared at Daggerin, positive he hadn't heard the man correctly. I beg your pardon? Daggerin reached over to pluck the wand right out of his hand. Try it without the wand. But I can't do wandless magic, Harry protested. Actually, you can. You've just never been taught how. At Harry's gaping mouth, Daggerin continued. The wand is merely a tool. Harry, a way to focus your energies. For your section of the wizarding community, it's also a crutch as they've been so used to using them. They can't do without them at all. But you have a great potential for magic, Harry, greater than even you know. All you need to do is realize it, and you can use it without the wand. Harry shook his head. But I've never tried it. Yes, you have, Daggerin said. Yadana told me you called your wand to you when you first met the Rangers. That was a fluke, Harry protested. I didn't even know what I was doing. Exactly, Daggerin said. Don't try to cast a spell here. Don't force it. Just let it flow. Let it work as if you had the wand. He backed up to give Harry a clear view of the rocks. Go ahead. Harry was uncertain, but did as he said. He peered at the rocks as he tried to focus the energies for a normal spell. It was odd to do so, his finger reflexively clutching around the wand that wasn't there. Don't try so hard, Daggerin softly said behind him. Remember, Let it flow naturally. Taking a deep breath, Harry nodded as he focused his gaze directly on one rock. He could feel the energy swirl and move as if rushing down to his right hand. Before he could even realize it, he'd thrust the hand out and a blast of blue energy ripped out to hit the center rock, sending it flying into the one next to it. Harry staggered back, letting out a long gasp. He stared in disbelief at the spot where the rocks had been, not believing what he'd done. He stared at his hand, swearing he could still see some flickering energy swirling about his fingers. "Very good," Daggerin said, clapping a hand to his shoulder. "How do you feel?" "I'm a bit tired," Harry admitted, taking a deep breath as he felt an ache down his body. Daggerin nodded. "It does seem to take more out of you than I had thought. I think it best to take a break. You can work on it more tonight." Harry was about to offer a weak protest when the sound of a snapping twig echoed. He and Daggerin were instantly alert, glancing at the forest. For a moment, Harry wondered if it was Phineas, then remembered the troll could never be so quiet. "Who's there?" Daggerin called out. There was a pause, and then a figure stepped into view, an attractive young woman with bright purple hair dressed in jeans and a leather jacket. "Watch her, Harry." Harry's eyes widened. "Tonks," the Auror smiled. "Good to see you again. We've been missing you back home. Time to take you back." Harry backed away, his wand back in his hand, and raising. "I didn't do it, Tonks." She frowned. "I knew that, Harry." She moved forward. "Listen, just come with me and—" "If you want Harry," Daggerin said, stepping forward. "You'll have to get through me first." Tonks raised an eyebrow. "Now that sounds like a challenge." "I like challenges." "Then you'll love this," Nick called out as the rest of the Rangers appeared behind Daggerin, giving Harry a start. Vita was in the lead, ready to fight as usual, but stopped as she took in Tonks. Tonks was staring right back at the teenager with a red streak through her black mane. "Love the hair," both spoke at once. "Really love how you got it all around," Vita added. "Your color's not bad either," Tonks observed. She paused, and her hair shifted to the same shade of red. "Whoa," Vita said, eyes wide. "That is so cool. Can you teach me how to do that?" "Oh, no problem. It's an easy enough spell, and—" "Beef?" Madison snapped. "I see your choice in friends hasn't improved much, Potter," Service Snape offered as he stepped out from behind Tonks. He was in an obviously sour mood, brushing at his black cloak and sniffing disdainfully at the forest around him. "Great Merlin, I knew this place was secluded when I sent you here, Potter, but I didn't know it was this bad." Harry peered at him in shock. "You sent me here? Your hearing's suffering since you arrived, Potter?" Snape remarked. "I didn't expect much gratitude, but at least a thank you can suffice. What are you two doing here?" Harry demanded. "It's three," came another voice as Sirius Black stepped out from behind a tree. "Good to see you again, pup," he whispered. "Sirius," Harry whispered. He was barely aware of lowering the wand or rushing forward, only feeling his godfather's arms around him and holding him tight, and for the first time in too long a while, Harry finally felt some safety and love once more. Next chapter shows what Sirius and Snape have been up to, and a few new developments for Harry and company as well. Thanks for all the great comments. Hope this lives up to them. Answers revealed. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Answers explained. Much like the man himself, Service Snape's quarters were dark and lacking in comfort. The dim lighting was barely enough to let an average person see, but Snape handled it well as he threw his dark cloak onto a waiting chair and sat in a chair, wiping at his face. "Hey!" Scowl was marked on it, more drawn than usual, and if one looked closer, they could see the sadness deep in his eyes. "I want to know why." Snape started, leaping up and whirling about to see Sirius Black leaning on a wall behind him. "How did you get in here?" he snarled. "I got out of Azkaban, Snape. I can break your lock," Black said. His usual smirk was gone, his face deadly serious. "And I asked a question." "I don't recall a question there," Snape rejoined. "I would have thought you'd be leaving after your little temper tantrum in front of the Order." "I left them," Sirius said, his scowl growing. "I couldn't take listening to them any longer. To just assume for utter fact that Harry is guilty. The evidence is stacked against him," Snape said, settling back into his chair. "Especially with what Diggory said." "Diggory," Sirius sniffed. "I don't know what happened to him, or what's making him say these things, but he's lying." "He stood up to Veristerium," Snape pointed out. "I don't care. He has to be lying." Harry wouldn't do that. This no doubt comes from you being such an excellent judge of character, Snape dryly intoned. As I'm sure Pettigrew would agree with. Sirius glared at him before going on. You'd think Dumbledore would see it, but oh no. He just goes along with it and wants us to hunt Harry down before he gets his followers together. And the rest just nod and go along with it. I knew the old man had lost it when he hired you as a teacher, but I didn't know it was this bad. Black, as much as I enjoy your howling on the idiocies of those beneath my intellect, is there a reason you're here? Snape impatiently asked. Sirius paused before looking at him. When they told me that, somehow Harry used a portkey to vanish, I checked the area. They didn't know where he went, but I sniffed around. And I picked up one scent in particulars. His eyes narrowed. Yours. Snape's face betrayed nothing. I was among those searching. This was older, Sirius went on. Same thing with Harry's room, where some of his personal items were missing. I somehow doubt he had time to pack while he was being chased. He leaned in. When I smelled it, I knew. I don't know why, but I knew it had to be you who gave him the way out. He leaned even closer. And I want to know why. Snape snorted. You honestly believe I'd help out that whelp? That I'd do anything for him after what his father, with a snarl, Sirius, threw aside the small table between them, glaring at Snape. For Merlin's sake, Snape, that was almost 30 years ago. Let it go, let it go. Snape snarled right back. You made my life miserable, the lot of you. You persecuted me, ran me down, almost killed me, all for your own enjoyment. And you all wonder how I turned out the way I did. Fine, Sirius yelled. Fine, you want me to say it? We were miserable bastards to you. We did all that because we didn't like you. Treated you like garbage when you never deserved it. Now when you consider James is dead and I spent 12 years in Azkaban, I think we're pretty much even. We'll never be even, Black, Snape stated flatly. I want to know why, Snape, Sirius said. I want an answer now, or so help me. I tell Dumbledore. Snape was silent for a moment before speaking. As much as I hated him, James Potter was not truly a killer. And Lily, a brief moment of melancholy came to his eyes before he shook it off. I will not accept that the son of Lily Evans could become a monster such as this. An arrogant whelp, yes. A killer and a new Dark Lord. He shook his head. I knew he could not be responsible, and if those fools couldn't see it, I knew I had to get him somewhere out of their reach. Sirius just stared at him, letting out a long breath. Where is he, Snape? I need to find him. Safe, Snape stated. I'm not saying where, not yet. It's better for him and you. Sirius was ready to argue, but shut his mouth. Right, fine. He licked his lips. But how do we handle this on our end? Snape looked surprised and amused. And why should I help you with anything? Because you know Voldemort's back, Sirius said. I'm pretty sure you've heard from his Death Eaters, inviting you back. I have, Snape admitted, studying his fingernails. Albus was suggesting I work as a spy among them, but getting in is far more difficult than you'd expect. However, I dare say those invitations may be revoked soon. The Dark Lord is staying much more under the public eye this time around. You think he's behind Harry's framing? Snape shook his head. I'm not sure. It is a bit Machiavellian. Even for him, and with his ego, I don't see him unable to crow about it for long. Plus, while removing Harry from the field helps him, he'd much rather just kill him and be done with it. Sirius paced more. I guess we'll have to think of something. Frankly, I'm appalled so many of them are willing to buy into this. Remus, I know, believes in him, ditto for Tonks. He rubbed his hair. Ron and Hermione, a Weasley and a mudblood failing to show intelligence. What a shock. Sirius let out a long sigh. This is bad, Snape. I mean, really bad. I just know that before this is over, everyone is going to regret not believing in Harry, but it's going to be bloody. The fact he agreed with Sirius wholeheartedly made a chill go down Snape's spine. So, you two have been working together? Harry asked in wonder. The Rangers, Snape, Sirius, and Tonks were inside Root Core, gathered around the main table, listening to the tale the two men had. Well, more like loose cooperation, Sirius was quick to say. Harry turned to Snape. You sent me here? I believe we have covered that already, Potter, Snape stated. I had heard of Root Core among my studies and the reputation of Udana. Thus, I believe that this would be a safe and secure place to send you out of everyone's hair. Harry rolled his eyes. 10 minutes here, and I was attacked by a superpowered knight. one day, and I was in the middle of a monster attack. Bloody bang-up job, Snape. Sirius had to laugh at the glower Snape made before he spoke. I used some of my contacts, Snape had his, and that's when we heard Voldemort was organizing an attack on the Ministry. He was after some sort of prophecy, Tonks said. Sirius tried to get word, but after standing up for you so much, they weren't real keen on taking it at face value. I had to give the warning, Snape stated. In doing so, of course, it was made clear to Voldemort that I was allied with the Order, which does not make me popular with them. As if you know about popularity, Sirius quipped. As it happened, that attack actually worked out a bit into our plans. With all the chaos going around in the battle, it wasn't too hard to make a simple stun blast I took look like a fatal blow that pretty much vaporized me. A little sample of my skin to mix into the dust, and Viola, the late Sirius Black, may he rest in peace. You faked your death? Harry asked in astonishment. With help from Tonks and Snape, Sirius stated. Not Remus, though. I hated to do it, but he is a horrible liar, and his grief does convince everyone. Wow, pretty sneaky, Xander said with some respect. Oh, please don't fill his head up, Snape muttered. Sirius nodded. That freed me to go underground and try to find some new information on who set you up. Did you? Madison asked. Sirius sighed. Not really. From what I could overhear, even the Death Eaters seemed to think Harry did do that to Cedric. Another nice benefit of the attack, Tonks asserted. They all saw Voldemort leading it, which means they now all finally accept he's back. She giggled. I have to say, the look on Fudge's face was simply priceless. Almost as good as when they gave him the sack just 2 days later. Yes, having the Ministry at Chaos at a time of war is delightful. Snape naturally had to throw a damper on her mood. But they think I was lying about Voldemort, Harry said, a hopeful expression on his face. If they know he's back, they have to believe in me being framed. Right? The hope faded at the somber looks the trio exchanged. They caught Pettigrew, Sirius said. They gave him Versatarium so they know I was framed, and it just figures I can't crow about it. Brushing that aside, he quickly went on. They also had him talking about you helping Voldemort be resurrected. Harry blinked, not quite believing what he was hearing. Excuse me? He says you helped capture Cedric, used him to resurrect Voldemort, and agreed to be his agent in Hogwarts, Sirius went on. He admitted to that as much as he admitted to betraying James and Lily. Harry shook his head. But how can he lie about that? I'm rather baffled myself, Snape hated to admit. I checked the potion myself. It was authentic. He shook his head. It's possible the Dark Lord's magic has grown greater than expected, that he might actually be able to create false memories. A truly troubling development. Of course, Dumbledore and the rest don't buy that, Tonks said, her hair turning red with anger. They believe in Pettigrew totally, and they think you've been on his side for a year. Vida es nortez. Come on. They all actually believe Harry would willingly throw in with the guy who murdered his parents, left him an orphan, and has tried to kill him all this time. She looked to Harry. You ask me, you might as well just stay here and let Voldemort take over. It's what those idiots deserve. Tonks smiled. I like her. Harry threw up his hands as he paced. I can't believe this. Bad enough they thought I was setting myself up as a Dark Lord. Now they think I'm a servant of him. His eyes were flashing with anger. Harry, calm yourself, Daggerin stated. Harry wasn't listening. Ron and Hermione? They can't believe. The look on Sirius' face was answer enough, and he threw out a hand to sweep some books off a desk. Damn it, he yelled as he swung his hand out again, and this time, a blast of energy ripped into another wall. Harry, Yadana called out, rising to her feet and moving to his side. Harry, calm yourself. Please. She took his arms to hold him as he shook with the anger. The Rangers were jarred by his actions, but seemed to understand. Tonks, Snape, and Sirius, on the other hand, were all staring in utter shock. Did he just... Tonks began with a whisper. Impossible, Snape whispered, his face slack. Wandless magic from Potter? Impossible. Sirius was smiling as he stared. I'll be damned, he muttered. I always knew he had something special in him. Yeah, but I still haven't been able to teach him the basics of dancing, Xander said. He gets that from his father, Sirius said. James had 2 left feet. Hey, at least it's one more than Harry, Xander said. Snape looked skyward. Wonderful, just what I wanted, another black in training. Yadana was still trying to calm Harry. I know this is difficult. Difficult. Harry snapped, his eyes still angry. My 2 best friends believing that of me. Everyone believing I could do that. Not everyone, Sirius was quick to say. Remus doesn't. There are a few others. Yadana brushed Harry's face gently. I know this is hard for you, she softly said. It is a trial, but it is one I know you can face, and you can achieve victory over. She looked him in the eye. We all know the truth about you, Harry. You have us so never, ever believe you are alone. She hugged him gently as he finally settled down. At the looks of the other wizards, Claire smiled. She's great at this. Daggerin coughed to get everyone's attention. I hate to interrupt, but what exactly is the purpose you three have in coming here now? To check on Harry, of course, Sirius said. We needed to tell him what's been going on, and to take him back with you? Daggerin asked, which got the Ranger's attention. Sirius hesitated, but Snape spoke. Potter's place, as much as I hate to say it, is with our world. If the Order cannot accept that Potter is innocent, and he's the one needed to defeat Voldemort, we'll just have to make do without them. Hold on. Nick broke in, raising a hand. You just told him he's the most wanted man in your community, and you want him to go back. We need him, Tonks pressed. It's as simple as that. Nothing about this world is ever simple, Daggerin stated. Especially when we deal with matters of fate and destiny. Hey, you can't just take Harry away. Madison gasped. He's our friend, and he's the one destined to face and defeat Voldemort, Snape intoned. That outweighs any petty friendships you may have. They're not petty to me, Snape, Harry said as he turned to the professor. Just because you have no friends is no reason to run me down for mine. Given your past friendships, if I may interrupt, Yadana quickly broke in. As much as I agree Harry may be needed, the fact is that his training is at a unique juncture. Training? Sirius frowned. You've been training him here? Daggerin nodded as he stepped up, both in magic and physical skills. As you've no doubt already noticed, Harry's strength is far greater than you may have suspected. Perhaps the magic of the forest is bringing out what was already inside him. To go back to your world without that proper training could be dangerous. Sirius brushed his hair back. Look, with respect to you all, I was keeping an eye on them at this store of theirs earlier to get an idea what kind of folks Harry was around. And I couldn't help noting that they use magic, well, without finesse. Sirius returned her gaze. I saw you using those wands to clean up around your store, simple chores that wouldn't have made you break a sweat physically. You can use all the power you want fighting these things you do, but magic for simple everyday tasks? That's one rule Hogwarts puts in over students I agree with. Yadana's own face was stony as she looked to the Rangers. I had believed we already discussed such use of magic, she said in a cool tone that would do Snape proud. To rely on it too much is to leave yourselves open should it be unusable. Without your wands, your powers are limited, as Harry could attest to. Nick felt the need to speak up. Yadana, Harry moved up. Yadana, they are muggles. They've been without magic all their lives. It can be a rush when you first find out. I know that. And they do know how to use it in battle. Practicing it more can't hurt. Yes, but without control and discipline, the results can be catastrophic, Yadana stated. I thought Daggerin had been teaching you all that. She paused as she looked them over, then at Harry, her brow furrowing. Perhaps this is a way we can use all. One solution for all our various problems. One that can be mutually beneficial to all of us and aid Harry's world as well. What sort of solution? Sirius asked. Yadana told them, plainly and clearly. There were frowns and some protests, but all of those were cut off by a sound no one had ever heard before. The sound of Service Snape laughing long and heartedly. Coming next, a new year dawns at Hogwarts with some new students. New Year, Harry Potter and the Mystic Force. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. New Year. Normally, the Hogwarts Express was a good ride for Ginny Weasley. It was always fun to meet students, relax with her brothers, and enjoy the scenic ride to the school she'd come to enjoy. This year, however, things were different, as evidenced by her taking up her own compartment, gazing out sadly at the rainy landscape whizzing past. When the door opened, she didn't bother looking to it. It had opened 1 or 2 times before, but each time, the person on the other side had taken one look at her and backed out of it. It had hurt, but she was prepared for it. When your own family turns on you, it became easier to accept the treatment from strangers. So she was surprised when a soft male voice spoke up. Mind if I join you? Looking up, Ginny was thrown to see a young man standing there in a loose-fitting robe, a bag in his hand, and a sad smile on his face. Neville Longbottom smiled as he entered the compartment. I guess this is the only car interested in having me inside. Ginny motioned to the other bench as he sat down. You too, huh? Neville nodded. My family warned me it might be bad, but still. He shook his head. I just can't understand it. Any of it. You and me both. Ginny sighed. Her face hardened a bit. Did you see Cedric coming on board? Neville rolled his eyes. Like I could miss him? Merlin, all those girls fawning over him, boys asking for autographs, the minister seeing him off. It was ridiculous. Ginny brushed her red hair back. And Hermione was the worst of them, lagging behind like a dog, almost panting at him, and Ron sucking up to him like Harry never existed. A long silence went up at the mention of the name. How can he be like that? Neville asked. How can your bother just turn on Harry after all of that? Ginny took a moment before answering. Jealously. He always denied it, but deep down, Ron has always been jealous of Harry. Of the fame of being the boy who lived, of his skills, of how everyone looked up to him. Even when he was friends, he'd talk about how Harry seemed to have things going for him. I guess it was easy for him to think the worst then. Maybe, Neville acknowledged. But Hermione? She's so bright and intelligent. You'd think she'd see. Ginny scoffed. Come off it, Neville. If Dumbledore gave Hermione a feather and told her it would allow her to fly, she'd be leaping off the roof of Hogwarts. She always believes in only what can be written down and read about in evidence, but have a teacher tell her something. She'll take it to the bank without a second thought. Neville had to admit that. I still can't believe it's just you and me who believe in him still. Luna does, Ginny was quick to point out. Neville rolled his eyes. Oh, and she's such a respected person. Still, it's possible others might believe in him too, and are just too afraid to speak up. She smiled. We started our own group with Harry. Maybe we can find others to help out. I suppose. Neville was interrupted when the door opened again, and the two people neither wanted to deal with stood in the doorway. Ginny, Ron Weasley snapped. Where have you been? Since when do you care? She fired right back at him. Not like you've been making much effort to look me up at Fred and George's the last month. You, or Mom and Dad. Ron gave Neville a cool glance before going back to his sister. We're just trying to look out for you, Ginny. You know how unpopular your feelings can be. Loyalty? That sort of feeling. Ginny was a bit more sharp-toothed than Neville recalled, but was rather enjoying seeing Ron squirm a bit. Ginny, Hermione said calmly. I know you have some feelings toward Harry, a little crush and all that. But look at the evidence, what Cedric said. There cannot be any doubt that he's guilty. Dumbledore believes that which should be good enough for you. Neville wondered if she'd always been this arrogant, and he had just never noticed before. Upon closer look, he saw that she had her hair done in a nice twist, and even appeared to be wearing makeup. Hermione wearing makeup and wanting to look good for Cedric? Merlin, the world no longer made any sense. Ginny gave him a look of told you so before glancing back at Hermione. He saved you. He helped you out. Both of you, and this is how you repay him. He used us, Ginny, Ron snapped, to get his precious Dark Lord back, to build up power for them. I can't believe you buy that, Neville interrupted, anger on his face. The man murdered his parents, Ron. You honestly think Harry would join him? Others have joined for less power than Harry was offered. Hermione sniffed. He was always a bit full of himself with his reputation and all. And you are an idiot to believe that. All of them turned as Draco Malfoy leaned in the hallway of the train. He still had that arrogant air offset by his blonde hair and dark robes. His eyes were cool as he took in the four. I always knew you were an idiot, Granger, but this is pushing it even for you. What are you doing here, Malfoy? Ron scowled. Thought you took your own transport to school. It appears the Ministry is still intent on harassing our family and our good name, Malfoy said. That includes seizing some of our assets. Good name? Ron snorted. Your father was a Death Eater captured attacking the Ministry, Malfoy. You don't have a good name. Not that you ever did, Hermione remarked with a smirk. Draco raised an eyebrow. A bit more teeth than you, Granger. I suppose betrayal must give you some spine. I'm not going to be lectured by you, Malfoy. Hermione brushed her hair back. You never liked Harry at all. True, Malfoy agreed. But at least then, I wasn't acting for all the world like his friend only to turn on him at the slightest provocation. Slightest? Ron moved forward. Cedric told us what he did. Pettigrew backed up the idea. He's been working with, He killed Hagrid. He's guilty, Malfoy. And that's all you needed. Draco intoned. All that was required to turn your back on your best friend. He was never our friend, Hermione said with another sniff. Do you need a handkerchief? Ginny asked, causing Neville to let out a laugh. Ron looked at Ginny, trying to sound caring, but coming off demanding all the same. If you want things to go well for you this year, Ginny, you'll come off this foolish crush on Potter and accept things as they are. It must be nice to be living on the high ground, Ron, Neville flatly said. Any recommendations on where to move there? Ron just glared before backing up. We'll talk later after the induction ceremony, he said. He pointed at his sister. This isn't just me, Ginny. Mom and Dad feel the same way, and Fred and George should be listening too. He was almost out of the compartment when Ginny spoke. You. No, Ron. At least Percy was upfront about his feelings regarding Harry. He didn't try to hide behind friendship for a while before showing his true colors. Now listen, Ron was about to say before Hermione put a hand on his arm. Come on, Ron, let's go, she said, pulling him away. She's young. She'll have to learn the truth for herself. With a final glare, Ron followed her out. Malfoy shook his head. And I thought those two were prats before. I'm young. Ginny sniffed. I'm 2 years younger than her, and a hell of a lot more mature by the looks of things. Well, I suppose it's best you get that started soon, Malfoy said with his cocky smile. Believe me, it's like that all over, and the more you trumpet Potter's innocence at Hogwarts, the worse it will be for you. Best to just keep it quiet and try to sail through. Sod off, Malfoy, Neville snapped. Like you give a damn either way. Draco was quiet for a moment before turning to leave. He paused and spoke up. For what it's worth, I never believed any of it for an instant. Both Ginny and Neville looked up in surprise. What? They asked in unison. Malfoy turned to them as he nodded. Conniving enough to kill Cedric and come up with setting up his own forces? Throwing in with the Dark Lord? Acting the caring hero to lure people in? He shook his head. Potter could never do that. He doesn't have the intellect or, more importantly, the courage and edge to pull off something like that. But of course, those old fools running things are too blind to see it. Neville still had amazement on his face. You're defending him, Malfoy? You're his worst enemy. Draco shrugged. I suppose that makes me the closest thing he has to a friend. He looked at the two, and the smile returned. Well, second closest? Without another word, he walked out. Neville and Ginny exchanged amazed looks. Of all people, Draco is standing up for Harry, Neville said. The world has truly gone mad, and the year hasn't even started yet, Ginny said with a slightly apprehensive sigh. As Neville had feared, the cold shoulder continued at Hogwarts as most of the other Gryffindors stayed away from him and Ginny. A glance at the smug smile on Ron's face confirmed his suspicions as to who was behind that attitude. He tried to put it aside as he watched the usual ceremonies of the Sorting Hat commence before the big speech. He usually got a thrill and felt a sense of honor listening to Dumbledore welcome the new students to Hogwarts. This year, however, he no longer felt that sense of pride in Albus Dumbledore. He simply gazed at the elderly headmaster and wondered how a man supposedly so wise and well-respected could make such a massive error in judgment when it came to Harry. He gazed around, noticing Hermione rapt as ever. Well, that was when she wasn't trying to make eyes with Cedric. Luna Lovegood was on the far side of one table, gazing off into space. Neville had hoped to talk to her soon, but hadn't the chance yet. His attention returned to Dumbledore as he began to move to a different topic. As you are all aware, our school suffered a horrible loss with our beloved groundskeeper, Hagrid. Neville winced, sure more accusations against Harry would follow. We still miss and mourn that gentle giant and the warmth he brought to us all. We have not made a decision on his replacement, but we do hope all will keep his memory alive. Letting everyone take that in, Dumbledore continued. As for our vacancy in the position of defense against the dark arts, I have a rather special announcement to make. We have been contacted by a great practitioner of magic from a distant land, one who does not usually mingle in our part of the world. However, the qualifications he brings are more than enough to fill the position, and I do believe he can bring his teachings to all of us in this dangerous time. A murmur went up among the students as Dumbledore continued. He shall not be coming alone. It would appear he and a great witch have students of their own and feel the ways of Hogwarts may be most beneficial to them. He paused as he looked over to an hourglass set on the wall. I had hoped they would be arriving in time for the ceremony, but it appears. There was a sudden flash of light, and a blue circle marked with arcane symbols appeared from nowhere. It lowered itself from the ceiling to the floor and then flew right back up. In its place stood a group of people. 5 were teens wearing an assortment of multi-colored shirts with dark cloaks. One was a hooded young boy in the back. Another was a strong and proud bearded man in a brown outfit standing next to a beautiful red-haired woman in a white dress. The woman glanced about with a slight smile. "I'm sorry. Are we late?" Neville turned around and was greeted by a sight he wished he could photograph and put on his wall. Hermione staring open-mouthed and wide-eyed at the group who had just teleported into the heart of Hogwarts. The woman turned to bow to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I am Yadana. This is Daggerin and our charges." Dumbledore managed to hide his surprise, well, although it was clear he was as rocked by the arrival as everyone else. "Yes, students, may I introduce you to the Mystic Force Power Rangers?" He waved his hands out. "I am sure you shall all do your best to make them feel welcome." "How did you do that?" Hermione cried out. Neville hoped that she was unaware of how much it sounded like a screech, but she probably didn't care. You apparated into Hogwarts. No can do that. It's impossible. Consider that your first lesson," Daggerin said with a smile. "Just because you've been told something is not possible does not make it utter fact." Yadana faced the students and smiled to them all. "I do hope you can help the Rangers feel welcome. Their studies are different than yours, as are much of their ways, but I do believe the discipline Hogwarts is renowned for may be of aid to them." "Mistress Yadana," Dumbledore called out. "Perhaps you can introduce them all?" "It is simply Yadana," she told him. "May I introduce you all to Nick, Madison, Vita, Chip, and Xander." Her eyes fell upon the last figure as he removed his hood. "And finally, a rather new student of ours." Everyone gazed at the man revealed. He wasn't too handsome, more plain in features than anything else, his blue eyes seeming to squint in the light. He brushed at his forehead under his unruly pop of curly black hair, as if rubbing a spot, forcing a smile on his thin face. "James Bourne," Yadana finished, and behind the illusion prepared, Harry Potter swallowed as he returned to his former home. Next chapter explains the name and disguise as the Rangers get used to their new day classes. First arrivals: Harry Potter and the Mystic Force. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. First arrivals. This is without a doubt the stupidest idea you've ever had, Xander. And that covers a lot of ground. Harry hadn't known the Rangers too long, but had come to trust their judgment. Thus, as much as he liked Xander, he was inclined to listen to what Vita was saying about his idea, even if Harry didn't quite get it. "Why not?" Xander said. He motioned to Harry, who was looking at himself in a mirror, marveling at the illusion the Rangers had helped him create. "Come on, Vi, we got it set so that sticks around as long as he wants, and it'll be almost impossible to detect." "But James Bourne?" Vita shook her head. "We're going to the trouble to whip up a new face and all, and you give him the worst fake name imaginable. What's so bad about that?" Tonks asked from the corner of the Root Core main room. Vita gave her a stare. "Are you kidding me? Mixing James Bond and Jason Bourne? That's not going to cause a stir?" Tonks frowned. "Who?" Vita stared at her, then at the equally confused looks on the faces of Sirius and Snape. "Bond. James Bond." She looked at Black. "I know you spent years in jail, but still you had to have heard of him." Sirius shook his head. "No. He's some wizard from your world." The other Rangers were as baffled as Vi as they stared at the wizards. "None of you have ever heard of James Bond?" Nick asked in wonder. "I told you the wizarding world doesn't mix much with muggles," Harry said. "You didn't tell us they were isolated from popular culture." Nick said. "Next you'll tell us you've never heard of Star Wars either." At the baffled looks, he rolled his eyes. "I don't believe this." "See," Nick said. "They won't even know. It's an alias. Come on. The last place they'd think of to look for Harry is right under their noses." "Your logic, if I can call it that," Snape began, "may actually be correct here. The search for Potter has taken a back seat to the Voldemort crisis, but putting him in Hogwarts can be a good place to hide. More importantly," Yadana said, "the Rangers shall be there to help out in case of trouble." "Why do we have to go?" Madison asked. "I mean, we have our duties here. What if Imperius attacks?" Chip asked. "I shall make arrangements to keep us in contact with Briarwood," Yadana explained. "If an attack should occur, we will transport there immediately from Hogwarts." You can't," Tonks said. "You can't apparate out of Hogwarts. It's impossible." Yadana gave her one of those little smiles the Rangers knew so well. Let us determine how possible our magics are, my dear. She looked back at the Rangers. This will be a great benefit to you all. While their magics are different, the teachings of Hogwarts can school you in the proper use, and make sure you do not rely on them too much. What about our jobs? Vita asked. Toby's already ticked we have to take so much time off. That is your concern, Udana stated. The discussion is over. You will be attending Hogwarts with Harry. She turned to Snape. I trust you will be watching over them with us. I won't give them special treatment, Snape immediately said. It wouldn't look right. I shall treat them as I treat any other student, which is to say, be a right rotter, Black said with a smile as Snape merely shrugged. Great, back to school, Xander sighed. I enjoy summer vacation, which so far has been made up of us fighting evil monsters, Vita pointed out. Still better than school. As the other Rangers nodded, Snape and Sirius exchanged worried glances. You're sure this is the right idea? Snape said. Sirius smiled. Imagine once again the idea of this pack turned loose on Dumbledore. Snape did, and once again, a chuckle escaped his lips before he could silence it. As he stood in the main hall of Hogwarts, with eyes on him and the Rangers, Harry fervently hoped the illusion hid his nervousness as well. He glanced over to the main table where the teachers sat, worrying one might see through the disguise, but even Dumbledore regarded him with little more than curiosity. His major attention was on Udana and Daggerin, as Harry had no doubt they could feel the power the two adults had. We are still honored by your presence, Dumbledore said with great pride. And we are honored to be here, Udana said. We have heard much of you, Headmaster. Her voice contained no irony at all at the words. We shall do our best to learn here, but I do hope you understand if the Rangers are called away to duty. Saving lives and stopping the evil that arrives at Briarwood is their first priority. Of course, Dumbledore stated. Well, we can discuss the particulars later. For now, your students are welcome to join us for dinner. We got drive-thru on our way over, Xander lightly remarked, causing a frown from Daggerin. I see, Dumbledore said. You can at least join the students for the meal and get to know them. We shall also have a room set up for you at the Gryffindor quarters. Thank you, Udana said. Rangers, feel free to mingle. Daggerin and I have business to discuss with the headmaster. The two adults moved on as the Rangers moved toward the tables, aware of the stares given to them. They had only taken a few steps when Hermione stalked toward them, her eyes wide. How did you do that? She demanded. How could you apparate into Hogwarts? The blocks, the shields, they've kept anyone from doing that for centuries. High time to change the locks then, Chip said with a smile. Hermione did not return it. I have to know how you did that. Best to tell her, mate. Ron spoke from the seat nearby. You don't want to get her upset. Too true, Harry whispered under his breath. Relax, Hermione, Cedric said as he stood up and walked forward. Harry was amazed that Hermione did just that, actually quieting as the man came and giving Cedric an admiring look. The young man seemed to ignore it as he nodded to the Rangers. Cedric Diggory, you're welcome to join us if you want. Thanks, Harry said, trying to keep himself calm as he gazed at the man who had ruined his life. He let his gaze move down the table and nodded to a space near the end. Looks like there are some seats down there. Seeing where he was motioning, Ron quickly spoke. You really don't want to sit with them. And why not? Madison asked. They're not a popular sort, Cedric said as diplomatically as he could. They believe in, well, something a lot of other people don't. We can handle stuff others find hard to believe, Nick said as he moved past Cedric. We can handle whatever they have. You don't want to be there, Ron said, his face darkening. It won't go well for you at Hogwarts to end up on the wrong side. And if you stand with Harry Potter, that's the wrong side. We'll take our chances, Harry coolly said as he brushed past his former friend and toward the far side of the table. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the occupants. Ron and Hermione may have let him down, but he should have known that good old Neville Longbottom would be sticking by him. The young man smiled to them. Emia, and I'm Ginny, the red-haired girl with him said. You've met my idiot brother Ron over there. Foolish is as foolish does, said the blonde-haired girl with them. He'll learn that down the road. This is Luna Lovegood, Neville introduced her. She's a bit. He paused, obviously trying to find the most diplomatic way of putting it. She sees the world a special way. Luna bowed her head to the group, her eyes on Harry, causing him to flash with nervousness. He hit it well as Madison smiled at the girl. Wow, love the earrings. I make them myself, Luna replied. I can make a pair for you. Perhaps like the waters you roam in. Madison blinked at that, glancing at Harry, who just shrugged. He was moving to sit with the others when Luna leaned in and whispered right in his ear. "Welcome home, Harry." Harry stared at her, the shock evident even through the illusion before he could get rid of it. Luna simply sat back and opened her book once more. "You all right?" Neville frowned at James. Yes, sorry, it's just a bit overwhelming," Harry said as he sat down, still staring at Luna. "Wait till you see the talking paintings," Ginny said with a smile. "That's always a fun thing for the first years." "Well, we have a talking cat who's a genie," Chip said energetically. "That's pretty cool, right?" Ginny and Neville exchanged confused glances. What does your cat's temperature have to do with anything?" Ginny asked. The Rangers exchanged concerned glances. "Oh, we're going to be doing a lot of educating around here," Vita muttered. At the main table, Dumbledore leaned in toward Udana. "I do hope you understand the difficulties some in the Ministry had with your requests," he said in a polite tone. Udana sipped her goblet calmly. "I do not normally worry about politics, Headmaster. I'm used to making my own decisions, and my Rangers follow that same mentality." "Nonetheless," Dumbledore said, "there are rules and decorum that one must follow. We are fighting a war here." "I've been fighting a greater battle for quite some years, Headmaster," Udana responded with a small smile. "Do not think to lecture me as if I was one of your students." Dumbledore smiled back. "I can tell this shall be a most interesting experience." He raised his goblet up in a toast, Udana returning the gesture. On the far side of the table, Snape took a sip from his own to hide the small smile as he watched the Rangers at their table. His eyes swept toward Weasley and Granger, who muttered together, glaring at the group on the far end. Oh, this was going to be fun, no doubt about it. He did his best to kill the smile and the joy within him. It wouldn't do for him to be happy. It could wreck a perfectly good teaching stance. The room was almost totally dark, lit only by a fireplace and torches along the walls. It suited Voldemort well. The main room of the large mansion turned into his personal chamber. The darkness seemed to emanate from himself, an aura that followed him everywhere he went. He did not care what others thought of it, and in fact, relished the fear he gave out. Fear was his key weapon. At the moment, his thoughts were not on the various Death Eaters scattered about the manor, nor on the ongoing war. It was on the subject of the past. It was not something Voldemort looked at too often. He had buried most of it when he put away the name of Tom Riddle. He did not want to remember his humble origins, only the greatness promised to him. But of late, he'd found himself thinking of the past more. Primarily, that one day when his reign was cut short. It still galled him that an infant had somehow nearly killed him, nearly destroyed his power forever. He'd thought of nothing but revenge for so long, for the years his spirit roamed, for the time it took to be reborn. Oh, he had achieved some. He was alive once more, his followers returning, and Potter was hunted by the very people he wanted to defend. But it wasn't quite enough. He wanted more. He wanted the boy dead. He wanted his head before he could truly call himself the lord of all the wizarding world. His musings were interrupted by a knock. "Yes," he hissed. The door opened, and Bellatrix Lestrange stuck her head in. As usual, she had a mop of frizzy black hair with a white streak, her eyes wide with her madness. "My lord," she whispered, "a visitor has come. She claims to be an envoy of—" "Envoy? I'm not a side dish of cheese or something," came a rude voice in an odd accent. Brushing past Bellatrix and into the room was a young woman with blonde hair, clad in a stylish leather jacket and dark jeans, chewing on a piece of gum. "Hey, name's Lily. I assume you're this high mucky-muck Voldemort," he hissed at the girl, facing her completely. "Who are you to dare intrude upon my sanctuary?" "Sanctuary?" Lily scoffed. "It's a freaking house on a hill. Mind you, it's a lot better than where I've been hanging out, but still." Voldemort rose up to his full height, his dark robes flowing about him as his hideous features scowled at her. "I demand you answer me." Usually, when one saw the twisted face with no nose, pale skin, and tight sinews, one was scared or at least intimidated. Instead, the girl blew a bubble of gum and snapped it into her mouth. "I've got some skin cleaner if you'd like." Voldemort frowned. On the one hand, the fact the girl wasn't thrown by his face in the least showed she was used to darkness. On the other, it was annoying to meet someone not at all intimidated by him. You have 1 minute to persuade me not to have you killed. I suggest you make use of it. Fine, fine, Lily said as she reached in her coat to pull out a piece of paper. Opening it, she cleared her throat. On behalf of my mother, Necroli, Queen of the Vampires and Imperious, servant of the Dark Master, we extend you an invitation to a meeting to discuss an alliance to aid in our mutual goals of rule on the world of magic. Voldemort stared as he took in the words. Alliance, Lily shrugged. Yes, sounds dumb to me too, but does anyone ask my opinion? Oh no. He sniffed. Why would I agree to work with some dark forces I do not know? I am not interested in any alliance. I am Lord Voldemort. When I rule, they shall come to me in acquiescence. You don't know my mom, Lily muttered. Frankly, they kind of need what help they can get with these Power Rangers, and figure since you do dark magic yourself, they can make a deal. There will be no deals with those beneath me, Voldemort said as he turned away and waved a hand. Bellatrix, send her away. Feel free to bestow what pain you can as my return message. Seeing the woman coming closer with a mad smile, Lily let her confidence drop a bit. Hey, easy. Look, they won't say it, but they're desperate here. It's not just the Rangers, it's Udana and Dagger and this Harry guy, and Voldemort froze in place. Harry, he asked, still facing away. Lily frowned back. Yeah. The guy sort of showed up to help the Rangers out a few weeks back. I don't know why, but Imperious and Mom seem worried about the power he has. This? Harry, Voldemort whispered. Does he wear glasses and have a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead? Yeah. Lily answered, not sure why this was so important. Voldemort slowly turned around, and for the first time, Lily felt a flash of fear as she saw the twisted smile on his face. The fear grew as Voldemort spoke in a tone laced with icy pleasure. My dear, tell your masters they have just earned my undivided attention. The plot, as you see, thickens. Freshman orientation. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Freshman orientation. You could have warned us it was going to be so drafty, Vita remarked as the Rangers and the disguised Harry walked down the hallways of Hogwarts. She adjusted her cloak. Would have packed warmer clothes if you had. Sorry, Harry said. We always wear cloaks anyway, sort of blocks it out. He did his best not to make it too obvious he was leading the Rangers around, knowing he was supposed to be as much a stranger to Hogwarts as they were. He resisted once more the urge to rub his face and make sure the illusion was in place still, concentrating on keeping it going. So, we got potions first? Xander asked. We usually don't use that. We have to follow the schedule, Madison said. She looked at Harry. How is Snape as a teacher? Harry let out a long sigh. You know how he was when we met? The others nodded. That's his warm and fuzzy side. The others all grimaced. Chip noticed a trio of students walking by, giving them quick glances, then looking away as they picked up the pace. Anyone else get the feeling we're not exactly welcome here? You're outsiders, Harry said calmly. Muggles with powers they don't truly understand. He sighed. The fact you made it clear you backed me up doesn't help matters. Still, what I wouldn't give for a friendly face, Xander muttered. Hello all, Neville said as he came up to them with a big smile. Mind if I tag along? What I wouldn't give for $1 million. Xander called out. Thanks, Neville. Was it? Harry said, trying to push down his own smile. Neville nodded. No problem at all. I know how it feels to be on the outs with people around here. I'm sorry you're not getting a proper Hogwarts welcome. It's okay, Vita said. We're used to unpleasant welcomes. Neville nodded. Hope you managed to avoid Harriman. From what I hear, she's still trying to figure out how you could all apparate into Hogwarts. She's the only person I know of who stakes out the library on the first day. Harry resisted a comment at that while Vita looked toward Neville. Hey, I was curious about something. I was looking for an outlet to plug my iPod into for a recharge. Couldn't find one in our room. You know where one is? Neville stared at her as if she'd just spoken in Martian. A what pod? He frowned. Is that a plant? Vita rubbed her forehead. This is a weird place. I take exception to that. A ghostly figure in ancient dress said, just before vanishing into a wall. Neville and Harry just shrugged it off while the Rangers stared at each other in bewilderment. The small area that teachers of Hogwarts use for brief breaks wasn't like a normal faculty lounge. Then again, Hogwarts was hardly a normal school, so that made sense. A large fountain structure was at the center with flowing magical liquid, and a set of tables about. Udana found it easy to find a seat, sipping at her tea as she looked over a large volume before her. Something interesting? Udana looked up to see Minerva McGonagall gazing down at her. Her hat was off, but she was still the epitome of cool professionalism in her elaborate robe. Her eyes resembled those of the cat she often transformed into as she looked the other woman over. Simply research, Udana replied as she looked over the volume. I have been aware of this realm of the magical world for some time, but never had the chance to study it in full. Minerva nodded as she sat across from her. And what have you found so far? Udana made a light smile. I really don't believe it's my place. Please, Minerva said. We're both teachers, of a sort. We should be able to discuss things in a frank manner. Very well, Udana said, straightening in her chair. I do believe that you may be holding these children back a bit. Minerva's face did not chance one iota. Really? Udana nodded. The power they have is great, and I more than understand your need to train them properly with it. She sipped her tea. However, I do believe you may be holding them back from reaching their true potential. That can be very difficult, given your troubles with one Lord Voldemort. Minerva winced at the casual mention of his name. These are only children, Miss Udana. They are not ready for battle with the dark forces. Udana raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to be a judgment about the Rangers? Minerva pursed her lips. I've heard them talking about their exploits, and we can clearly feel the power they possess. Power that, to be utterly frank, is disturbing in the hands of anyone, let alone children. Children are innocents, you should know. She was more than a little startled when Udana openly laughed. I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend, really. But you obviously do not have experience with the teenagers of the Muggle world. Believe me, Ms. McGonagall, they are far more adult than you anticipate. Indeed, their youth is a key reason they remain victorious against the dark powers. Powers which are far darker and greater than your Lord Voldemort. Again, Minerva winced at the mention of the name before speaking. That's as may be, but I do hope they can show some decorum while they are here. Udana smiled back. I assure you, madam, I've already informed them they have to be on their best behavior, so they'll listen to you. I'll be shocked if they do. As I said, Muggles are a unique breed. That statement did little to improve Minerva's mood. Let me ask one simple question, Harry said through gritted teeth as the Rangers filed out of the classroom. Did you actually intend to be such a fool, or does it just come naturally to you? It was a legitimate question, Xander said. I don't know why he made such a fuss about it. Madison pursed her lips. Xander, the next time a teacher asks how much oil should be added to a potion, you do not say just use whatever amount is in their hair at the time. Come on, you saw it. Xander protested. It was a bloody oil tanker on there. We're guests here, Xander, Madison said calmly. We have to be as calm and cordial as we can. We have to maintain a sense of decorum. We have to not do anything that can upset the people here. We have to stop using the words have to. Chip asked. Vita smirked. Sis, I know you're among your own kind with the intellectual set, but you can't expect us to just instantly conform here. But we have to at least try, Madison pressed. It's not enough for us to be guests. We're supposed to be learning as well. She has a point, Nick stated. Besides, attract too much attention and it can be bad for Harry here. Keep my real name down, Harry hissed. You don't know who could be listening in around here. Sorry, Nick said abashed. Come on, Daggerin is about to start his defense class. Starting it outside is a change, Harry said. Don't get me wrong, it's better than Umbridge's idiotic books, but still, Chip chuckled. Somehow, I don't think Daggerin has book studies in mind. Indeed, there wasn't a book in sight as Daggerin led the students to one of the courtyards at Hogwarts Center. He faced them calmly, his lamp tucked under one arm as he spoke up. The dark arts. There is no greater threat you shall face than those who practice the dark magics. Be aware there is no such thing as simply trying the dark arts. The darkness has a taint that will infect those who use it, even in the slightest. Try it once, and it will get a grip on you that will be almost impossible to get rid of. I know what I speak of. A man I trusted, a man I called a friend, and almost a brother turned against me, against all he stood for. He is now a creature of darkness that wants nothing more than to serve evil. We know how that is. Ron spat with a harsh expression, and Harry did his best not to openly stiffen. Perhaps, Daggerin said, I simply want to warn you that while the dark arts are powerful, they are not unbeatable. However, simply meeting them head-on, magic to magic, is often not enough. Haramon raised a hand, and Daggerin nodded to her. Ah, isn't physical combat with magic more dangerous than simple magic attacks? That is correct, Daggerin said, and Haramon smiled in satisfaction. You do have to keep yourself in top shape, and he paused as he saw Haramon looking at him as if waiting for something. Was there something else, Miss Granger? Aren't you going to give our house 10 points for that? Daggerin looked at her before shaking his head. No, not giving her a chance to react, he went on. I do think it's quite important you learn more of self-defense as it pertains to magic. With Voldemort and his followers on the loose, that's even more important now. No offense, Daggerin, Xander piped up. But we've seen a lot worse than this Voldemort, remember? Could you stop doing that? Susan Bones hissed at him. You shouldn't say his name. The Rangers looked at each other, then at her. Why not? Vita asked. It's just a name. I mean, you're going to fight the guy. You might as well be able to say his name. Names of power, Haramon said. Yes, Daggerin agreed. But in this case, not naming him simply increases his power. To be frank, I simply cannot understand it. This man is a man. Powerful. Yes, but not so much that mentioning his name can bring him down on you. To not identify him as just a man, that is giving him power, young lady. But he, you know who, Katie Bell said. If we say his name, what? Daggerin asks. Do you even know? Voldemort, Vita said, causing everyone to jump. She smiled and said it again. Voldemort, Voldemort. Nick chimed in. Valde Volt. Xander added. Stop it, Katie Bell called out, clapping hands to her ears. Shouldn't that be 10 points off from them? Draco Malfoy asked. No, Daggerin stated. I do believe the point has been made, however. So we'd best get on with our lesson. I need a volunteer. There was a long pause before Malfoy pushed his way up, an arrogant smirk on his face and his wand in his hand. Excellent, Daggerin stated as he backed up, placing the lamp down on the ground. Attempt your best strike spell. Malfoy's smirk grew as he pulled his wand up and then back. He opened his mouth as he began to thrust it forward. Daggerin's hand grabbed his wrist and yanked it away hard. Malfoy let out a cry as his wand went flying and he flipped over, landing in a heap on the ground. Daggerin calmly placed a foot on Malfoy's chest as he held the young man's arm, everyone staring at him in shock. Well, almost everyone as Harry couldn't help but smile at the sight. Daggerin looked to the group with a calm air. Your first lesson. It doesn't matter how good your spell work may be, it won't help when you have no wand. He let go of Malfoy, who rolled about, wincing as he held his arm. Now then, who's next? He did what? Dumbledore said, positive he hadn't heard correctly. He had his class doing laps around the courtyard. Minerva snapped that after he had them doing some, I don't know, fighting for him, he didn't actually hurt anyone. Snape was quick to point out from his chair near Dumbledore's desk. Believe me, would be almost preferable to have a brat or two out of the way for a bit. Severus, Dumbledore grumbled as he sat back in his chair. I knew his methods would be unorthodox, but not like this. It's not just that, Minerva sighed. They also aren't going by the point system. I've seen students making comments both good and bad, but he will neither reward nor take away. It's almost as if he doesn't believe in it. He probably doesn't, Snape said. Let's not forget, he's a warrior, really, not a teacher. Dumbledore brushed at his beard. It is only the first day. We should give him some time to conform to our ways. It had best be soon, Minerva said. With the ministry still in an uproar, we need to present as good an image as possible. I would think the ministry would be more concerned about. Voldemort, Snape groused. Here I thought things would change with Umbridge gone. It is a difficult time, Dumbledore admitted. But I am confident we will survive it. I hope that's not the royal we are using, Albus, Snape dryly said. Nice of them to let us out for a bit, Vita said as the Rangers followed Harry down Diagon Alley. As usual, the cramped street was full of shoppers and other passerbys making their way past various carts hawking their magical wares. The Rangers seemed to accept it well and almost seemed excited about the area. We have to be back soon, Harry said. But I thought I'd at least let you see the place. I need a new wand anyway. What's the matter with your old one? Madison asked with a frown. It's mine, Harry pointed out. I mean, Harry Potter's. I use it openly, well. His eyes tracked over and stopped at a storefront. That couldn't be. A smile appearing on his face, he headed over toward it. The Rangers frowned at one another as they followed, glancing up at the sign over the door. Weasley's World of Wonders. The bell over the door rang as Harry entered, the Rangers following behind him. At their entrance, two figures turned around, and the Rangers couldn't help but start as they saw the identical faces with matching sweater and slacks and mops of red hair. "Well, hello there," the one on the left said. "Welcome to Weasley's World." The other chimed in, "Of wonders." They said together, "Honestly, are you two not tired of that yet?" Ginny said with a smile from the other end of the store. She moved away from the barrels of various joke items and smiled. "Hello again. Meet my twin brothers, George and Fred." "Hello," the two said, giving no indication of which was which. "This is your shop?" Harry said, trying to make it sound an innocent question. "Indeed it is," the one on the left said. "Thanks to a generous donation from a friend. Brother mine and myself have set up this lovely shop," the other stated. "And you must be the famous Rangers we've heard of." Nick leaned in to whisper to Harry. "They always do that." Harry gave the slightest of nods as he looked around. "Looks nice. This friend of yours must have been a good one." "The best," the twins chimed in. "Deserved a much better deal than the one he got." The one on the left, Harry was almost sure it was Fred, said. "Not that the rest of our family appreciates it," George said, his smile dropping. "Except for Ginny here, they all jump on the let's hate Harry bandwagon. Whereas we," Fred went on, "remember how he once saved our sister's life, which makes him a right sort in our book. I'm sure he appreciates the support," Nick said, glancing at Harry quickly. "So, what kind of items do you sell here?" "Well, we've got some very nice fireworks here," George said, moving to a shelf nearby. "And some snake eggs." "Oh, you mean crack them open and fake snakes come out?" Chip asked. "No, real snakes," George said, confused that Chip would think of fakes. Vita rolled her eyes. "Great, like we didn't have to worry about him before." A loud explosion erupted from outside, shattering one of the shop windows. Ginny let out a scream as she leaped back, and George and Fred were also jarred by it. The Rangers were much more alert, immediately racing outside, Harry close behind them. They were almost run over by people running away, screaming as smoke poured down from the opposite end of the street. "What's going on?" Nick asked one man, but he just ignored him and pressed on. Turning, Nick saw a familiar face. "Neville! Neville!" The young man paused near them, out of breath. "Run," he called out. There!" A blast of energy exploded overhead as the Rangers looked over to the street. The crowd was managing to part, showing a group of figures stomping down the walkway. Behind them were the bodies of various people, still, many with cuts upon them, others showing signs of magical attacks. Most of the attacking group was clad in dark robes with skull-like masks, while others were hunched and mummy-like figures with long scythes. Leading them was a tall figure, in purple armor with a large silver shield, his sword brandished before him. "Is that?" Harry gasped. "Korak," Vita blurted. "What the hell is he doing here with a bunch of Hidiacs and Death Eaters?" Neville blurted. "They just came out of nowhere and started causing havoc." "Huh?" "Jason, get to safety," Nick called out. "Come on, guys." The Rangers began to race to meet the attackers while Harry grabbed Neville's arm and dragged him to the nearby shop. Korag saw the Rangers approaching and raised his sword. "So, you are here then. I had thought this a simple raid, but it appears I shall gain much more." "I don't know how you got here, Metalhead," Nick called out. "But we're sending you back. This time, I am not alone," Korag said, pointing his sword at the Rangers. "Get them." On cue, the Death Eaters raised their wands to let out a shower of green blasts the Rangers barely managed to dodge. Harry and Neville glanced onto the street as the Rangers faced the charging Hidiacs. "What are those things?" Neville asked. "Major trouble," Harry said. "We better get. Look out." He yanked Neville back as a blast of purple energy fired out from Korag. It struck the side of the building nearby, sending an explosion of magical energy, the shockwave of which knocked the Weasleys back. Harry groaned as he got back to his feet, brushing at his coat and reaching to make sure his glasses were okay. "Everyone all right?" He looked up to see Neville, Ginny, and the twins staring at him in shock. "What?" he asked, adjusting his glasses. "What are you?" It suddenly hit him that he was adjusting his glasses, which meant they were showing. Which meant, "Harry," Ginny whispered as she saw his true face revealed. The illusion blown away by the magical blast and Harry Potter swallowing in nervousness as the battle raged outside. Sorry about the long delay. Hopefully not as long before next chapter. Strained Allegiances. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Strained Allegiances. Harry. Ginny breathed as she stared at the young man revealed before them. It's you. Bloody hell. Fred and George intoned together. Neville's jaw remained open. How? I mean, Harry glanced at the battle raging outside. Perhaps we can shelve this until later? As if to punctuate his words, another window was smashed inward by a magical blast. Good plan, Fred said as he quickly bundled the group to a rear room of the store. George had his wand out and erected a barrier over it. That should do it. He turned to Harry, who had sat down on an empty box in the storage room, shelves of various items lining the walls. Now then, Harry, I do believe you owe us a story. Harry wiped at his face as he collected himself, and Neville leaned in. Harry, we know you're innocent. We're not going to turn you in. Come on, we have to know. Harry let out his breath as he started to tell them. It didn't take the Rangers long to realize that Death Eaters, while powerful in magic, were pretty lousy fighters. True, their wands and the energies pouring out of them were dangerous, but when the Rangers were able to get up close to attack, it only took a few punches and kicks to send them down. The Hidiacs were the usual handful, but the Rangers could handle them. Korag was something else. The Dark Knight had his sword out and swinging in all directions to drive the Rangers back, managing blows on Xander and Vita that sent them back with sparks flying off their suits. Nick moved in to swing his sword and block Korag's own blade. The two dueled for several moments, pressing against each other with their swords. Strong as ever, Red Ranger, Korag intoned. But not enough. He pushed Nick back and swung the blade in a crisscross motion to send more sparks off Nick's suit. Nick hissed in pain as he rolled about and gripped his chest. Korag moved in for a killing blow, but Chip quickly leapt in with his axes to drive him back and give Nick a chance to recover. Nick growled as he got back to his feet and kicked back a Death Eater. At least these guys aren't too much trouble. Vito whipped her blade around, sending a blast of air at a group of attackers, sweeping them off her feet. They've still got the numbers, then we'll just even them up. Chip yelled as he smashed his weapon into the ground, sending out a shockwave of energy that knocked the enemy combatants off their feet. Korag was sent jarring back with the rest, rising to see the Rangers standing tall before him. We shall meet again, Korag yelled as he swept his hands out. A circle of purple energy flowed on the ground around the Hidiacs and Death Eaters, and in a flash, they had all vanished. Nick sighed as the Rangers powered down, back to their civilian wear. Damn, Korag in England. I know, Vita agreed. And here I thought the food was going to be our biggest problem. Madison looked back with concern. We have to check on Harry. The others nodded and followed her down the street toward the Weasley shop. They entered the broken front area, Madison in the lead. Jason, she called out, back here. A muffled voice came out of the rear room. A flash went as the Weasleys, Neville, and Harry all exited. The Rangers' eyes widened as they saw Harry without his illusion. Harry, Madison gasped. It's okay, he quickly told them. They know. It sort of slipped off in the fight. We're not going to tell anyone, Neville quickly assured the Rangers. We believe in him. Always have. So we'll keep it secret and help him out. Ginny gave them a warm smile. Thank you for helping him out. No problem, Nick said. He glanced back as he heard voices. Outside. Better get the disguise back on, Harry, before someone else spots you. Right. He concentrated, and the false face returned. All right, any idea why Korag was here? Nope, Nick said with a sigh. But I'm pretty sure we won't like it. When Lucius had suggested some long overdue father-son bonding, this wasn't quite what Draco Malfoy had in mind. He shuffled his feet as he gazed around the central chamber of the large mansion. Death Eaters in various dark robes were standing about, all gazing warily at the twisted creatures on the other side of the room. The massive mummified form of Imperius stood center, gazing over at Voldemort, who was snarling at him. You had promised a bloodbath, he hissed. A massacre, something that would show the wizarding world our combined might. Instead, we had a mere handful fallen before us. The Rangers' arrival was unexpected, Imperius said with surprising calm, but not altogether unanticipated. I told you from the start they would be interfering in whatever I take part in. And then Voldemort pointed toward Korag, who stood impassively by his master. Calls a retreat rather than stay and fight. I saw no reason to continue, Korag stated. We had made our presence known, and your followers were inadequate against the Rangers. A retreat was our best option. Voldemort shook his head. No, your option was to wipe the alley to the ground. They were innocents, Korag stated. I would not strike down unarmed foes. My servant has an odd sense of honor at times, Imperius chuckled. Annoying, yes, but one must make do with it. Korag seemed to glare at him before going back to attention. Voldemort sniffed, an achievement considering he didn't have a nose, and spoke. Forget the Rangers. What of Potter? He's out there, Imperius said. We shall find him, as per our agreement. Voldemort leaned in closely. Let us make this clear now, creature. I am fully aware of the fact you plan to betray me. Do not deny it, as I plan the same to you. Neither of us are the type to share power. But that is the future. For now, we must concentrate on our mutual goals. Your world shall be yours. Mine shall be mine, and our enemies will fall before us. Imperius smiled. That is all I ask. Now, to the next part of our plan. In the rear corner of the room, Draco sighed and brushed back his hair, wondering yet again how he had allowed his father to talk him into coming. Of course, one never turned down Lucius, especially as his temper had increased after his brief stay in Azkaban. What truly annoyed Draco was that his father honestly seemed to not understand how the Malfoy's standing and reputation had been hurt by the revelation he was a Death Eater, and seemed to think they could still hobnob with society. True, Draco had long been used to being dismissed because of his name, but his father didn't quite get the message. He sighed again as he leaned on the wall, wishing he could get back to Hogwarts already. He'd heard the mention of Potter's name, but didn't think much of it. There were a dozen different stories about where Potter was, all supposedly the truth, and none of them close. He supposed the boy had finally shown some intelligence and turned his back on the wizarding world for good. He couldn't quite blame him. Sometimes you just had to know when you weren't wanted. A snapping got his attention, and he turned to see a young girl his age popping a bubble of gum between her teeth. She was wearing dark leather jeans and a jacket, and seemed as bored by all this as Draco was. You know, she began offhandedly, you'd think a meeting of two really evil wizards wouldn't be so damn boring. Draco had to smile a bit at that. They're like all adults. They talk just to hear themselves talking, and can't find a situation too simple they can't muddle up. I hear that, the woman agreed. She popped another wad of gum. At least my mom isn't here. Ugh, what a pain. Draco snorted. I doubt she's as hard as my father. Yeah, right, the girl scoffed. My mom's the queen of the vampires. Then she and my father would get along, just famously. He loves to suck the life out of the good times as well. The girl stared at him for several moments with an expression that made Malfoy's skin tingle a bit. I'm Lily. He paused before taking her hand. Draco Malfoy. Pleasure to meet you. You bet it is. She laughed, and for some reason, Draco had to join in. The mood in Albus Dumbledore's study was not a pleasant one, as Udana and Daggerin could tell the moment they entered. Dumbledore himself was behind his desk with a somber expression, while Minerva paced before it, and Moody was sitting in a chair with a hard expression as well. For dead, he intoned. A dozen more injured, and they'll be fixing the damage for months. It could have been worse. Udana broke in as she settled into a chair. It was a good thing the Rangers were there. Yes, the Rangers. Udana noticed the new man in the room. He was a strong figure, almost resembling a lion with his bushy hair and eyebrows, yellow eyes behind wire-rimmed spectacles, and a scar along one side of his face. He wore a suit that seemed ill-fitting on him, but did add to his authority. Udana, Daggerin, may I introduce Rufus Scrimgeour, Minister of Magic, Dumbledore stated. The two bowed their heads politely. Scrimgeour coughed into his hand. Madam Udana, believe me, I do appreciate the aid your charges performed today. However, given that they were the apparent targets of the attack. Actually, I doubt they were, Udana stated in a strong tone. Scrimgeour blinked, not used to being interrupted, but Udana continued on. When Imperius and Korag attack, it is against Briarwood. They have never bothered with your part of the wizarding world. She shook her head. The fact they were alongside Death Eaters leads to only one conclusion. Imperius has forged an alliance with Voldemort, Dumbledore softly said. Udana nodded. Indeed. Which means we now face a common foe. Scrimgeour let out a long breath. If that is true, I need to get the Aurors mobilized immediately. They won't be much good, Dagrin said. Not now. And what does that mean? An angry Moody demanded. Your Aurors are brave and capable fighters, Dagrin assured him. But the forces of Imperius are greater than any normal person can handle. Even a trained Auror will be hard-pressed to deal with the dark creatures he can summon. So we trust your rangers. Scrimgeour glanced toward Dumbledore and Minerva before returning to Udana. I've been hearing some concerns over them, and over your ways of teaching. Udana and Dagrin gave no physical reaction at all. Such as? The latter asked. Minerva coughed before speaking. For one thing, you do not give or take away points from students. I see no reason for it, Dagrin stated. The lessons are their own reward. I don't see why I should add more to it. Besides, that only increases the problem of the competition between houses. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You don't feel that's wise? Competition can be a benefit, Dagrin acknowledged. But letting it turn into a rivalry between these children over who is better is simply not a good thing. They're more concerned over winning points than their futures. What good are going to be pebbles in a jar when they have to face the dark arts, sir? These are traditions in place since Hogwarts began, Dumbledore said, a touch of anger in his calm voice. Just because something has always occurred in one way does not mean it must forever, Udana said. I have learned with the Rangers that teenagers tend to change as time goes by in regular society. You cannot teach them as you would children of 50 years ago, sir. I have tried, and it doesn't quite work out. Dumbledore popped a gumdrop into his mouth. I do ask you respect our ways as long as you are here, Udana. And I ask the same of you, she returned, her eyes like iron. You may know much of Voldemort and his followers, but we are the ones who know of Imperius and Korak. And whatever else you may believe, the sooner these children are prepared, the better. Dumbledore shrugged. Be that as it may, I do suspect we can handle things well. He gave a smile. Indeed, this may be quite beneficial to the students as a learning experience. Broaden their horizons. Very beneficial indeed. Udana and Dagrin exchanged a glance, wondering, not for the first time, if Dumbledore was truly all there in mind. The idea it was all an act for a cunning plan did little to salve their worries. Incredible, Ginny whispered as she sat with the Rangers, Harry and Neville in the dining hall. Absolutely incredible. All this time, you've been hiding with a bunch of heroes. And training Harry put in? It's not as tranquil as you can imagine, believe me. But at least I haven't gone it alone. Neville smiled at the Rangers. Thanks for helping him out. Least we could do. Nick brushed it off. I have to tell you, I'm just amazed so many people could buy Harry as a killer like this. He really isn't the type at all. Few people know the real Harry, Ginny said with a sigh. They only believe the tales about him, the boy who lived, the great powerful wizard and all that. Of course, throw in the whole talking to snakes thing, and they're ready to think the worst. Nick raised an eyebrow. Bad press. Let me put it to you this way, Harry said. If Rita Skeever lived in the Muggle world, she'd be running one of those tabloids at the supermarkets. The Rangers nodded in understanding. But it's good to know some folks believe in me, Harry smiled at them. By the way, Luna knows. She called me by name the first day. Off their surprised looks, he shrugged. She always seems to see things others don't. Well, we'll be able to help you watch your back around here, Harry, Neville assured him. Whatever you need, Born. The group all looked over to see Ron stalking toward them, Hermione by his side, and a pack of others behind him. I want a word with you. I've got to give you a piece of my mind. Sure you can spare it? Ginny dryly asked. Ron glared at her before pointing at Harry. Now listen, I don't know who you think you are, but when you put my sister in danger, we're going to have words. Since when have you been so concerned about my welfare, Ron? Ginny snorted. Mom and Dad still have hopes you can turn your head around, Ron snapped at her. I'm the one who has to look out for you around here, since Fred and George left. Bang up job so far, Vita muttered as she sipped her drink. Shut it, you, Ron said before looking back at Harry. She nearly got killed in that attack, and you were there. You're blaming me? Harry scoffed. For crying out loud, why? Not just you but them. Ron pointed at the Rangers. They show up, and suddenly we've got these monster types running around attacking us. If they weren't here, those people would still be alive. Oh no, you didn't. Vita yelped, about to jump to her feet, but Madison grabbed her to pull her back. We were better off before you came, Hermione said, brushing her hair back. We quite frankly don't need your lot here. Harry stared at her in amazement, wondering what happened to turn Hermione into such a hypocrite. If I've heard right, your parents are muggles, aren't they? Yes, but I've had training and learning, Hermione said in a condescending tone. They just lucked into these powers, or what have you, which they've used to save more lives than you can imagine, Harry said as he got to his feet. You do not, I repeat, do not accuse them of anything other than risking themselves to aid innocents. Don't be talking to her like that, Ron said, pushing a finger right into Harry's chest as he glared. This is between us, Bourne. I'm telling you no, stay away from my sister. I rather like spending time with her, Ron, Harry said, trying to keep his voice calm as his former best friend raged against him. So, if I want to be around her, I will. I don't think you get me, mate, Ron snarled. I said stay away, or I'll make sure you do. It was Madison who rose up and surprised most everyone by smacking his hand away. We didn't come here to make problems, but if you want that, fine. Ron glared at her. This isn't your business, girl. Yeah, it is, Madison returned. You got a problem with Jason, you got a problem with me. And if you've got a problem with my sister, Vita said as she leapt to her feet. You got a problem with me. And if you've got a problem with them, Nick announced as the rest of the Rangers stood. You got a problem with all of us. And you're all going to have a big problem if you don't knock this off. Everyone started as Snape appeared, his face in its usual glower. 10 points off for each student here, whatever their house. Maybe you should add another 50 for what I'm about to do, Ron growled as he moved toward Harry. Ron? Hermione said, putting a hand on his shoulder. That's what he wants. Don't goad him into a fight on his terms. Ron looked at her and nodded, cooling down a bit. You're right. Fine. We settle this in a more civilized manner. He looked toward the Rangers and smirked. Quidditch. Quidditch. Harry asked with alarm. Best of Hogwarts versus you lot, Ron stated. Special showdown tomorrow afternoon. What do you say? You're on, Nick said, the other Rangers all nodding in agreement. You want Quidditch? We'll do Quidditch. Get ready to bring it, Vita added. Ron nodded back and motioned to the others, Hermione smiling at the Rangers as they walked out. Yeah, you better run, Xander called back. Wait till we get you in Quidditch, mate. Then we'll see who's laughing. He waited until they were well out of earshot before turning to Harry. Quick question. What the hell is Quidditch? At the other Rangers' nods of confusion, Harry rolled his eyes upward and began to wonder if Azkaban was really that bad. Normally, the grand stadium of Hogwarts was deserted on a weekday afternoon. However, it was packed today by students and faculty, all of whom were eagerly anticipating the first showdown of its kind ever. The far side of the field was taken up by the Hogwarts team, a mix of students from the various houses, including Ron. The brightest of the number was Cedric Diggory, who had returned as the star player for the school and got a grand cheer from the crowd as he entered. In the special stands for faculty, Udana looked about and shook her head. I cannot believe they are permitting this. Would you rather a fistfight? Daggerin asked next to her. The Rangers got themselves into this challenge. It's their responsibility to handle it. It shows a lack of judgment getting into it at all, Udana said. She glanced about before leaning in and dropping her voice. And for Harry to take part, he knows the sport, and they need another member, Daggerin whispered back. I'm certainly not going to get on one of those things, Utonesite. Very well. We can only hope the Rangers can be victorious and cool this down. I certainly hope so, Daggerin said. I've got 50 riding on them. Udana stared at him in shock. You're wagering on them beating the people we're supposed to be aiding and leaning from? Daggerin raised an eyebrow at her. You don't think they can do it? Udana paused before settling back in her seat. Put me down for 50 as well. The doors at the far end of the field swung open, and the Rangers slowly walked onto it. There were some cheers for them, but the vast majority of the reaction was hostile to say the least. Harry highly suspected Ron and Hermione had done their best to sow seeds of discontent against him, and the results were bearing fruit. He resisted the urge to adjust his glasses under the illusion as he fit goggles to his face and spoke. All right, I know I had to give you a crash course in rules, but I think you've got it. You've already had experience flying brooms and all that. You just need to keep it tight. Remember the plan, keep it tight. We do have an advantage as these are different houses. They're used to playing against each other, not together. We can use teamwork to keep it going, and we can win this. All right. He paused as he heard no answer. Guys, he turned to see the Rangers standing side by side, gazing around the stadium with stony expressions. They heard the boos and felt the angry stares, but gave no sign of being affected by them. Vita turned her broom upside down, the brushes reaching skyward, and tapped it twice onto the ground. The other rangers joined suit, stamping twice with their brooms. Harry frowned, but decided this was some sort of ritual and joined in. After 2 taps, Vita let go of the broom and clapped her hands together hard. She caught the broom to tap it twice, then clapped again. Once again, the other rangers followed suit, 2 taps and a clap, 2 taps and a clap. Boom boom sheape. Boom boom sheape. Boom boom sheape. Boom boom sheape. At first, the crowd was baffled by this action. Most remained staring in confusion, but some found themselves taking up the beat, slapping hands on thighs before clapping. Boom boom sheape. Boom boom sheape. Boom boom sheape. Throwing her head back, Vita let her voice ring out loud and strong across the stadium as the rocking continued. Buddy, you're a boy. Make a big noise playing in the street. Gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace. Kicking your can all over the place, singing. The other rangers threw their heads back to join her. We will rock you. We will rock you. In the stands above, staring at the singing group, Albus Dumbledore was taking second place in a contest for the widest open jaw at Hogwarts. First place was a tie between Udana and Daggerin. I'm sorry, but that moment has been in my mind for so long. Hopefully, the match will live up to it. Making goals. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Thanks for all the kind comments. I should say off the bat that I'm not quite as up on Quidditch as I'd like. Yes, seen the movies, read the books, but still not exactly an expert. Frankly, I barely understand cricket and rugby either. So, forgive me for any minor mistakes I might make. Making goals. The mood inside the cavern was not pleasant at any time. It was even worse now as Korag stormed in, shoving a Death Eater aside. He marched to where Necroli and Voldemort were talking near Imperius' throne. What did you think you were doing? He demanded. The two frowned at him, obviously not enjoying being interrupted. What do you mean? Voldemort asked. Korag glared at him, the heat visible through the visor. You had your Death Eaters take a batch of my troops to attack a city. Not a whole city, Voldemort said dismissively. Just a section of it where magic users gather among muggles. I thought it would be a good show of strength. They were civilians, Korag snarled. Women and children, not warriors. All the better, Voldemort said, as if there was no problem. It creates fear, sows terror, and those, my armored friend, are invaluable tools in a war. I am not your friend, Korag snapped at him. And this was a massacre. Necroli let out a laugh. Since when do you care so much about those pitiful humans? They are all ants to be swept aside for our empire. Korag turned his head toward her. This was different. This was killing simply to entertain this creature. He waved toward Voldemort, who stiffened at the insult. I do not abide by that. You will abide by what I tell you, Imperius said in a cold voice of his own. I speak for our master, in case you've forgotten, Wolf Knight. My commands are the same as his, and if that means doing what our new ally wants, that is what you shall do. Korag steamed, but bowed his head. As he wishes. He turned to stalk away. Voldemort glanced toward Imperius. He can be a problem, he hissed. Our partnership is tenuous as it is. I wish to at least be able to count on those I work with to do as I say. I can handle Korag, Imperius said, waving his hand as if it was no matter. For now, we must discuss how to handle the situation with this Potter person. Yes, Voldemort said, his eyes blazing with hate. Yes, Potter-free and loose means a factor that can upset our plans. At least he's been cut off from friends. Imperius gazed at him. Which you had nothing to do with it? Voldemort made a dark smile. Believe me, I wish I could take credit for such a masterstroke. But no, another hand guided it, although it did work well into my own plans. He stroked his chin. I do hope to find whoever was responsible and give them thanks, and then kill them for denying me Potter for so long. Imperius laughed at that. Very well. Let us discuss how to handle the Rangers, for you can be certain they won't be resting for long. Well, Harry said as the Rangers finally stopped their song. That was an interesting way to warm up. Did get the crowd's attention, Neville said as he stepped up, a broom in his hands. What are you doing here? Harry started. You need one more player, Neville answered. Guess I'm elected. Neville, you don't have to. Yes, I do, Neville said with a resolute face. You need help? I'm here. He grinned. Not like I'm that popular here as it is. Might as well go whole hog. Harry smiled. Thanks, Neville, he softly said. He looked to the others. All right then. Neville, Xander and Chip are chasers. Madison is keeper. Nick and Vita are beaters and I'm seeker. Let's get to it. With that, they mounted their brooms and flew upward toward the main playing area. They flew about the stands, receiving the glares of the student body. Naturally, Vita couldn't resist ducking so low she blew hats off heads. Neville and Harry paused as they saw a familiar face among the crowd. Thought you'd be on this, Malfoy. Neville called out. It was supposed to be a best of Hogwarts. Draco sat back in his seat with that smirk on his face. They have Weasley and Diggory on it, so that name doesn't really count, he jibed. To tell the truth, I'm actually pulling for you to shut them up a bit. Harry jerked in surprise. Really? I don't know you, Bourne, Malfoy returned. But anyone who can get under Weasley and Granger's skins and show up Diggory is aces by me. He grinned. I've got a fiver on you all. Don't disappoint. Harry shook his head and the unexpected compliment as they flew up. The Hogwarts players were all prepared, several with cocky grins. The biggest belonged to Cedric, who nodded to Harry while Ron glared at Neville. Ready to pay? Rangers? Cedric said. No pain, no game. Nick fired back with a grin. Let us rock, Vita proclaimed. And let us roll. Cedric simply smirked as the Quaffler, Bludgers, and the Snitch were released, and the game was on. Instantly, Neville, Xander, and Chip took off chasing after the balls as Harry sent himself flying after the Snitch. Cedric was right on his tail, charging with his own broom as Harry twisted about after the flyer. Despite the time away, the old instincts came back to him as he chased the small flying figure before him. Madison twisted her broom around to knock a ball away from a hoop. It was caught by Demelza Robbins, who twisted about in his broom and then tossed it right back at her hard. Madison barely avoided it, but was still able to knock it off course, so it didn't go through the hoop. She glared, realizing the Hogwarts team were going to be bending the rules a lot more than usual. The realization was already being made by the other Rangers. Xander was heading toward a ball when Richie Coot smashed his broom into the man. Sorry, misjudged it. He sneered before grabbing the ball and throwing it toward a hoop. Vita flew in to knock it away, which left her open for another ball tossed into her side. She glared at the first-year Slytherian who'd thrown it. Sorry. Vita narrowed her eyes, and a gust of wind suddenly blew outward, sending the man spinning about. Sorry, she fired back as she grabbed the ball and tossed a Chip, who threw it through a hoop. Nick came up next to her, glaring. Watch it, Vita. We cheat to win. We're no better than them. Relax. Just use the wind to teach him a lesson, not for the throw, Vita said as she twisted her broom around and back into the game. They're doing well, Daggerin noted as he watched the game go on. Right on cue, a ball flew past Madison and into a hoop to tie the score between the two sides. So far, Yadana noted. I hope they can keep their tempers and keep this clean. The last thing we want is them making a spectac. All right, all together. The two adults looked down to see Genji standing on a railing, holding a pair of pom-poms. Frick-a-frack fire, firecracker, sis-boom-ba. Power Rangers, rah, rah-rah. The two adults shared baffled looks. I really am happy sometimes he can't be out of the lamp too long, Daggerin sighed. In his seat, Draco watched as the game progressed. For Muggles, the Rangers weren't doing too badly, their brooms seeming more agile than the Hogwarts teams, so they were able to keep up well with the balls. He watched as Nick tossed a ball to Vita, who flew toward a hoop. Ron came chasing at her, his jaw set and ready to knock her back. Vita waited until the last moment to leap off her broom, somersaulting over Ron as the broom flew under him and landed right on it. Ron barely realized what had happened before she tossed the ball in. Draco nodded in satisfaction before looking for the Seekers. He saw Bourne racing on the far side, Cedric right by him, and brought up his binoculars to get a better view. He watched them race side by side, trying to catch the Fitch, and had to admit being impressed by how well Bourne handled the broom. He frowned as he watched it closer, something odd in his mind. He couldn't figure it out, but something about the way he handled it. Without warning, Bourne broke away and spun his broom around as the two went into a curve. The broom went into a wide spin over Cedric's head, startling the young man as Bourne landed in front of him and flew faster. Draco felt a chill as his eyes went wide behind his glasses. That move was wild and daring, and something no strictly taught Hogwarts player would ever learn. But one man did. Someone Draco had matched up with more than enough times on the field to recognize. A sly smile came to his face as he lowered the glasses. Well, never thought I'd say this, but welcome back, Potter. It's been frighteningly dull around here without you. Harry hadn't done as much training with the style of brooms the Rangers used. He did know they were a bit faster and responded better to commands than the ones of the Hogwarts team, which was helping him well. He banked himself as he chased after the snitch, fully aware of Cedric right behind him. To tell the truth, Harry felt more comfortable than he had in months. He was in his element, chasing the snitch, trying to achieve victory with no worries about the various problems facing him. He felt himself suddenly yanked back and gasped as Cedric raced by him, smirking at him as he flew past. Harry was surprised he'd commit such a flagrant foul, but suspected the Hogwarts group was willing to bend a few rules against these outsiders. He watched as the snitch flew straight up with Cedric right behind him. Kicking his broom, Harry flew right up, sailing as fast as he could upward. The clouds flew past them as Harry kept up the speed, high over the field. He was tempted to give Cedric a taste of his one medicine with a tug on the broom, but instead concentrated on urging his broom to as much speed as he could. He flew past Cedric, heading toward the snitch, arm outstretched. Without warning, Cedric slammed an elbow right into Harry's chest, causing him to gasp. "Should have stayed where you were," the young man snarled with a surprising fury in his eyes. The fury was echoed in Harry, who decided it was time to take off the kid gloves. As if he had done it many times before, he reached out a hand, and a blast of white tendrils flew outward, grasping Cedric's broom and giving it a spin. He let out a yelp as he spun about in mid-air, and Harry sped past him, swinging downward and then up. As he hoped, the arc was perfectly timed to catch the snitch right as it was trying to fly downward and clutched it tightly in his hand. "The snitch has been caught," the voice of the announcer boomed as Harry flew back down. 150 points in the game to the Mystic Force. A loud groan of disappointment went through the stands, although there were a few smatterings of respectful applause. Yadana and Daggerin both let out short cheers while Genji was leaping about like mad. The Rangers were naturally ecstatic, exchanging high-fives and slaps on the back. The Hogwarts players groused and kicked at air, Ron the most upset of them all. It was hardly helped by Vita flying by the line of them with her thumb and forefinger, making an L shape across her forehead. Harry came down, snitch in hand, to be greeted by his fellow players. "We are the champions, my friends," Vita sang out, "and we'll keep on fighting till the end." Once more, the other Rangers joined in. "We are the champions. We are the champions." A beeping sound echoed, and their celebratory faces fell. In the stands, Yadana and Daggerin were instantly alert, getting to their feet fast. "Something is happening at Briarwood." She pushed past confused teachers. "We must be away." "Sorry," Daggerin told Dumbledore. "We'll be back when we can." The Rangers had landed on the field, Harry and Neville with them. "Where are you going?" Neville asked. "Monster attack, no big," Xander said offhandedly. "Shouldn't take more than a half hour." "What's up?" Ginny asked as she joined them on the way out of the stadium. "We need to get back to Briarwood," Harry told her. He paused and smiled. "Want to come with?" "Can we?" Ginny said with a wide grin. "Yadana?" Harry asked. She pursed her lips, unsure but nodded. "Why not? It may be beneficial for them to see how we handle our matters." She led the way to a nearby tree, placing a hand on it to whisper. In a flash of light, she was sucked into it and vanished. Harry gave the startled Neville and Ginny a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. It's easier than it looks. Nice place," Neville said as he and Ginny looked about the interior of Root Core. Hagrid would have fit in well here. He saw the flash of pain on Harry's face. "Damn sorry, Harry." "It's okay," he sighed. "I've gotten used to it." He saw Ginny admiring the bookshelf. "Be careful. Some of those aren't meant to be read by beginners." "As I found out the hard way," Claire said as she entered with a tray of steaming cups. "Here we go. Hot cocoa coming up." "Thanks, Claire," Neville said as he took a cup and sipped it. "Not bad." Claire beamed at the compliment as she turned to Ginny, who accepted a cup of her own. "Where's Udana?" Harry asked. "Checking on the Rangers' fight," Claire explained. "They're doing well so far." "She seemed eager to help them out," Neville noted. "Well, she used to be able to morph herself, but then Korag stole her snow staff," Claire explained. "But, yeah, Udana doesn't back down from battle. She got that from her husband." Harry was surprised. "I didn't know she was married." Claire blanched. "Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that." Neville leaned in to Ginny. "Now I'm really reminded of Hagrid." She giggled in response. "I don't mean offense, Claire," Harry told her. "I just would like to know more." She bit her lip before sighing. "His name was Leanbow. He was a great warrior during the war with the Dark Forces long ago. He was the one who helped seal them away underground, but in the process, he was lost." Harry's face fell. "No wonder she won't mention him." Claire nodded. "And not just him. Daggerin was entrusted to keep a watch on their son, but when Calendar betrayed him, the boy was lost." Harry felt his heart go out to the woman who had been so supportive for him, giving no sign of her own pain. "I guess that explains why she likes to keep an eye on us all the time. She can be a bit overprotective," Claire confirmed. "But worth it." Her eyes were caught by an hourglass whose sands were running out. "Shoot, forgot it was time to feed Fireheart." "I'll handle it," Harry said. "Udana might need your help with something." "We'll go too," Neville said. "Be interesting to see a dragon who's not trying to eat us." Harry nodded as he got out a large bucket of raw meat kept in the corner and led them outside of the dragon-shaped building. "It's good to see you were safe," Ginny told him. She paused, looking down. I was worried about you. Where you were, if you were all right. I was so scared they'd drag you to Azkaban, or worse." "I'm a bad penny," Harry said, trying to sound light about it. Ginny looked at him in seriousness. "There's nothing bad about you, Harry Potter," she softly said. Harry gazed back at her, touched by her words. Behind them, Neville just made a sly smile and rolled his eyes. They had just turned the corner to the path leading to Fireheart's sleeping area when a shadow fell across the path. With a yell, Korag suddenly leapt down from a tree, landing before them, unsheathing his sword and pointing it at them. "I've been looking for you." Ginny let out a scream as she leapt back, Harry instinctively moving before her protectively. Neville had his wand out and pointed, trying to calm his nerves before the frightening creature before him. Korag spun his sword and pulled it back and then lunged forward and buried the tip into the ground, leaving it standing there as he backed up and spoke. "We need to talk." Connections and Revelations. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Connections and Revelations. Harry blinked at Korag. "Talk," he repeated with bafflement. "Yes," Korag said. "We share a common interest, you and I." "Obviously not in fashion," Neville muttered, a hand at his wand as he stood protectively before Ginny. Korag didn't look at him, focusing on Harry. "The alliance between Imperius and this Voldemort is not to my liking. These Death Eaters are striking at innocence, attacking for pleasure, not for meaning." "What's your problem then?" Harry sardonically asked. "Jealous they're taking away from your fun?" Korag seemed to glare at him through the helmet. "I do not attack innocence if there is no need. I also do not enjoy needless bloodshed. These tactics, they are not worthy of a warrior such as myself." Neville raised an eyebrow. "Let me get this straight. You want the forces of darkness and evil to rule the world, but only if they can do it in a polite fashion." He let out a small laugh at the very idea, which was cut off as Korag stalked toward him. "Without honor, victory means nothing," he hissed. Harry stepped forward, his expression calm but warning. "Let's make the supreme jump in logic and say I believe you. What are you proposing?" Korag backed up and faced him. "Despite my feelings of Voldemort, I am bound to my master's will. I must comply by his wishes to aid these creatures." He glanced to Harry. "But you and the Rangers are not so bound." Harry blinked. You're asking us to?" "I ask nothing," Korag said. "I state nothing. I suggest nothing." "So you're a whole lot of nothing, as I suspected," Harry said. Korag growled, his anger visible, but he managed to keep it under control. "You wish Voldemort defeated, and so do I. That is all we have in common. Tell the Rangers this, and tell them I will make contact when the time is right." He turned to start marching away. End of discussion. "Discussion? What discussion?" Ginny exclaimed, ignoring her. Korag leapt up and vanished into the forest. Neville just shook his head at Harry. "You always meet the most fascinating people wherever you go." Needless to say, The Rangers took Harry's story of the meeting with Korag in their normal open-minded manner. Not a chance in hell, Nick snapped. Nick, Harry began. I mean it, Nick said. He paced before the crystal ball in root core as the others watched, obviously upset. We can't work with him. Nick's right, Chip said. That guy and that mummy have been trying to turn us into vapor for months. And now he wants us to trust him? It's not about trust, Harry pointed out. It's about the fact we could use any help we can get against this alliance. Harry, you don't know this guy, Nick pressed. I do. I got him stuck in my head half the time. At Harry's confused look, Madison explained. Psychic connection, long story. Why is everything a long story with you lot? Harry exclaimed. Just once, I want to hear a short story, a poem, a limerick even. Point is, Vita piped up. Asking us to work with Korag is like you joining up with Wormtail. The flush on Harry's cheeks told her she'd struck home. He still shook his head before speaking. I know it's difficult, and I wouldn't be suggesting it if it wasn't serious. But let's face it, it's bloody. Serious. Yadana stirred her tea at her seat before speaking. I must admit Harry raises a point. Having two beings like Imperius and Voldemort working in conjunction bodes much trouble for all of us. If Korag can assist us, that may help us turn the tide. I still don't trust him, Nick complained. Come on, the guy's bound to this master of theirs. He has to be as evil as the rest. I don't know, Harry said, biting his lip. He had a chance to kill us in the forest and passed it up. And he does seem to consider honor more important than being evil. Yadana tapped a finger at her chin. And there is something else? I cannot put my finger on it exactly, but whenever I've met him, I feel something familiar. Madison coughed as she pointed at her watch. I hate to break this up, but we do have to be going. Right, Xander said as he nodded to Yadana. We'll be back at Hogwarts by tonight. But if we don't show up for work at some point, Toby's going to raise some hell. Harry sighed as he rose up. After the last few days, the store will be a picnic. Obviously, you've never seen it at holiday time, Xander responded as they filed out. It didn't take long for Lily to realize the irony of how much she stood out in a street full of wizards. With her leather jacket, designer jeans, dark blouse, and makeup, she was more a standout than in Briarwood, especially with her incessant gum snapping. As usual, she just ignored what other people thought of her as she headed on, glancing at the piece of paper in her hand. And what brings you here? Lily jumped, whirling about to see Draco Malfoy leaning on a nearby wall with that arrogant smirk of his. She let out a long breath as she shook her head. Mom wants me running some errands for her, some ingredients for her next spell. Figures I can pass for a regular customer better than she can. Why doesn't she just steal the stuff? Draco asked. For once, she's trying to keep a low profile, Lily explained. They're already on edge around here. She figured I could slip on trough. Draco nodded as he walked beside her, noting the repairing damage from the attack only days before. Yes, they have been kicking up a fuss lately. A bit too much, if you ask me. I didn't, Lily said. She then nodded. But yeah, you're right. I know what my mom is, but this is taking it a bit far. They're trying to take over the world, Draco pointed out. That doesn't make for much in the way of good manners. I know, Lily said, blowing out a bubble of gum. It's so interfering with my social life. Draco glanced at her. Really? That's the reason you're upset with it? Yeah. What other reason would I have? Lily frowned. Draco let a small smile come to his face. I think there's the fact that deep down, you're nowhere near as shallow and superficial as you pretend to be. Excuse me? Lily exclaimed, her eyebrows rising. There is no pretense here, Draco snorted. Please, girl. Lily glared at him. I'm your age, genius. I don't go around calling you boy. Do I? 'Cause I could. Draco held up a hand. My apologies, he calmly said. I merely meant that I can tell you're a bit smarter than you let on, especially to your mother. And somehow, I don't see you really being that eager following in her footsteps. Lily frowned. Got that right, she muttered. I've got better plans in life than being the next queen of the vampires, and I'm not exactly thrilled to become another toady of a dark lord, Draco noted. He sighed. But he's still my father. It's hard to fight that. True, Lily reluctantly noted. She shook her head. Oh well, got more important things on hand right now. Need company? Draco asked. She smirked. Why not? You obviously need some fashion tips. I beg your pardon, Draco said, insulted. This is top-of-the-line clothing. Top of the line to throw out, Lily scoffed. She reached to take Draco by the arm. Come on, we're hitting the nearest shop, and I can show you what style really is. Despite his protests, Draco found himself pulled off and wondered if perhaps staying back at the cavern wasn't a better move. The sky was overcast as Harry slowly made his way to the small hut at distance from the castle. It was perfect for his mood, his face so dour, even his illusionary disguise couldn't hide it. He paused before the hut, which appeared a bit worse for wear. Before was a small plaque placed near the ground. Rubius Hagrid, loyal worker, great teacher, beloved friend. Harry brushed back his hair as he knelt down. Sorry I haven't been by sooner, he whispered. I've been busy with some insanity. He sighed as he looked about. I hated having to miss the funeral, but I'm sure you understand why. I wish a lot of things. He was quiet before whispering. I miss you. You were my first friend, the first one to show me kindness when you brought me here. I don't blame you for that, of course. You didn't know what would happen. He paused, fighting back tears. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's because of me you're dead. If I hadn't come here, none of this would have happened. You can't think that way. Harry started and turned around, relaxing as he saw Luna Lovegood standing behind him. She had a smile on her face, although her eyes were as dreamy as ever. It wasn't your fault, Harry. Never think it was. Harry sighed. Why not, Luna? Whoever killed Hagrid framed me. There has to be a connection. This was all to hurt me, and he paid for my fame or destiny or whatever it is. Luna came closer as she spoke. Whoever did this, why they did it, how they did it, the point is they did it, Harry. Not you. Hagrid would know and tell you the same. Harry shook his head. It hurts, Luna. All of it. Everyone thinking I'm evil. Ron and Hermione turning on me. You have people who believe in you still. Luna stressed as she stepped forward. I do. Neville and Ginny do. She smiled. The red-haired one does have the candle burning still. Harry blinked in confusion at that before shaking it off. I still wish I had more help. You have the Rangers, Luna pointed out. Friends indeed for a friend in need. Harry had to smile. I do at that. He sighed as he rose up. I still have to clear my name, Luna. I can't behind this face all my life. A good face it is, Luna said before smiling. But your true one will still shine, Harry. I believe in that. Harry smiled back, unable not to feel better at the young blonde's words. Thank you, Luna. He nodded back to the castle. I suppose we need to get going back. Maybe I can get a lift? Harry and Luna both jumped and whirled about to see a figure before them, also leaping back in fright. Phineas? Harry stammered. What are you? Why did you? The troll scratched his head. I have to answer those in order? Harry rubbed his head. Phineas, how did you get here? Oh, got lost. You got lost to Hogwarts? Oddly, that actually made some sense to Harry. Yeah, not sure how, Phineas shrugged. But hey, nice place. Oh, Luna, this is Phineas, Harry introduced the two. Nice to meet ya, Phineas said with a strong handshake. Luna smiled back before leaning into Harry. Watch this one. He has more to offer than it seems. Thanks, Phineas grinned. Not sure for what, but… Phineas, Harry interrupted. Maybe you'd better get going before someone finds you here. I don't think they'd react well to intruders. Oh, you're right, Phineas nodded. Yeah, they might want me to… He shuddered. Take a bath. I'd better get going. Nice to meet you, Looney. Luna, right. Phineas nodded as he began to walk off. He paused and looked back to Harry. Forest is that way, right? He pointed to trees as Harry slowly nodded. Gotcha. Luna stared after him before looking to Harry. Interesting company you keep. I'm in interesting times, Harry noted. Much like the Chinese curse. The two began to walk toward the castle. Harry stiffened as he saw Cedric leaning on a rock, studying him. Something wrong? He asked, his voice gruff, having taken on a different cadence as James. Cedric smirked. Enjoying the sights? I didn't know you knew Hagrid. Only be reputation, Harry lied with a straight face. Just felt like paying respects. Cedric was silent for a moment before stepping forward, his expression stern. I don't like you, Bourne, he said in a hard tone. I want to make that clear. There's something about you that rubs me the wrong way. Really? Harry said. Feeling happens to be mutual. Cedric kept his eyes narrowed. We don't want you here. You, or these ranger friends of yours. Want us or not, we're here, Harry snapped. We don't want trouble, so try not to start some. You are trouble, Bourne, Cedric said, pointing a finger right at Harry's chest. Just stay out of my way, got it? Harry raised his hands up. Fine by me. I don't want to be involved with you any more than I have to be. Unlike everyone else here, I don't worship the ground you walk on. A smirk came to Cedric's face. Not my fault they recognize greatness when they see it. Harry stared at him, wondering what happened to the man who had seemed so proud and good a person. Then again, he seemed to have misjudged quite a few people here at Hogwarts, so he supposed Cedric was no different. Arrogance isn't a nice trait, Cedric. It is if you can live up to it, Cedric sniffed. If you want to find that out for yourself, stay out of my way. Whatever you say, Diggory, Harry said, brushing aside him to walk off. Luna followed him, glancing at Cedric before catching up to Harry. He's an off man, she whispered. I can tell that, Harry said. Luna shook her head. No, something else, something odd. Harry's eyes darted at her. When Luna Lovegood considered someone else odd, that person bore immediate watching. His feelings would have been clarified had he looked back to see Cedric's eyes taking on an eerie glow as he glared at Harry's back. The flash of magic struck out to blast a small hole into the target. Daggerin leaned forward to examine it and nodded. Very good. He rose and turned around to gaze at the students, particularly Ron, who held his wand out. Not bad, Mr. Weasley, you've improved. Ron smiled and bowed his head with false humility. Now hit that same spot 10 more times. The smile faded as Daggerin faced the rest of the class in the outdoor courtyard, standing beside the target's setup. Anyone can get a lucky shot in. To be effective using combat magic means being able to hit what you're trying to hit more than once. Hermione coughed. That's not quite easy to do. These targets are stationary, Daggerin pointed out. In the heat of battle as they move about, and you have dozens more fighting around you, that becomes the time to call upon your skills. But we're students, one voice spoke up from the crowd. In times like these, Daggerin announced, attacks can come from any point and at any time. We can't be like your high and mighty rangers, Ron sardonically noted. Where are they anyway? Too good to train with us? They have other duties. Daggerin's eyes narrowed. And the rangers are not the ones acting superior, Mr. Weasley. They are strong, but they are not much different than you character-wise. Perhaps if you came down from your attitude, you might learn that. Daggerin. He turned to see Udana racing down the stairs toward him, her face tight. There's an attack in Briarwood. Hideax and Death Eaters. Daggerin was instantly moving. Class dismissed, he called over his shoulder as he joined Udana, the two rushing off. Harry soon broke off to run after them. Ron just shook his head. Fine lot of good he's doing for us. He looked to Hermione, who was tapping her chin in though. What? Just something about that born person, she said. I don't know exactly what, but when he talks, you get the sense he's familiar. Somehow, Ron furrowed his brow. I felt the same way when he does spells. I don't know why, but it just seems to remind me of someone. Like it's on the tip of your tongue, Hermione agreed. She bit her lip. We need to watch him closer, Ron. Him and these rangers, there's something big they're hiding from us. Ron nodded. I'll start spreading the word and maybe someone can follow them around more. For the good of this school, we need to find out the truth. Hermione nodded as the students mingled about, secure in their own safety behind the walls. As usual, it didn't take much time to find the source of the Briarwood disturbance. The Rangers were in the middle of the fray, trying to fight off a batch of Death Eaters as well as Hideax. Among the Death Eater forces was a woman in a tight leather outfit with hair that mixed black and white in a mad expression. From what Sirius had said, Daggerin recognized her as Bellatrix Lestrange. Nick was sent flying back after a blow from a monstrous creature that looked like an armored bulldog with spikes coming out of his shoulders who easily blocked a blow from Madison before knocking her back. Stay back, Daggerin said to Udana and Harry. I am not helpless. Udana snapped. Without your snow staff, you're at a disadvantage, Daggerin said as he charged forward, his morpher and card popping out. Magical source, mystic force. On the run, a blast of golden energy covered him, leaving him in his armored form as he charged into the fray. Udana watched a group of Hideax move towards some civilians at the edge of the battle and waved her hand to let out a blast of magic to knock them back. Harry already had his wand out to fire a bolt to stun a pair of Death Eaters nearby. Daggerin punched at the bulldog creature who snarled. You dare match against Fido? I shall see you destroyed for the glory of Imperius. I'll have to argue. Daggerin gasped as the creature lashed out with a sudden strike that sent him sailing back against a car. Fido whipped out a giant staff, spinning it in his hands as he struck out. a blast of energy striking Daggerin. He yelled as he fell back, and the bulldog swung his staff out in a wide arc, causing the entire street in front of Daggerin to explode into flame. The man yelled as he spun about in the air and crashed back against the car, his armor fading in a flash. Fido grinned wickedly as he came forward, his staff held up. I thought it would be harder to defeat a knight. What about 2 knights? Fido spun around to see Korag standing before him, his sword unsheathed. I don't need help from you, the creature snarled. You will need help, Korag said. But for me. He lunged forward, his sword swinging at Fido. The creature was barely able to get his staff up in surprise as he was driven back by the sudden assault. Whoa! Chip called out as he kicked a Hidiak back. Is Korag on our side? I think it's more that he's on his own side, Nick noted. Come on, let's keep it going. He punched a Death Eater back as the Rangers began to take the fight back to their enemies. Harry ducked as a Hidiak leapt over his head and kicked out at another, wincing at the blow. He saw Yadana handling herself surprisingly well, sending a Death Eater back with a blast while tossing a Hidiak back with a strong throw. Harry saw a familiar face coming up from behind and called out, Yadana, look out! Yadana turned in time to see Bellatrix fire a bolt of lightning at her. She dodged it and let out a blast of her own, lifting the madwoman off her feet with a howl. Landing hard, Bellatrix hissed and rubbed at her back. Oh, the White Witch here has a dark side. But you should have stayed behind rather than be flayed like your charges. If you want them, Yadana hissed, you'll have to go through me. Bellatrix offered a twisted smile. Why, thank you for the invitation. With a screech, she rolled to her feet and let out a wide swatch of energy from her wand. It cut a wide arc, Yadana unable to dodge, and she screamed as the bolts raked her body. Harry moved toward her only to be grabbed by a Hidiak and slammed back into a nearby column. He gasped for breath as a pair of Death Eaters raced up to hold him back, pinning his wand down. Bellatrix stepped forward, that twisted smile still in place as she raked Yadana with dark energy, the sorceress unable to hold back a cry of agony. Yadana! Nick yelled out, but a Hidiak knocked him back. The other Rangers were also having trouble handling the creatures and Death Eaters as well. Bellatrix stepped forward, her wand waving about, her eyes lit with triumphant madness. Why don't we see how those precious Rangers fare without their White Queen? Harry tried to lunge forward, but was held back. Yadana groaned on the ground as Bellatrix pulled her arm back, the edge of the wand glowing as she spoke. Advocative. No. There was a flash of movement as Korag leapt seemingly from nowhere, his shield held up as he jumped in front of Yadana and the bolt of green energy. 2 Death Eaters had seen him as he charged in, both coming up with the same spell of dark lightning. It hit the shield at the same time as the deadly bolt, and an eruption of light and energy ripped outward. The shockwave was enough to knock everyone for a loop, Harry and his captors thrown backward. The Rangers rose up slowly to stare as Daggerin stood in place, his body glowing outward. With a flash, it suddenly changed. His purple and silver armor seemed to disappear, replaced with a suit much larger and bold red and gold. A blue cape flowed behind him as large horns seemed to grow out of his pointed helmet and a large golden shield in his right hand. The figure was frozen for a moment before his body shimmered once more. Everyone stared at the man who stood revealed. He appeared to be the same age as Daggerin and Yadana with strong features and graying hair with a rugged chin. He was dressed in a mostly white outfit with a light vest over his white shirt and tan boots. He turned about as he looked around, seemingly confused as to his whereabouts. Daggerin felt his jaw loosen as he stared. It can't be, he whispered. The stranger looked down at Yadana before his eye lit up. Yadana. The sorceress stared in utter wonder before letting a single name escape her lips. Lean Bao. Sorry again for the long delay. Hopefully not as big a break between chapters. Personality flaws. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Personality flaws. My apologies for the long delay since the last update. Hope this makes up for it. Yadana stared in wonder at the man who stood where Korag had once been. Lean Bao, she whispered once more. How? The man looked about, as if seeing the world around him for the first time. It's been so long, he breathed. So long since I was myself. Again, what is this? Bellatrix demanded, waving her wand. Lean Bao stared at her, his eyes narrowing. You. Her. My wife. He waved his hand, and a shimmer of red energy covered him from head to toe. When it faded, he was now clad in a uniform that was a copy of Daggeron's, only red instead of purple. He held a long sword in his hands with a silver shield, brighter than Korag's but still strong. He spun his sword before charging into the wave of enemies, slicing out with his blade. "Okay, can anyone tell me just what is going on around here?" Genji demanded as he helped Daggeron back to his feet. "I don't know, I've pretty much given up being surprised by you lot," Harry said with a sigh as he sent out a bolt to knock back some Death Eaters. The Rangers were recovering to fight off the Hideax, their weapons clashing about. The armored figure that had been Korag was also battling, tossing enemies aside with little trouble, his sword flashing with loud yells. Nearby, Bellatrix sat up, looking rather jarred by this development. She swallowed as she rose up to her feet. "Retreat!" she yelled. She hated the idea, knowing the disapproval the Dark Lord would have for her over this, but she recognized a losing battle when it was happening. At her word, the Death Eaters began to fall back with the Hideax joining them. In a flash of light, they vanished, leaving a stunned street behind them. The armored figure turned, a light shimmering as he powered down to reveal himself once more. He smiled as he moved to Udana, helping her to her feet. She simply stared at him in shock and hope with watery eyes. Is it really you?" she whispered. The man embraced her tightly before kissing her long on the lips. It took a few moments before Xander loudly coughed. "Ah, excuse me?" The two broke off, the man turning towards Xander. "Hi, I'm Xander," the teen introduced himself. "Ah, not to be rude, but aren't you the evil warlord who's been trying to kill us for months?" "I was," Lin Bao said with a sigh. "So Korag is Lin Bao," Chip began. "And Lin Bao is Korag." "I was him," Lin Bao confirmed. "And he was me, and we're all together in a yellow submarine." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Vida di Mandith." The man sighed. "It's a complicated story." Harry winced and rubbed his head. Of course it is." He shook his head. "Why should I expect any different?" He looked upward as if pained. "I'm starting to wonder if Azkaban might not be that bad." It wasn't that surprising that Claire took this new arrival to root core in stride, simply shrugging before asking if anyone wanted cocoa. Lin Bao stood at the end of the table, looking about with interest and breathing the air as if it had been years since he had taken it in. "What happened?" Udana asked the question in everyone's minds. Lin Bao took a deep breath. "I can scarcely believe it myself," he began, his eyes distant with memories. "It was the last moments of the final battle long ago. I was racing into the gates, ready to sacrifice myself if it meant ending the reign of evil. I beat back the master, sent him into that foul pit he'd come out of. But he used that last blast of magic to hit me, change me, warp me into the Night Wolf, his loyal servant." Udana sighed sadly. No one could withstand the full fury of the master's dark magics. Lin Bao nodded as he sipped his tea. "I thought I was, but he wiped away all memory of my past, my true self, made me into his own personal warrior." His eyes grew dark. "What I did, who I've hurt, it'll stay with me for the rest of my life." Udana reached for him. "It wasn't you. You have to know that and understand it. It wasn't you, and we can accept that." "I don't know if we can," Nick groused, his arms crossed and his eyes glaring at Lin Bao. "After all he's done to us." "Not him," Udana stressed. "Korag. What's the difference?" Nick snapped at her. "Well, for a start, he's not killing us." "I think that's a change," Harry dryly observed. Nick glared at him and then over to Korag. "I had you in my head for weeks, haunting me, driving me on, trying to sway me over, and all of a sudden, you're saying, 'It wasn't me, sorry about all that.'" "I don't think so." Vita sighed as she came to him. "Look, Nick, you know me. I love a fight and all, but the guy seems to be on our side now. So maybe we should just shelve the animosity for a bit until we figure things out." Nick seemed unsure, but backed up. Lin Bao sighed as he rubbed at his chin. "Imperius won't be resting himself," he intoned. "If anything, he'll accelerate his plans." "Which are?" Daggeron pressed. Lin Bao took a deep breath. "His ultimate plan is to release the 10 Terrors." Daggeron and Udana both dropped their jaws in shock. Is he insane?" Daggeron demanded. "Kinda loaded question, isn't that?" Chip noted. "The 10 Terrors?" Harry asked. He looked around. "Anyone got a pad and pencil? I need to start writing all this down." Claire looked up from the spot at the table where she was using a quill on a parchment. Sorry, what? The 10 terrors, Yudana breathed. The worst demons and creatures the underworld has ever unleashed. A force so great, even the Master did not want them loose. And Imperius wants to set them free? Chip asked. Not exactly a forward thinker, is he? Calendar always did think he was stronger and smarter than he truly was, Daggerin noted. Apparently being swallowed by darkness has only increased that. Harry shook his head. I don't know if Voldemort will go along with that. He's no fool. He'll recognize the threat of some great power he can't control. The alliance between them is doomed to fail in the end, Lin Bao stated. They're already distrustful and hate the idea of how slow things are going. Harry sniffed at that. You'd think spending 15 years plotting his return from the grave would teach Voldemort a bit of patience. Guess impatience is among the lack of virtues for them, Chip dryly observed. So what now? Vita glanced at her watch and grimaced. Right now I think we should get going back to Toby's. He'll be throwing a fit without us around. You best be going then, Daggerin said with a nod. Right now, I think it's best Yudana and I check out Lin Bao more. Make sure there's no chance the Master can reclaim you. Lin Bao nodded. Good idea. I'd hate to turn back into Korag in the middle of a fight. I wouldn't like it either, Daggerin said with a smile. No wonder you kept giving me a hard time out there. You always were better in a fight. Don't sell yourself short, old friend. Lin Bao smiled back. It appears you took my lessons well to heart. Let's get out of here before they start drinking together, Nick said with a roll of his eyes. He led the others out the dragon entrance into the forest. That was weird, Madison nicely understated. Tell me about it. Chip shook his head as they walked on. I guess it's good to leave them alone now. They have some catching up to. In more ways than one, Vita said. The teens all stopped in place as various looks of dismay and disgust came over them at the meaning of her words. Okay, I think I just got a permanent passport to Scary Visual Place. Xander spoke for them all. Bellatrix let out a scream as the bolts of energy rolled over her body. She slammed against a rocky wall of the cavern, howling as the bolts held her in place. Imperius finally lowered his hand, the bolts fading as Bellatrix gasped for breath. You let him go? The mummy creature bellowed. You allowed Korag to return to Lin Bao and then let him go. Bellatrix gasped for breath, trying to recover from the torture. I didn't expect. Silence. Imperius blasted another wave of energy that slammed her back against the wall. The various creatures growled in satisfaction at it before a green blast ripped out to strike Imperius. He yelled in pain as he fell back, cutting off the bolts. Voldemort stepped into view, his wand held in his hand. His face tightened in pure rage. Behind him were a squad of robed Death Eaters, each with their wands out and ready to attack at their master's command. Strike at her again, he hissed, and I'll use a stronger spell. Imperius snarled at him. She had a simple task, and she managed to foul it up beyond all measure. Voldemort pointed his wand at him. You do not dispense punishment to my people, he snarled. If she did something wrong, I am the one who will punish her. An attack on them could be considered an attack on me, and I don't think you want that. Imperius moved forward, pointing at the wizard. It's because of her that the spell has been broken, and Lin Bao has returned. The master will not be pleased at losing his finest warrior. Well, perhaps it might have behooved you to mention the little detail that Korag was actually a great enemy, Voldemort spat. You cannot blame Bellatrix for failing a task she knew nothing about. Do not attempt to shed your underlings' idiocies on me. Why should I? You have more than enough ineptitude on your side to go around. Imperius let out a howl as he moved in, the various creatures around him ready to fight. The Death Eaters backed up Voldemort, wands at the ready. Things might have gone rather badly had Necroline not stepped between the two forces, her arms outstretched. Wait a moment, she yelled. Gentlemen, please, we can't let ourselves dissolve into infighting. The Rangers are the real threat, not each other. She let her eyes dart to the large pit nearby, and the master would not approve of it either. As if to back her up, a loud rumble echoed along with a flash of red from the pit. Everyone glanced at it before gazing at each other. Slowly, Imperius and Voldemort backed down, their forces also moving back. Why did you not tell me the truth of Korag? Voldemort demanded. There was no reason to, Imperius insisted. He'd been a servant of the master for so long. It seemed impossible he could ever break free of his thrall. I assumed he'd be no reason to worry about it. Voldemort sniffed. I know a muggle's saying about assuming, he muttered. This bickering is pointless, Necroli insisted. What matters is that with Leanbow, the Rangers have become more powerful. And I suppose that's on my head as well? Voldemort snapped. I will not be blamed for your mistakes. No one is blaming anyone, Necroli insisted. But for now, we need to concentrate on the main threat. We must step up our plans to revive the 10 Terrors, Imperius declared. Your plan, Voldemort was quick to point out. Personally, I don't see the need to bring back some batch of monsters I doubt you can control. It is not for you to decide the Master's needs, Imperius sniffed. It is as he wills, and we shall follow his wishes. Just be sure these terrors know their place, Voldemort snapped. We still have much to do, especially with my plans for the wizarding world. His eyes narrowed. Do not attempt to destroy our alliance just yet. It still has its uses, Imperius confirmed before turning away. Leave me for now. I must consult the Master on this new threat. Voldemort glared before waving his wand, a flash of light leading to he and his followers vanishing in smoke. Necroli shook her head as she approached Imperius. This will not be a good thing to explain to the Master. I'll handle that, Imperius waved off. You concentrate on freeing the terrors. Are you certain you can control them? I am confident they will agree with our goals, Imperius said. You have your own issues. He frowned at her. And on that exactly. Where is that brat of yours? Lily has her own issues, Necroli carefully said, hoping Imperius wouldn't see her worry over her daughter on her face. Well, look who's back, Toby groused as he saw the Rangers and Harry enter the record store. I was expecting to see your faces on milk cartons soon. Hasn't been that long, boss, Xander said with a grin meant to disarm Toby's anger. It didn't seem to be working as Toby glared at them all. You know, I think I got you guys some pretty large slack, Toby began. I don't dock you pay when you keep taking off. I don't yell when you keep taking off. Hell, I don't fire you when you keep taking off. But your constant taking off is really starting to hurt my bottom line. Sorry, boss, Chip said, sounding truly contrite. Well, I've taken care of that, Toby proclaimed, motioning with his hands. The teens all stared in shock as Lily stepped up wearing a Rock Emporium vest. Lily here will be joining our happy crew. But, Toby, Nick sputtered. She can't. Why not? Toby arched an eyebrow. Nick silenced, realizing he could hardly explain the truth about Lily without giving away the Ranger's secret. Nodding, Toby made his way to the back. I'll let you all get more acquainted while we enjoy our new work environment. As he walked off, Lily turned to face the Rangers, who were all glaring at her with suspicion. I don't tell on you. You don't tell on me, Kay. What are you doing here, Lily? Vita snapped, her anger obvious. What? The girl frowned. Is it so hard to believe I want a normal life for myself? Yes, the Rangers all replied. Lily sniffed. Fine, think whatever you want. Just know I'm here, and I'm not planning on leaving. She grabbed a box of discs and stalked off. Harry removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I can't believe I'm on a first-name basis with you people some days. Claire was whistling a tune as she threw various pieces of clothing into a basket for the afternoon wash. She opened the door to Udana's room to see if she needed any wash and let out a yell, the basket thrown up to send clothes flying around in the air. Oh my! She shrieked at the sight of Udana and leaned bow under the covers of the large bed. Claire! Udana cried out, instinctively clutching the blanket around her. Sorry, Claire yelled, turning around and putting a hand over her face. Sorry. Oh, you have no idea how sorry I am. Lean Bao chuckled as he sat up. It looks like we need to start locking the door. I'll have to create locks first, Udana noted. She glanced down at the clothes scattered about and stopped as something caught her eye. It was a piece of red cloth with gold embroidery at the top, the size of a small blanket. Udana moved out of the bed, clutching a sheet around her as she grabbed the blanket. She held it up to Lean Bao, whose eyes widened as large as hers did. It can't be, he whispered. Udana moved to Claire. Claire! The girl was still holding her back to her. Claire! She yelped as she whirled around. Yes? Udana held up the blanket. Where did you find this? It was in Nick's bag, Claire explained, baffled as to why Udana seemed so intense about this. I was just going to clean it. It's probably picked up a lot of dust from his motorcycle and all. Udana and Lean Bao looked at each other and fell into a tight embrace. It's him, Udana whispered. I always knew there was something special about him. We have to tell him, Lean Bao said. He has to know. We will, Udonis said before kissing him deeply. Claire swallowed as she backed up. Okay, I'll just, be going, and she shut the door and moved quickly to a table, starting to go through a stack of notes there. Come on, I know Harry had that memory-erasing spell written down somewhere. Malfoy hated having to come to this wretched mansion. The sheer darkness of the place was enough to overwhelm even his soured heart. More importantly, it meant getting involved with his father more, something Malfoy was getting more and more disdainful of as time went on. It wasn't that he hated his father by any means. Malfoy had long ago made peace with who his father truly was, accepted it in order to keep to his successful lifestyle. But lately, his father's obsession with keeping up with Voldemort was starting to grate on Malfoy. He supposed that's why he got along so well with Lily. Like him, the girl was trapped by her upbringing, her mother a literal monster serving a dark master. She was a bit superficial, but he sensed deep down she had a surprising heart, as much as she'd deny it. There was something about her that intrigued Malfoy. He didn't know why or how, but it was there. It was strange, someone like him and someone like her getting along so well. He had no idea where this might lead to, but it intrigued him all the same. He stopped in the hallway as he heard voices up ahead. He frowned as he ducked into a corner nearby to peer out. He could see into the dimly lit main room, where Death Eaters were gathered in a circle around a raised seat where Voldemort lounged. He was facing someone who had his back to Malfoy, the voice low and yet oddly familiar. Your presence is a surprise in many ways. Voldemort began in a tone that seemed calm, but was laced with menace. Especially since I saw you die. That's my secret to how I'm here, the stranger replied. I've kept myself silent for now, but I think it's high time we had a bit of a chat. Regarding, the stranger crossed his arms as he stepped back into the shadows of the room. Your plans. You know this deal with Imperius won't last, and he'll make sure you get the worst of it in the end. Thank you for pointing out the obvious, Voldemort sarcastically said. Remind me again why I don't just kill you for sure now. The figure chuckled. Really? That's the thanks I get for helping remove Potter from your path. Surprise flickered across Voldemort's face. You. He straightened in his seat. You framed Potter? Don't be so shocked, the figure chuckled. I'm surprised those fools at Hogwarts haven't figured it out yet, but then I was counting on their foolishness to pull it off in the first place. Voldemort nodded, his eyes actually flashing with something that resembled respect. And you believe that will make me indebted into doing what you say? I think, at the least, it makes me worth listening to, the figure replied. If you want to strike at Hogwarts and gain power before Imperius turns on you, I can help you. How? The Dark Lord demanded. The figure chuckled as he stepped forward. I can get you into Hogwarts at the perfect time, a time when the minister will be there. The perfect time to establish your base of power. And what do you get in return? Voldemort asked. Trust me, I'll be more than prepared to get what I need, the figure said as he stepped fully into the light, turning slightly as he did. In his hidden place, Draco felt his jaw drop open as he saw the figure revealed, the wicked smile marring the usually handsome face, carrying himself with a confidence and darkness Draco would never have guessed from him. I'll get more than enough, Cedric Diggory declared. Taking Charges. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Taking Charges. My apologies to everyone for the long delay. Tied up with other stories and bit of writer's block on this one. Hope this makes up for it. Being on his own at Hogwarts was a mixture of good and bad for Harry. It felt good walking these familiar halls again and taking in the sights. The feeling was dulled by the fact he had to do so in disguise and knowing only the Rangers, Neville and Ginny, could know who he really was. It was still Hogwarts, but for the first time, Harry understood the saying about not being able to go home again. He was passing by a corner headed toward the main hall for a bite to eat when a hand snaked out and grabbed his arm. Harry was jerked into a room, letting out a short cry. He blinked as he saw Draco Malfoy shut and lock the door. What the? Malfoy turned to him. We need to talk, Potter. Harry was unable to keep his jaw from opening. WH, what are you? Save it, Potter, I know it's you. Malfoy smirked. No one else can fly a broom like that. Relax, if I was going to expose you, I would have by now. Harry stared at him, still uncertain, a hand at his wand. Malfoy moved past him, checking a small window, as if expecting someone to be hovering outside. He turned a point at Harry. Let's get this straight now, Potter. I don't really like you, never have. That's no secret. But I do think you've gotten a raw deal in regard to all this. Harry stared. You do. Come on, Potter. You as the next Dark Lord? Malfoy chuckled. I'd sooner expect my father to become a healer at St. Mungo's. Harry had to smile at the mental image as Draco went on. I was willing to keep quiet, although I might as well tell you Voldemort pretty much knows where you are now. Harry's eyes widened in shock. He does. He knows you hang with those Rangers, and he knows they're at Hogwarts. Whatever else, Voldemort is no fool. Potter, and he's not a giant leap in logic. Malfoy took a seat at a nearby table. He's been distracted a bit by this new alliance of his to take proper steps against you. Draco took a breath. Of course, there's a new wrinkle in things. Such as? Harry was still unsure of this. Draco looked at him with a calm expression. Cedric is working with Voldemort. Oddly, that was the least surprising part of this entire conversation for Harry. He'd always known something was wrong with Diggory's resurrection, and this confirmed it. However, something was still nagging at him as he focused on Malfoy. So they faked his death somehow? Actually, Voldemort seems to think he had killed him, Draco explained. He seemed surprised to have Cedric showing up and offering to help. Of course, Voldemort already has his hands full with Imperius. Let me guess, Harry sardonically stated. It's not going well? Draco snorted. Only question is what the body count is going to be when they inevitably turn on each other. But make no mistake, they want those Rangers out of the way, and you too. Harry had expected that. Why are you telling me this? Shouldn't you be sucking up to your Dark Lord? He's not my lord, Draco muttered. He became aware of Harry staring at him in disbelief. I hate to say it, Potter. Merlin knows I hate to say it, but in a way, you and I are a lot alike. He ignored the way Harry's mouth twisted at the comment. We've both got our Father's Pass hanging over us. You know your father is a great hero, and all that. As for mine, well, I've got him planning my life out, and frankly, I've had better things in mind than becoming a toady to a walking corpse. Harry raised an eyebrow. Not a fan of Voldemort? I'll admit, I agree with some of his views on mudbloods, Draco acknowledged. But I've seen the man up close, Potter. I don't know what he was like before, but now that man is a complete and utter raving lunatic. Everyone recognizes it, but they're too terrified of him to say anything. So, what? You're offering help now? Harry dubiously asked. Or just looking for a way to save your own skin? Malfoy glared at him. He's going to lose it, Potter, sooner or later. As much as I feel about my father, I don't intend to commit suicide. You can call it cowardice. I prefer smart self-preservation. He brushed at his robe. Not like I'm alone. Lily is much the same way. Lily, Harry started. What about her? Draco shrugged. She's like me, trapped by her parents' heritage but wants to change it. She's not a bad sort, really. Makes you wonder what her father was like. If Harry hadn't known better, he would have sworn there was actually a touch of warmth in Draco's voice when he spoke about her. Brushing that off, Potter looked to Draco. So what now? You coming over to the Order? Draco rolled his eyes. Please, Potter. Those fools can't see the truth about you. No way they can organize against what's coming. I think the term Muggles use is an independent agent. Harry narrowed his eyes. And what about what you know of me? I haven't told anyone yet. Have I? Draco shrugged. I'm not asking you to trust me, Potter, but I give you my word, I won't expose you. His eyes twinkled. Hell, watching you give a hard time to Granger and Weasley has been the highlight of my years so far. So glad to please you, Harry sarcastically said. He looked out toward a window, his mind whirling for a few moments processing what Draco had said. That's it, Draco frowned. What's it? Harry was still facing the window. I've been on the defensive ever since this whole nightmare started. I've rolled with everything that's happened. I've let myself become overwhelmed, and I've agreed to hide what I am. He turned to face Malfoy, his face hard and set. Well, I'm done with it. I'm done hiding. I'm done letting others take risks for me, and I'm damn well done with not knowing what is going on. It's time to take charge and start some real progress. He pointed at Draco. I'll hold you to keeping my secret, Malfoy. And if you know what's good for you, you'll do it, or I'll be more than willing to take out some aggression on you. He turned to stride toward the door. The smirk had returned to Draco's face. Has the worm turned, Potter? As Vi would no doubt put it, The worm has turned and he's packing a fracking machine gun. About bloody time. Sirius was instantly on alert as the flash of flue powder echoed in the room of his manor. Turning, he saw Harry step out of the flames before they vanished behind him. "Pup, what are you doing here?" "I can't stay too long," Harry told him, "but I needed to talk fast." He quickly related what Malfoy had told him, Sirius' eyes growing wider as he heard the tale of Cedric and Voldemort together. "Damn it, I knew it," the elder man hissed. "I knew there was something wrong about that little bastard all along. That's why I need some help," Harry said as he came forward. "I'm assuming that after his resurrection, someone dug up Cedric's grub." Sirius nodded. "Yeah, they found a body. Magic's confirmed it was a fake, though. Some poor rotter who'd been given juice to look like Cedric. They tested it and all? What did they do with it?" "They did their tests as far as I know. As for what happened, well, they never found out who it was. Guess they just put him in an unmarked grave. Any chance you can find out where?" Sirius' eyes narrowed. "What are you thinking? If there's one thing I've learned in the last few weeks, it's that the Muggle world has some advantages the Wizarding world doesn't," Harry said. "They have these wonderful things called DNA tests that I think can come in handy right about now." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "You want me to go grave robbing? Haven't done that for quite a few years." At Harry's look, he smiled. "Long story. But if you think it's necessary, I can go along with it. Tonks can give me a hand." Harry nodded. "Good. See if you can make it fast as you can. I've got to touch base with the Rangers. Then it'll be back to Hogwarts to dig around more, see what Cedric's been up to with the students." He saw the smile on Sirius' face. "What is it, you?" The man chuckled. "Damn, you really are James' son." Harry smiled back. "Time to make the Potter name mean something again, Sirius." He reached into his pocket to throw up some powder. "Root core," he called out as he vanished, leaving Sirius with a warm feeling of pride. Harry was aware of the odd mood as he entered the forest home. The Rangers were gathered around the main table, all with rather stunned expressions on their faces. Nick especially seemed hard-hit, sitting in a chair and staring at the blanket clutched in his hands with an expression of disbelief. Yadana and Lean Bao were nearby, their hands linked as they looked at him with sympathy. Are things okay?" Harry asked. "Just processing a bombshell," Xander said, his usual joviality gone. "What's wrong?" Harry asked, worried. Nick swallowed and weakly motioned toward Yadana and Lean Bao. "Harry, meet my parents." Harry blinked in astonishment. What? How?" "Our words exactly," Chip said. Yadana smiled to Harry. "Lean Bao was taking our son to safety when Calendar attacked him. We believed him lost, but..." She waved to Nick. "This is him." Harry just blinked in amazement, but after all he'd seen in his life, the fantastic odds of their long-lost son becoming a mystic warrior didn't seem that bizarre. "Wow, that's incredible." He smiled at Nick. "Congratulations, Nick." The young man didn't seem that happy about this. I need some air." He stood up and brushed past Harry, walking out of the room. The Rangers appeared concerned, Madison making ready to go after him, but Harry held up a hand. "I'll talk to him. It's a lot for him to process now." He headed out the narrow passage to find Nick sitting on a lot, staring outward. "Are you all right?" Harry asked. Nick took a deep breath. "I grew up always wishing I knew who I was, where I came from. And now, I don't know how to handle it." Harry sat next to him, staring silently out for a moment. "I never knew my parents. I never had the chance. I've always wanted to, just like you. I've seen photos and heard stories, and even seen them in others' memories, but it's not the same." He brushed at his hair. "And some of those memories I've seen of my father, well, let's just say it's not the idea of him I always had in my mind." Off of Nick's look, he sighed. Apparently, he was, well, a bit of a bully to Snape. You know what it's like to be picked on most of your life, and then discover your father did much the same thing. Nick raised an eyebrow. "Up until yesterday, my sole contact with my father was him trying to kill me." "True," Harry begrudged. He put a hand on Nick's shoulder. "The point is, you have an opportunity I'd be grateful for, Nick. You get to know your parents at last. Take it and forget about your nerves or fears or any of that. Believe me, you don't know how lucky you are to have this." Nick smiled at him. "You're right, Harry. Thanks. Just trying to help," Harry said with a smile of his own. "And speaking of which, I am going to need some aid from you all. Whatever you want, you got," Nick said as he stood up. "For right now, though, maybe we'd better get back inside." I've got a lot of family time to make up for. Harry smiled as the duo returned to the waiting cavern. Snape was more than used to being the most somber, serious, and downcast-looking person in all of Hogwarts. Today, however, that distinction was being challenged by one Minerva McGonagall. The elder teacher was sterner than usual in her dark robes and hat as she paced the hallways of the school. "Problems, Minerva?" Snape asked as he walked by. "That boy," McGonagall hissed, "is so rude and impudent." For a moment, Snape briefly thought she was talking about Potter, but realized it couldn't be. "Who?" "Cedric Diggory," Minerva spat. "I understand he's been through an ordeal, but that is no excuse for his behavior. He blows off his assignments and acts like he's above all of this. That makes him different from how many students?" Snape asked. "Not like this," Minerva hissed. "The way all the female students fawn over him, especially Hermione. I swear, that girl has forgotten her studies dramatically. She's more interested in being nice around Cedric. It's appalling to see her fall so far." "You shouldn't have such high expectations," Snape remarked. Minerva glared at him. "Unlike you, Severus, I don't assume all my students are idiots. It saves time." Minerva shook her head. "Honestly, it's bad enough she and Ron just turned their feelings on Harry Potter so horribly. Just mention his name, and they'll start bad-mouthing him. It's rude if nothing else. You would think that if nothing else, they'd be willing to give him some benefit of the doubt." "Yes," Snape remarked softly. "Yes, you would." His brow was pursed in thought, but cut off as a creature came in the hallway before him. He was carrying a box of plants and whistling as he saw them. "Oh, hi there. I'm Phineas." The two teachers stared at him. "What are you doing here?" Minerva demanded. "Oh, well, kind of got lost, and then I went back, but I got lost again. Ended up here and figured, hey, might as well make the most of it, right?" The troll chuckled as he held up the box. "Hey, got some gardening done if you're interested." "Gardening?" Minerva asked, baffled at this. "Yeah, kind of hobby, but looks like you could use some of it." Phineas rummaged through a box before pulling out a red flower. "Here you go." Minerva glared at him. "Sir, I don't know who you are or how you got here, but I would suggest you vacate immediately before I am forced to have you removed from school grounds." Phineas stared at her before offering a goofy smile. "You're pretty." Minerva blinked, taken aback at the compliment. Thank you." She accepted the flower as Phineas continued to smile. Snape rolled his eyes upward. "If you'll excuse me, I have better places to be, preferably ones without such a stench." Phineas lifted an arm to sniff at his pit. "Yeah, that's me." Snape quickly brushed past, his cloak billowing, his face tight, but his mind whirling. One comment McGonagall had made was fixated in his mind, setting off some long-held suspicions. He increased the pace, heading to his room, not noticing the dark eyes that followed him as he went, and not knowing the dark thoughts of the figure watching and the plans that were being accelerated. Again, apologies, hopefully not as long before the next update. Dark Wish Part 1. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Dark Wish Part 1. Yes, I know it's been a long time since I last updated, hit some writer's block on this. Hopefully, this makes up for it. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, not with a whimper, but in words. 10 words is all. Just 10 little words to end the world. 10 words that bring darkness to power. 10 words that turn friends into foes and sworn enemies into allies. This is the way the world ends. It was amazing how easily Harry had forgotten the sheer difficulty of schoolwork at Hogwarts. The course load was mostly the same, but he had the challenge in that he couldn't excel quite as well as he wanted. After all, making himself look too bright would earn unwanted attention, and he already had enough of that as it was. Yet, it also felt a bit comforting to be back in a routine after so much insanity. He returned to the small room the Rangers were sharing during their time, setting his books down. He glanced over to the main sitting area, expecting to see his friends deep in study as well for their impending assignments. He was thus a bit thrown to see them settled before a large-screen TV, playing what appeared to be a mix of video game and musical instruments. Hi," he asked, uncertain if his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Oh, hey, Harry," Vi said, grinning as she danced on a pad. "Just in time. We're going to try Def Leppard next." Harry motioned at the screen. "How did you?" Took a bit of doing, combining Genji's wish work with our powers, but we managed to get it here and powered up," Xander said as he played on a guitar. We're gonna try Grand Theft Auto next. Harry frowned. Um, shouldn't you all be concerned about your assignments? They're done. Harry blinked in surprise. They are. He knew the Rangers were smart and knowledgeable about magic, but the idea they could be that far ahead threw him. Yeah, managed to whip up a quick spell to get it done in no time, Vi said. Harry started in surprise. You isn't that cheating? Hey, we did the work, Chip said. We just hurried it along a bit. Harry shook his head. Yadana was saying that's not wise. What she doesn't know won't hurt her, Vi said. Harry looked to Nick. I hate to play the parental card, but I really don't think your mother and father would approve. Nick sighed. Harry, seriously, they could be a little strict. It's always training and studies and all that. We need some time off. Yeah. What's the point of magic if we can't cut loose with it now and then? Vi grinned as she strummed her electric guitar again. Harry shook his head. Where's Genji? Out on one of his walks to Briarwood, Xander replied. He likes to get some fresh air now and then. I think I might join him, Harry said, reaching to get some flip powder. He paused as he looked over his shoulder at the group. He was aware of the pressures they were under. He felt some of them too. But somehow, the idea of just letting them use magic for their own personal needs rubbed him the wrong way. And he couldn't shake the odd feeling something bad was coming because of it. Harry found Genji in his usual spot, sitting on a stump by root core, playing with a ball of string. Magical or not, he was still a cat and found it easy to slip into old habits. His lamp lay at the side as Harry came up. How long have you been out? He asked. About an hour, the genie replied. I got a few more minutes before I have to go back in. No luck fixing that. Been trying for years, haven't cracked it yet, Genji shrugged. Gotten used to it, though. At least the kids are easier than some other masters could be. Really? Harry asked dubiously. I understand they used you to set up their own rec room at Hogwarts. They hold the lamp, they make the wish. I gotta grant it, Genji said. Genie labor laws. What can you do? Harry frowned as he sat on the stump. So you have to obey them, no matter what. He reached over to pick up the lamp and examine it. Key rule, kiddo, you can't make moral judgments, just gotta do it. Genji paused and sighed. I like those kids, I really do. Problem is, well, they're kids, they can't quite grasp the whole karma stuff about misusing magic. He shrugged. Then again, I've known a lot of adults who do even worse, so I shouldn't be splitting hairs. Harry peered at him. You're actually being serious here. I am. Genji started. Darn, I gotta fix that bad for the rep. Harry was smiling when a wind kicked over him. A shiver filled him that he recognized as a warning and rose up, his hand moving instinctively to his wand. He had barely touched it when a blast of energy struck him and slammed him down on the ground. He gasped out, the lamp flying from his hands and onto the ground. Harry! Genji called before another blast of energy struck at him. With a yelp, he turned himself into smoke to vanish into the lamp. Harry groaned as he rolled to his front and tried to get his bearings. A shadow fell over him, and he looked up to see Imperius leering down. I'll take this, he intoned as he grabbed at the lamp. Harry reached for him, but Imperius just smiled as he kicked him in the face. Don't fret, boy, he said with a voice of icy humor. It's not the end of the world. It's just the end of your world. He let out a loud laugh as he vanished in smoke. Harry tried to get up, but fell backward, his head reeling as darkness took him. In that he was quite lucky, because he wouldn't be awake for the nightmare that was about to unfold. As always, the Rangers couldn't help but let out whoops as they exited the tree into Briarwood. They were dressed in their civilian clothing, ready to begin their shifts at the record store. There was a gasp as Chip found himself stuck, and the others quickly yanked him out. You think Harry is here? Chip asked. He should be, Madison said. He seemed a little upset by what we did back at Hogwarts. She frowned. I'm starting to think he may have been right. We were slacking off a bit. He'll get over it, Sanders said. Come on, we better get to the store before Toby. A cold gust of wind blew through the park. Whoa, Madison said, shivering in her jacket and pants. Did you guys feel that? Right to the bone, Vi said, rubbing her bare arms. The others also reacted as the wind picked up, blowing hard across the park. They looked up as the clear sky was suddenly overwhelmed by dark clouds. They billowed up, black and purple mixing together to blot out the sun. Darkness fell, but it wasn't pure darkness. Rather, it seemed as if the color of the world around them was being sucked away, bright muted and an overwhelming shade of gray washing over like a palette of smoke. What the hell? Nick breathed for all of them as they watched the wave of shadow wash over Briarwood. Wherever it touched, the buildings were transformed. Solid brick and mortar gave way to broken shapes, roofs seeming to collapse inward, and other buildings erased entirely. Strangely, it didn't look like it was instant. Instead, it appeared as if the wear and tear had existed for a long while. As paint peeled away and cracks appeared on the street with whole sections missing. The wind slowed to a breeze that remained chilly, scattering papers across the ruined streets. Where the Rockporium had once stood was now a fence in front of a ruined storefront. People were seen walking about, their clothing tattered and hair wild. Their faces held looks of utter defeat, as if all the light had gone out of them as it had the world. The Rangers stepped forward slowly, still not understanding anything that was going on around them. A figure came up the street, pushing a cart loaded down with clothes and various items. "Toby?" Vi asked, staring at the ragged figure. He jumped at the name before seeing them and pushed his cart toward them. "Hey," he said, a smile on his face. "Guys, how are you?" His hair was even wilder than normal, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days, but still was Toby. "I was worried about you," he said. "I thought that maybe—" He stopped, frowning at Nick. "Who's he?" The teenagers glanced at each other in confusion, Nick forcing a laugh. "At least he still has his sense of humor." Toby laughed as well, but it faded. "Seriously, who is he?" The Rangers fell back into confusion. "Toby," Vi began. "What happened to Rockporium? What happened to all the color?" Toby blinked at her and tapped his head. Are you trying to mess with me?" The darkness took over. All over the world. For months ago. For months. Nick looked down and thought. "Guys, 4 months ago is when I first came to Briarwood, and we became—" He glanced at Toby. "What we became." The others fell silent as they tried to take in the implications of his statement. Hey guys," Toby called out, getting their attention. He was rummaging through his cart. "You won't believe what I found." He pulled out a small locket and opened it, allowing a tinny musical tune to play. He sighed as he listened, as if a starving man savoring a meal. "Oh man, forgot what it was like ever since it got banned." "Banned music?" Chip exclaimed. Who banned it? Tipper Gore?" I couldn't help but ask. There was a blast of energy as an all-too-familiar symbol appeared on the ground. It faded to show a trio of Hidiacs and a figure in robes and armor carrying a long staff. They marched forward to grab at Toby, the Hidiac seizing his arms while the robed man snatched the locket out of his hand. It made a fist and crushed it to pieces. "You know the rules, human," he snapped and nodded his head. The Hidiacs began to drag a protesting Toby away. "They can't do that," Nick said as he stepped forward. As one, the Rangers reached for their morphers, and as one, found themselves grasping nothing. "They're gone," Chip gasped. The hooded figure marched forward to glare at them. "Keep your place, humans, or join him." It turned away to follow the Hidiacs still pulling Toby along. "We can't just let them take Toby," Madison cried out as she stepped forward only to be held back by Nick. The man's face was hard as he looked around. "We need to know more of what's going on around here. Come on, let's get back to root core." He turned to race toward a tree, slamming right into it. He bounced off, holding his nose. The others moved quickly to help him up as he winced. "Okay, we walk." It was a long trek through the woods to finally reach root core. As they walked, the Rangers could feel the forest dying around them, trees bare of leaves and rotting. No birds sounded, no animals could be seen. It was as if life had vacated the entire land. And yet it was still a shock when the Rangers entered the clearing and saw what had once been root core. The dragon mouth entrance was collapsed, as was most of the roof, a wall torn open to the outside. Various magical items were strewn about, books, pots, and smashed bottles of ingredients. Madison put a hand to her mouth and leaned on Vi, who gave her sister a supportive hug. They slowly stepped forward, taking in the destruction. Xander knelt down to pick up the Zenitome, the volume of spells torn in half. "What happened here?" he breathed. Nick kicked at the remains of a broomstick lying on the ground. "Same thing that happened everywhere." "Get away!" They all jumped and spun around to see a figure stumbling toward them. The dress was stained with dirt and covered by a large shawl that also wrapped around her head. Once bright red hair was streaked with gray and hung around her face. She wielded a broomstick that she shoved out at them. "This is my home. Get away!" Her face had a frenzied expression that reminded Chip of a castaway after years on a deserted island. Go, go, Yadana, Madison whispered as she recognized the woman. She stepped forward. Don't you remember us? Yadana stopped in confusion as Madison spoke. You taught us everything you know. We're the mystic force. Liars, Yadana hissed, lowering the broom. The legendary ones never came. I waited for them, but they never came. She leaned forward, her face becoming more crazed. Only the darkness. Only the darkness. There you are, called out a voice as another female figure walked over. I've been looking everywhere for her. She stopped and stared at the Rangers. It was Claire, but her hair was just as wild and unkempt as Yadana, her clothes ragged around her. She wrapped her arms around Yadana protectively as she glared at the Rangers. Who are you? You better not try and harm us. Xander shook his head. Claire, we would never harm you. Her eyes widened more. You know my name? She narrowed her eyes. You must be one of them. No, Chip said, holding up his hands. I'm not one of them. None of us are. We're your friends. It's true, Nick said, carefully stepping forward, seeing the two women shaking with fear and uncertainty. Please tell us what happened. What happened to Briarwood? What happened to Root Core? What happened to you and Yadana? Claire stared at him as if he was insane. Don't you know what happened? She whispered. There's no more good magic in the world. Nick took another step forward and they both drew back. Please, we won't harm you. We don't know. Everything has changed on us. A few hours ago, the world was bright and had color. We were the Mystic Force. We were at Hogwarts with Harry. Harry? Yadana asked. Who was Harry? Nick swallowed and went on. We had Daggerin with us. Yadana's eyes widened at that. And Lean Bao. Lies. Yadana hissed as she drew back, Claire clutching to keep her from running. Lean Bao is gone. Nick shook his head. No, he's not. He's alive. Or he was. He swallowed and moved in to touch her hand. I'm your son, he whispered. She stared at him, and Nick worried he may have pushed her over the edge too much. She raised a hand to stroke at his face as she stared in his eyes. Bowen, she whispered, moving forward. Bowen, my boy, Bowen. She grasped him tight to her and started to sob as Claire looked on in confusion. The other Rangers slowly moved in as Nick held his mother, all struck at the sight of their cool teacher reduced to a pitiful wreck. It took a few minutes for Yadana to compose herself enough to sit in the ruins of Root Core. Claire was making a pot of soup in a small fire, brushing at her dusty hair as the Rangers launched into their long explanation. She was sullen and silent, a far cry from the chipper girl the Rangers knew so well. While Yadana had calmed down, she too appeared ready to snap at another shock. More Tycon defeated, she whispered. Korag is Lean Bao? I never dreamed. That's not what happened, Claire sourly said. The darkness washed over the world. We never met any mystic force. She threw a sharp and suspicious look at them. It's what we remember, Chip said. I don't understand what could have happened. Genji, Yadana whispered. The king cat of wishes. He granted one of darkness. Oh, she's on the edge, Vi muttered under her breath. Wait, Nick said, standing up to pace around. Genji. He stopped. Oh my God, that's it. What's it? Xander asked. Somehow Imperius got a hold of Genji, the young man said. And when he did, he used him to make a wish. Chip got it next. I wish the Mystic Force Power Rangers had never existed. Oh hell, Xander said, rubbing his head. Know us as the Mystic Force, then more Tycon still exists, Korag is out there, and the bad guys rule the world, Vi finished. Oh damn, Harry, Xander moaned. Poor guy might be in Azkaban, or dead or worse. Madison shook her own head. But if that's true, then why are we still here? How come we remember it? Nick shrugged. Maybe because we were traveling in the trees when it happened. Maybe Imperius just wants to screw with us by making us the only ones who remember how it was and can't do anything about it. Wrong. They all looked to Yadana, who was straightening up in her seat. He's wrong. There is a way. There is. The Rangers leaned in together. Yadana brushed her hair, a spark of her old personality returning as she spoke. The Tribunal of Magic. They are the high masters of all magical power. They live in a separate realm to ours, so they would not be affected by the wish. You can petition them to undo the wish. Claire snorted. Right, except no one successfully petitioned them for anything in thousands of years. Hell, most people who go to them never come back at all. It's still a chance, Nick said. We need to find a way to them. Udana slumped in her seat. Claire is right. There is no way we can get to them. Our power is gone, and there exists no path. There's always a way, Chip insisted. You taught us that, did I? Udana paused and sighed. Perhaps once I did. But that was a different world, a brighter world, and it can be that world again, Nick said, kneeling before her. But we need some help. Please. Udana stared at him and smiled softly. You are your father's son. Never giving up, no matter the odds. Nick was smiling when a burst of energy blasted over their heads. Hunters! Claire yelled out, dropping a bowl of soup she had been pouring. She grabbed at Udana to pull her up. We have to hide. No time, Nick said as the Rangers raced out of Root Core and into the clearing. Before them was a horde of Hidiacs armed to the teeth with an all-too-familiar figure leading them. Dad! Nick whispered. It's not him, Nick, Chip quickly said. You weren't here, so the spell was never broken. He's still Korak. The purple-clad knight was pointing his sword at the teens. We are here for Udana. Humans. Leave us be, or share their fate. You want her, you have to go through us, Vi declared, the others behind her. So be it. Korag threw out his sword, and the Hidiacs charged in to engage the Rangers. They began to fight back, throwing out the kicks and punches they'd been trained to use, but to little effect. Is it my imagination? Xander gasped as he rubbed an aching fist. Or are these guys stronger than usual? We don't have our powers, Madison pointed out as she ducked a swinging blade. And they're stronger now with more Tycon in control. Vi yelled as she was thrown hard onto the ground. Great, the one time I wish I had the pink whirlwind. She rolled to avoid a stomping foot and got back to her feet. Leave them alone! Udana yelled as she raced forward, smacking the broomstick onto a Hidiac's head. Korag grabbed her by the hair and yanked back, the woman screaming in pain. Claire leapt onto Korag's back, but he shrugged her off, sending her sailing into a tree. Mom! Nick yelled as he tried to get to her, but was held back by a trio of Hidiacs. The other Rangers were faring no better as Korag threw Udana down to her knees and held his sword high. My master required your head, he snarled. He said nothing of the rest of you. He bent his arm back and prepared to swing it down. Confringo! A bolt of energy ripped through the air to strike Korag dead center in the chest. He howled as an eruption of flame knocked him backward and sent him flying against Root Core. Waves of energy blasted out to strike down the various Hidiacs, stunning them hard. The Rangers fell free, staring about in confusion toward the source of the blasts. A dark-garbed figure stepped forward, clad in black jeans and matching shirt and jacket. His face was set hard, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses, his hair combed back to show the bright lightning scar on his forehead. Harry! Madison cried out with joy. The young man stepped forward to gaze at the Rangers with a somber expression. If you want to live, come with me. Actually, it's come with me if you want to live, mate, Xander laughed. Madison raced forward to embrace Harry hard. Oh, thank God you're okay. We were so worried about you on top of all else. Harry pulled away from her, holding up his hands. Ah, you're welcome, I suppose, miss? Madison stared at him, her smile fading. You don't remember us, do you? Think I would remember coming here before now, Harry said, looking around. Come on, they won't be down long, so if you want to get out of here, follow me. He turned to start running off. The Rangers looked at each other before following. Nick and Madison held back to help Udana and Claire to their feet before they raced after Harry. The young man led them to a nearby tree where a small stone lay. Link hands together, all of you, he called out, taking Vi's hand in his own. The Rangers were quick to obey, Harry making sure they were all touching before he placed his palm on the stone. There was a flash of light as space re-wrapped itself around them and they vanished into thin air. Nice trip, was the first thing Xander said as the world came back into focus. They looked around to find themselves in what appeared to be the basement of a home, its decor a bit run down, but serviceable. Harry nodded to them. Sorry about the rude arrival. I'm Harry Potter. We know, Nick said. Of course you do. Harry rolled his eyes. Even in America, they know me. He turned to head to the door just as it opened to show a trio of figures coming in. The Rangers blinked in surprise once more as they saw Ron and Hermione stepping in together. The two were dressed in more Muggle clothes than at Hogwarts, dark jeans for both, a red sweater for Ron, and a blue shirt for Hermione. Behind them, Draco Malfoy was wearing one of his usual stylish black suits, but his usually ever-existing smirk was gone. Good to see you alive, Potter. Hermione shook her head at Harry. Honestly, Harry, you had to go on your own? I thought we were going to wait. They were under attack by Korag, Harry argued. I couldn't just let them get killed. Ron chuckled. Come on, Hermione. You should know that Harry always goes his own way. He slapped the man on the arm as Harry smiled back at him. They're friends again? Vivi Spirid. She glanced over to see Xander looking all around him. What are you doing? I figure Rod Sorling's narration should be kicking in right about now, the young man responded. Ron nodded to the Rangers. So, who are they anyway? Mortai Khan wants them dead. I figure that's good enough for us to know them. Harry turned to the newcomers. Come on, we'll get you settled in. Actually, best to take them to the command center, Malfoy said. Our esteemed leader wants a chat with them. Harry seemed to wince, but nod. All right then. He motioned over his shoulder as he walked on, the Rangers, Udana, and Claire falling in step behind him. They made their way down the hallway and up a flight of stairs into what appeared to be a sizable manor. It appeared to have been long neglected but showing signs of recent activity. Various people were moving about, the Rangers recognizing a few teachers and faculty from Hogwarts with others they didn't. No, I thought all good magic had been destroyed. Udana finally spoke up with wonder. Close to, Harry confessed. But there's still enough of us to try and form a resistance. He led the way to a pair of double doors, opening them into a large ballroom. I should warn you, our leader can be a bit, difficult. Dumbledore, Xander said. It's got to be Dumbledore. Here's hoping he's less of a lecturer in this world. Vi smirked as they followed Harry into the room. Large maps were set about to show areas of the world, many shaded in darkness with text at various spots. Tables held people eating and talking, and the center of the room had a raised platform where a trio of people stood in discussion. The one in the center turned to see the newcomers and frowned deep. Well, been a busy boy, Potter. Just trying to help even the odds, the young man replied sourly. As one, the Rangers stopped in place so suddenly that Udana and Claire ran into them. Are you kidding me? Vi spat out. Oh, this is way too much, Xander moaned, rubbing his head. Nick stared open-mouthed at Harry. Is that who I think it is? You know him? Harry asked with surprise. And Nick's dull nod. The young man sighed. I don't like it either, believe me. But it's like the old saying, when the world goes to hell. He nodded to where Lord Voldemort stood next to Minerva, McGonagall, and Sirius Black. That's when you have to deal with the devil. Hopefully not as long until the next chapter. Thanks for putting up with my long absence from this. Dark Wish Part 2. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. I know, way too long since my last update. I want to apologize for that. Was hit by some writer's block with this chapter, other fics and real-life issues as well. Hope to get back on track, however. Dark Wish Part 2. The day the world ended actually began rather nicely. At Hogwarts, it was the usual routine for Harry Potter. Breakfast, classes, meeting Hagrid in the garden for help, then calling the Order of the Phoenix together. It was an interesting experience for him. Teaching his classmates in secret, it felt wrong a bit to defy orders. But if the higher-ups weren't going to do anything to teach them how to protect themselves against the Death Eaters, they had to do it themselves. Harry also oddly felt charged at being the leader of the group. It felt good somehow, as if for the first time ever, he could understand the way people treated him with such respect. Thankfully, he could always count on his friends to keep his ego in check. I don't want to be thick and all, Ron began. But why a stag? He and Hermione were following Harry down the hallways of the school toward the hidden practice room. I get a lion or a bear or a wolf or something. But with all respect, mate, a stage isn't exactly the sort of thing that throws terror into someone, you know? It's not like I could pick it out myself, Ron, Harry replied with a smile. It's part of me, my inner spirit. Well then, your inner spirit needed to get out more, mate, Ron smiled. Hermione rolled her eyes as she adjusted her large pile of books. It serves well, Ron. It's more the power of the person than the animal itself. As long as it can stand up to you-know-who, it should be good, Ron noted as they walked through one of the large outdoor areas toward the training room. They all automatically tensed as they saw Dolores Umbridge nearby, snapping at Minerva McGonagall. How long are we going to have to put up with that woman? Hermione hissed, her usual chipper self not able to deal with the tyrannical teacher. Until the Ministry can get their heads out of their rear ends and accept you-know-who is back, Ron sourly answered. Which means we're in for a long wait. We just need to keep out of her way, Harry was saying as they crossed the quad. Sooner or later, Voldemort is going to do something to get the Ministry's attention. He can't keep hiding forever. His ego alone will push him to expose himself. When that happens, they'll finally know the truth, and we can start training in the open. Ron sighed. Harry, I know you love to look at the bright side, but let's face it, we're still undermanned, and the press and public are still buying the Ministry line. It's going to take something really monumental to make them see the light. The crackle of thunder in the bright day shocked everyone, many literally jumping. As one, everyone gazed up at the formerly bright sky to see a wave of clouds roll in. It was obvious these were not natural, as they were dark purple, more like smoke, flashes of multi-colored lightning inside them as they washed overhead. Hermione automatically turned her head to Ron, who held up his hands. I didn't do anything. I just said something, that's all. A chill crept through the air that had nothing to do with the temperature. As students filed out of rooms and buildings, they could all feel it. The cold that seemed to wrap around them, gripping their hearts and instilling a deep fear within their spirits. Harry, Hermione whispered. Is it him? Harry slowly shook his head. No. He swallowed, some odd part of his mind telling him that it was time to start running. No, it's something worse. It's wrong. They turned to see Luna Lovegood staring upward, her usual serene expression showing actual fear. The sky is wrong. The shadows aren't supposed to be coming now. Time is shattered, and the glass will shred us all. The skies had turned completely dark when a huge flash of light enveloped the ground of the quad. Everyone jumped back, startled, as an odd symbol appeared in the middle of the area. It faded to show a slew of figures, most in odd dark robes or armor, holding large scythes. At their lead was a tall female figure with long wings, the fangs of her mouth showing as she gazed around the area. So this is the fabled Hogwarts, she said in an odd accent. I am not impressed. What is the meaning of this? Dolores Umbridge was pushing her way through the crowd of students to confront the vampire-like creature. This is Hogwarts School. If you cause a mess here, you will answer to the Ministry of Magic. At this moment, the Ministry of Magic no longer exists, the vampire retorted, amused at Umbridge's reaction. And neither will this school once Necroli is through with it. Umbridge brought herself up. We will not tolerate vile creatures like yourselves on the grounds belonging to proper wizards. I demand that you leave at once. Harry had known Umbridge was a fanatic, but he hadn't realized the depths of her madness if she was actually trying to intimidate a creature who obviously had no cares for what a wizard had to say. The vampire let out a laugh, proving her lack of worry. Oh, this is so amusing. You truly believe you can stand against our power. Umbridge sniffed. All I see are a gang of creatures who think themselves the equal of wizards, which is a dash. Whatever else she was going to say was lost as the vampire grabbed her by the throat, yanked her in, and buried her fangs into Umbridge's throat. The woman screamed, struggling but was unable to break the grip of the creature before her. Students screamed, but were unable not to watch as the woman was drained away. Necroli let her go at last, dismissively tossing the body to the ground. Umbridge's eyes were wide, less with pain and more utter surprise, her throat a bloody mess. Harry had to swallow hard at the sight. No matter how much Umbridge had railed against him, she didn't deserve such a fate. Necroli threw up her hands. Hideax, raise this school to the ground. She moved her hands down to send out an explosion of energy that incinerated a group of students. Absolute panic took hold as, with a roar, the creatures behind her went on the attack, their scythes swinging left and right into anyone unfortunate enough to be caught in their path. Run! Minerva yelled as she pulled out her wand. Run for safety. She fired off a stun bolt to knock one of the Hideax down. Another charged at her, but in a blur, Minerva transformed into a cat, scampering through their lines quickly to race into the school. Having been through dangerous situations already, Harry was faster to react, his wand out and creating a ball of fire before he even realized it. Necroli marched to him, her face in a twisted grin. Harry let out a stun bolt, but she simply blocked it. I had thought you more of a challenge, Potter, she intoned. You know me? Harry asked. Necroli blinked, but then laughed. Oh, I forgot. You don't remember. A pity. Knowledge of your fate makes your death the sweeter. Harry was confused but still had the sense to dodge the blast of energy she sent his way, firing a fireball back at her. Necroline moved to block it only to have a stunning charm hit her, knocking her off balance enough for the fireball to wash over her. She screamed as she brushed at herself, Harry scampering to his feet. "Thanks," he nodded to Hermione as they moved with Ron toward the entranceway. "Come on, we have to find some of the others. I've got to find Ginny," Ron yelled out as they ran into the main building. Students were racing about, screams echoing through the hallways. It wasn't just the students, however. As they came to the central stairway, they could see Hideax slicing at the portraits on the walls, the moving pictures reacting in agony to their homes being torn apart. As the trio watched in horror, one staircase was blasted off the wall, sending it, and the students and teachers unfortunate enough to be on it, tumbling down the long tunnel beneath. "Oh, God," Hermione whispered. "What is this? How are they doing this?" "The old shadows," Luna whispered, the three startled to realize she'd been following them. "My father told me of these forces, but I didn't know they could strike us here." Seeing a familiar face, Harry called out. "Neville." Neville Longbottom was stunning one Hideac, sparing a nod at him. Harry and Ron shared a joy as they saw Ginny with him, the young girl naturally terrified but still holding her own wand up. "Have you seen anyone else of the Order?" Harry asked as they joined the two, Ron hugging his sister quickly. Neville shook his head. "It's chaos out here. I barely got Ginny out of her class." "Head to the lower levels," Harry stated. "They can't cover all the exits fast enough. We can find a way out." He led the way as the rest followed suit in the madness that Hogwarts had turned into. It took only moments for word of an attack on Hogwarts to reach the Ministry of Magic, and the response was swift. Fudge was leading the way down one of the halls, Mad-Eye Moody limping behind him with Nymphadora Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt following. "How could this happen?" the minister was blurting. "Is it a riot of some sort?" "No, it's a full-on assault," Moody stated, doing her best not to openly glare at the man. "And I think we all know who it is. Or I should say, you know who." Fudge fired a sharp look at her. "No, it's not him. It's not. He's not back. He can't be." The door at the end of the hallway exploded inward, knocking the four back. They all gazed up to see a dark, armored figure striding forward, a pack of armed creatures behind him. Without a pause, the man unsheathed a sword from his shield and swung it outward, slicing Fudge across the chest. The minister gasped in agony, gripping his chest as he fell back. Moody fired a bolt from his wand, but the knight blocked it with his shield. He threw out his sword to let a wave of fire erupt, singing the area around them. He turned his head toward the beings behind him to growl two words: "No prisoners," and the fall of the ministry began. Ginny and Hermione couldn't resist screaming as a room behind them exploded into flames. They had been in a running fight through the halls of Hogwarts, trying to get to the lower parts of the grounds. Everywhere they turned, however, the Hideacs were there, as well as some bizarre monsters of other types. Harry was trying not to linger over the bodies of students that littered the halls, concentrating more on survival for his friends. Merlin, Fred, and George picked a good time to drop out. Ron couldn't help remarking as he saw the burning tapestries overhead. "Harry!" The young man turned his head and felt his heart swell as he saw Albus Dumbledore waving to him from nearby. The headmaster's robes were soot and a gash was on his temple, but he still remained a strong and proud figure. Behind him, Severus Snape was waving his wand with a flourish to fire a bolt to cut down a Hideac. A sullen Draco Malfoy was behind them, not happy at seeing the others but seemed a bit more interested in staying alive. "Have you seen any of the other teachers?" Dumbledore pressed. Harry shook his head. "No, sir. At least none alive." Dumbledore was somber, but nodded. "Very well." He motioned to the hallway behind him. "Come." He led the way, the others falling behind him, Snape keeping up the rear to protect them from any attackers. They exited into the crisp air, the darkness turning to twilight, but the air charged with ashes and flames. Hagrid was waiting for them with a large axe, its edges stained with oddly colored blood. McGonagall was next to him, transformed into her human form, her eyes wide as she looked behind them. "I've got a path through the forest, Headmaster," he called out, nodding his thanks. Dumbledore turned to see a form making its way through the fire. It was an imposing figure dressed in a mix of armors and rags, like a monstrous mummy, his face brimming with confidence. He stated in a mocking tone. No one gets away. Dumbledore looked over to McGonagall. Minerva, get them out of here. Her eyes widened as she realized what he was doing. Albus, go, he called out. Professor, Harry whispered. No, you can't. He was cut off as Hagrid grabbed him by the shoulders and yanked him away. Physically, Dumbledore stood his ground as the creature came forward, the large staff in his hands brimming with energy. You will not pass, Dumbledore stated, his voice showing no fear at all. The mummy laughed. Well, a stronger spirit than I had imagined. He lifted his staff. Be assured your sacrifice will ultimately be in vain. This is our world now. You will not have them, the headmaster growled as he fired his wand, a blast igniting at the figure before him. The mummy stumbled back, surprised at the attack, but firing a blast of his own, and they were soon trading explosions of light. Reaching the outskirts of the forest, Harry paused to look at the scene behind him. The darkness of the sky was illuminated by the flames as Hogwarts burned, one tower collapsing on itself with sparks of magical light bursting out here and there. In the foreground, he saw two bolts of magic striking each other, one dark purple, the other bright white. As he stared in horror, the purple beams slowly moved closer and closer until, in one final burst, it completely enveloped the other side, causing a massive explosion of light and flame. No! Harry screamed as he realized what had happened. He was moving forward, but Hagrid grabbed him once more to drag him off. We can't help him, Harry, the giant said, his own eyes tearing but determined to save his charge. They joined the others as they raced through the woods, hoping to find some refuge. It wouldn't take long for them to discover that safety was a place that no longer existed. 1 week later, the Black Manor had seen better days, but compared to the rest of London, it was in relatively good shape. One couldn't go anywhere in the streets without seeing the remains of what had once been the jewel of the British Empire, now hopelessly tarnished. From the heads of the royal family adorning the gates of Buckingham Palace to the rubble of what had been St. Peter's Cathedral to the torn bridges over the Thames, the city had felt the full brunt of the attacks of the new rulers of the world. Oddly, the Tower of London still stood, now used as a base by the forces of darkness. The hardiness of the British people had been crushed into despair as they realized there was no fighting the power of Mortai Khan and his underlings. Harry made his way through the hallways of the manor, trying to keep his steps light. He could hear soft moans from the injured mixed with soft crying from others. It was hard to see one's world ripped to shreds. Even he, someone who had seen his life change dramatically, was affected. He tried to push that fear aside, however, needing to concentrate on the tasks at hand. He opened the door to the main study, nodding to those gathered inside. McGonagall was sipping from some tea, her green robes a bit dirty, but still maintaining her demeanor. Sirius Black sat behind the large desk at the rear of the room, looking almost stylish in dark vest and slacks. Snape was as sour as usual in his black robes, while Remus Lupin's suit was even more rumpled than usual. He sat on a couch next to Tonks, her hair as black as Snape's. A patch covering her left eye attested to the injuries suffered during her narrow escape from the Ministry. How's Hermione? Minerva asked as Harry entered. As well as can be expected, he sighed as he took a seat nearby. She knew it was unlikely with London falling so quickly, but still. He shook his head, the memory of the agony on the girl's face when she saw the ruins of her parents' home still vivid. The knowledge they had no time to escape. At least Ron and Ginny have each other to lean on, but she's alone. He tried to brush it aside. What's the word? The rest of Europe has fallen just as hard, Sirius sighed. France in particular is in mayhem. The rest of the ministries we've heard from are as bad, and that's without communication blackouts. It's not just wizards either, Remus added. Giants, centaurs, werewolves, they're all targeted. Except the vampires, who are welcomed to the fold. He sighed. And then there's the Dementors. How the hell do you destroy a Dementor? They know a way. Tonks shrugged. She sighed herself. So what now? The Aurors are scattered. We're taking in what survivors we find, but we can't just stay hidden forever. We have to fight back, Harry pressed. It's the only way. We need to strike before it's too late. Snape sniffed. The Potter thinking at work. Charge right in with no plan or skill. Remus leaned in his chair. Loath as I am to agree with Snape, he's got a point. We're outnumbered and outgunned. We have almost no allies left to turn to, and the power is rising harder against us. He rubbed his head. Frankly, I don't know how we can find any sort of edge here. There was silence before Snape shuffled uncomfortably in his seat. There is one other option. As everyone turned to him, he slowly pulled up his sleeve to show the dark mark upon his arm. They all stared in varying degrees of disbelief. You cannot be serious, Black said, and for once, no one was making a joke over his name. I'm deadly serious, Snape replied. In my opinion, I don't think we have any other choice. Him. Remus was rising to his feet. You want us to go to him? I don't want to, Snape retorted. But as I said, he may be the only one who can help us. Not his help, Minerva said in the firm tone that had silenced many a student. Not from him. How will you call him? This time, the shocked looks turned to Harry. How fast can he be here? The boy went on. Remus stared at him. Harry, tell me you're not. You can't be planning to go to him for help. You think I want to, Remus? Harry snapped. You think I want anything to do with that monster? Like it or not, Snape's right. We're running low on anyone else who can help. The Death Eaters are getting it as bad as we are. Even more. His life is on the line too. The enemy of my enemy. No, McGonagall stated. No, we cannot do this. We have to, Harry pressed. Together, we might have the slightest chance. How do we even know he's alive? Tonks asked. He is, Harry assured her, pointing to his scar. I know if he was dead, I'd feel it. We can't trust him. I know that, Harry assured her. But we don't need to. All we need is to survive. He turned to Snape. Call him. Snape carefully raised his wand and pressed it onto the mark. It glowed under his touch before a chill came over the room. Harry winced as the scar on his head started to throb. A wisping sound filled the air, and everyone instinctively backed away as a shadow formed in the rear of the room. It solidified into a dark form, the cloak whipping around the pasty form, the noseless face marked into a mocking smile. Well, Lord Voldemort stated. I was wondering when you were going to call. He gazed around the room, his eyes falling on Snape. Severus, I had missed you at our meetings, but perhaps it was for the best seeing as how the rest of my Death Eaters are gone. All of them, Snape blurted, startled to hear. Nearly, Voldemort growled. Whoever this Imperius is, he seems to have a desire to see me and all I represent destroyed into nothingness. He must know you then, Tonks muttered. Voldemort shot her a glare, but then calmed down. I presume you are here to discuss an alliance? We are, Minerva began, doing her best to remain calm. I know it will not be dash. Voldemort cut her off with a hand. I will discuss this only with. He looked to Harry. Him. Harry blinked. What? Voldemort moved forward. You and I are locked together, Potter. It has been that way since you were a child. Indeed, before then. He crossed his arms. I would survive this battle to come. I have returned from death before and have made precautions for such a case again. However, I see no reason to keep living if the rest of the world is to be controlled by this Morticon and his people. Harry licked his lips. Let's make this clear. We don't trust you. We can't trust you. We know you'll stab us in the back at the first chance if it helps you. He moved forward, his face resolute. But right now, we need each other to survive, to drive these things back, and make sure there's a world left. Voldemort smiled. So sure of yourself, Potter. So certain victory can be had. He paused and nodded. Very well. An alliance it shall be. He extended a hand. Harry stared right in his eyes coldly. If you think I'm going to shake your hand, shake the hand that held the wand that killed my parents, you're wrong. He stepped forward, finding new strength in himself as he looked Voldemort in the eyes. We'll accept your aid, but you will not attack any of us. You will not harm any of us. You will not impede our plans. You do, and I don't care what precautions you've taken, I feed you to Morticon myself. And if he can kill Dementors, he can find a way to kill you. Voldemort looked back at him, raising an eyebrow with what appeared to be true respect. We shall see. But for now, he smiled without warmth. We are on the same side. Harry tried to tell himself the chill going up his spine that was simply the weather. But he knew he was just lying. I vow that there will be nowhere near so long a delay until the next update. Thank you, and keep reviews coming. Dark Wish Part 3, Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Once more, the deepest apologies for a year since the last update. Had a horrible block for a while on this. It's the classic story. I know where I'm going, just hard getting to that point. I hope you're still into the story to enjoy this. Dark Wish Part 3. I don't believe this, Nick muttered, his eyes fixed on Voldemort. I cannot believe you have this guy here. You know him? Harry asked. He glared at Voldemort. Let me guess. He destroyed your life? Does his name ring a bell to you? If Voldemort had eyebrows, he'd be raising them. You cannot possibly expect me to remember the name of every life I've destroyed. You're getting him to face off with Morticon? Xander cried out. That's like recruiting Saddam Hussein to fight Hitler. Listen. Harry waved his hand as if calling for a name. He stared in disbelief. Xander, mate? Right, Xander, Harry said dismissively. I don't like this either, but sadly, we're rather low on options at the moment. The Ministry is gone, most other sources are gone. We need whatever we can get. Still can't believe this, Vi muttered. Strange bedfellows and all that, Harry shrugged. But we got bigger issues on our plates. Like exactly who you lot are. The Rangers exchanged glances before Xander came forward. This is pretty complicated. Taking a deep breath, he launched into the story, beginning with the Rangers gaining their powers, meeting Harry, and then how the world had changed around them. It took the better part of an hour before he was finally done and let everyone present weigh in. The reaction was rather understandable. What kind of bloody boogery bollocks are you babbling about? Tonks demanded. It's true, Madison insisted. All of it. I can believe more to the magical world than our corner, Minerva acknowledged. But the power you describe, that we could never feel it. We were not as large in the human world as you, Udana said, sounding a bit more like the self the Rangers knew as she sipped some tea. That lack of integration kept us apart and protected you from quite a few deadly threats you were not prepared for. You're telling us this isn't the way the world should be? Sirius said with obvious doubt. And the rest of it? Ron shook his head. Come on, like me and Hermione would ever believe Harry working with him. He nodded at Voldemort. Well, you do, Nick said, and hanging on Cedric's every word. But how can he be alive? Sirius asked. Look, pal, we're just telling you what happened, Nick snapped. That was before the world went twisted on us, though. Now, we have to find a way to get it put back. By this tribunal? Remus scoffed. There's no such thing. Actually, there is. The matter-of-fact delivery was so jarring that it took a moment for everyone to realize Voldemort had spoken. They all stared at him in confusion. What do you mean? Minerva asked. I've never heard of such a thing. Being dead broadens one's horizons, Voldemort dryly answered. I found the magic world to be much larger than what Hogwarts ever taught. Much of it, I hate to confess, is beyond the means of my mortal form. But suffice to say, this tribunal does exist. He glanced to the Rangers. But getting to them is no easy task. Hold up, Nick said. You're going to help us? Despite what some might think, I am not a fool, Voldemort stated. Make no mistake, I want every person in this room dead more than anything. But I place my own survival first. This Morticon wants me destroyed as much as all of you, so I want him stopped. His lips curled to a thin smile. Besides, in this world you describe, I still have a chance to attain victory. That is well worth the price to change back. Nick rubbed his face. Great, just great. We put it back, so he can take it over. Better than what it is now, Harry stated. He looked to Voldemort. How do they find the tribunal? Not easily, Voldemort said as he rose. I'll have to make some inquiries for that. I'll be back shortly. He drew himself together as his body turned into a cloud of smoke, vanishing into air. Nick glared at Harry. You can't trust him. I'm aware, the other boy said. But it's not as if we have any choice in the matter. He brushed at his hair. Look, you might as well get something to eat as long as we're here. It's not much, but you're welcome to it. I'll take you over there, Ron said, giving Chip a slap on the shoulder that startled the man. End of the world or not, my mom is always a great cook. He was aware of Chip just staring at him. What? Sorry, just not used to you being friendly. What do you mean? I'm always friendly. Ron laughed. Hermione was smiling lightly as she came up to Madison. I do want to know more about this world. This magic of yours, the way it works sounds so unique. Harry gave a smile of sympathy as the Rangers were led through the manor. As they left, Minerva looked over to Udana. Your tale is unusual. Yadana managed a weak smile. I'm aware. But it is true, I assure you. Minerva took it in with a deep sigh. A better world. That is something to fight for. It always is, Yadana softly replied. No matter how faint the hope. She gazed at the stairs. That's something they managed to spark in you. The teacher looked in the same direction and smiled. They'll fit in well with young Mr. Potter then. So, you're saying that you don't need flu powder to apparate? Hermione asked as the group filed into the kitchen area. That's amazing. Do you have to yell your destination out or trust in where you're going? Because that can be very important for a stealth mission, if needed, although we rarely use those. However, I believe it may be pretty beneficial. Vita looked to Madison. I think the version of her that's an arrogant bitch is a lot less annoying. Hermione was a bit put out as they entered the kitchen area. Standing at the stove, surrounded by several steaming pots, was a giant of a man. As in, an actual giant, nearly 10 feet tall with a long bushy beard extending to his stomach, dressed in dark clothes. Oh, hello there. He held up a spoon covered in some sort of gruel. Didn't know we had more visitors coming. Hi, Hagrid. Harry smiled as they entered. Just found them in some forest. Seems I want to help out. Well, doing my best with some food, the giant grumbled. Keep in mind, don't have as much ingredients as I'd want, but I guess we can make do. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry said with a smile as he sat at the table. Ron and Hermione joined him at either side, the bond of the trio evident to anyone. Look, not saying we don't believe you, Ron began. But look, Cedric alive? How's that possible? Last Harry was saying. He suspected that there was more to it than it seemed, Chip explained. Right now, in the world we know, he's alive and he's the big man on campus at Hogwarts, everyone hanging off him. Well, I can see that, Ron muttered. He grunted as Hermione elbowed him in the ribs. Oh, come on. Like you weren't into him before. Draco had been silent before, but was now speaking up. As much as I hate giving the mudblood any credit, I have to say, Granger at least showed a bit more loyalty to Potter than what you're describing. Weasley, I can buy... Oh, sod it, Malfoy, Ron growled. After all Harry's done for us, turn our backs on him with no real evidence or such. Just wouldn't happen. Sad to say, mate, but it did, Xander intoned. Harry was quiet, his face somber. Hermione rubbed his shoulder. Harry, you know us. You know we wouldn't be like that. He smiled softly at her. Yeah, I do. Having you two here is one of the few things that's kept me sane this long. The two smiled the smile only true friends could give. Nick saw Madison staring and frowned. What is it? She was staring at Harry and his friends and sighed. We fixed this. We changed things back. It'll be what it was before. His best friends hating him and Hagrid dead. Nick rubbed her shoulder. And if we don't fix it, who knows how many innocent people are dead? Not to mention the world ruled by evil. I don't like it either, but fact is, we have to put things the way they were. Madison sighed and nodded. Yeah, I know you're right, Nick. It's just, I know, he assured her. Not fair to him. They sat back at the table, accepting the food Hagrid set before them. Hermione was taking a break from questions to eat, shuffling in her seat to show off the odd charm hanging from her neck. Nice, Vita said. Family heirloom? Not quite, the girl answered. It's a time turner. Vita frowned and looked over to Harry. You told us about that a mini time machine, right? In essence, yes, Hermione confirmed. I used it to increase my class load in year 3, be able to take multiple courses at once. Vita just stared. You have a miniature time machine, and you used it to get more school? There is something freakishly wrong with you. Hermione looked put out as Chip raised a hand. Wait, you have a time device? Maybe we can use it. I've already thought of that, Harry sighed. It doesn't quite work that way. Time is almost impossible to truly change. You can work behind the scenes and such, but to openly alter it is something else. But it's already been altered, Madison pointed out. Right, by a magic stronger than ours, Harry explained. We've already considered, but for all we know, altering time like this could make things even worse. Xander rubbed his head. Can't get around daylight savings time, let alone this. The sound of Ray's voices came from the other room, the Hogwarts group immediately alert. After a moment, Sirius stuck his head in. We just caught someone coming up to the house, he said in a grave voice. One of them? Harry asked, rising to his feet. Not sure yet. She's a handful, though. More upset about us dirtying up her outfit than anything else. The Rangers exchanged wide-eyed looks. You don't think? Madison began. A loud voice screeched from the next room. No, I will not be tied up. You know what untouched rope does to leather. It's her, Nick groaned. They filed out of the kitchen and into the main foyer. There, Lily stood between two oars, her face more annoyed than anything else, clad in a stylish black jacket and pants. Seeing the Rangers, she let out a sigh. Finally, you guys tell them I'm okay. You remember us? Madison asked. Like I could forget. Lily muttered. How? Nick demanded. My mom. Lily sighed. She dragged me to the lair just before Imperius made the wish so I'd be safe. Not like I asked for it, but does she care about my feelings? No, hold up. Chip broke in. You were there? You saw the lamp? Yeah, it's under heavy guard though, so no chance of getting it back, Lily told him. So Morticon still pulls the strings, Nick sighed. Lily scoffed. Wow, you guys are thick. You think Imperius made this wish just so he can go back to being second fiddle? He made sure when Genji cast the spell that Morticon stays buried, so he's in charge. Just uses Morticon's name to get folks more riled up. Damn, Nick muttered. So much for a repeat of taking Morticon down. Chip was confused. But how can Morticon be gone? If the wish set things back. Lily raised an eyebrow. You're actually going to argue the logic of the use of a magic lamp? Vito was glaring at Lily with suspicion. Why are you here? Why not be back sucking up to Mama Vamp? Okay, first, sucking jokes and vampires? Cliché much? Second, you think I want the world like this? No amici, no musici, no shopping. She wrinkled her nose. No thank you. You guys want to set this back to rights? Fine by me. The Rangers exchanged baffled looks at that. Really? Nick spoke for them all. You're turning on your mom? Hey, I'm not evil, okay? Lily shrugged. Selfish and bitchy. Yeah, but evil? Not my thing. You wouldn't know how to find the Tribunal of Magic, would you? Madison asked. Who? That's a no, she sighed. Great, still on our own. But I do have this. Lily held up a small crystal. Teleportation stone. Basically lets you cut on the legwork. It's how I got here. Nick snatched it, ignoring her cry of protest. Thanks. So, she's okay? Harry asked. The Rangers were silent, and Lily widened her eyes. Hey, come on. After all we've been through. She stopped. Okay. After everything I've done. She stopped again, frowning. Hold on, just a minute. No, I've got something here. Vito was glaring. Last time I listened to you, your mom turned me into a vampire. And there was the time you made us think Nick was a thief, Chip added. Let's not forget how you've been spying on all of us all along for the forces of evil, Xander inserted. Okay, admittedly my bad, Lily replied. But hey, I'm here now and offering to help. To save yourself, Nick noted. Semantics. Nick took a deep breath as he glanced to the others. Okay, I guess she can stay, but I'd advise you to keep an eye on her. No problem, Tong said, grabbing Lily by the arm to drag her upstairs. Hey, watch the coat, the girl cried out. She paused as she passed Draco, the two staring at each other. Madison just knew it had to be a trick of the light, but she'd swear Lily actually had a look of sadness on her face at the utter lack of recognition Draco showed to her. Shaking her head, Madison returned to the kitchen, grabbing a random cup of water to drink it down. You okay, dearie? She looked up to see Hagrid gazing at her with concern. Sure, she sighed. Like every other day the world, as I know, it comes to an end. Hagrid was silent as he stirred a spoon in his pot before speaking up. So, I'm dead in your world. Madison blinked. She'd been so consumed with how much had changed for the Rangers that she hadn't even considered how word of what had happened could affect someone like Hagrid. She felt a strange guilt at that, as she nodded. Yes, I'm afraid so. Ironic, he snorted. I'm gone there, but alive here in a world that's gone to darkness. And poor Dumbledore, greatest man I've known. He wiped at his face. Sorry, lass, don't mean to make you even more depressed. Always saying the wrong thing. That's my problem. It's okay. She smiled softly as she looked over at him. Harry had spoken so much of how warm and friendly Hagrid was, but being in his presence was even better than he described. It wasn't fair, it simply was not right that they could set the world to rights and yet lose someone like this. There had to be something to be done. Something, before she knew it, Madison's mind was clicking onto something. It was wild, not at all the careful and solid thinking she was known for. But if there was one thing she'd been taught as part of the Mystic Force, it was that sometimes a little daring went one hell of a long way. Harry gasped out, feeling his forehead as his scar throbbed. He turned in time to see the shadowy form become solid as Voldemort appeared in the middle of the study. "Can't you just use a bloody door for once?" he hissed. Voldemort didn't reply, but moved to the Rangers, reaching a scaly hand into his cloak. He removed it to show a piece of stone similar to the one Lily had given them. "Here," he whispered. The Rangers all made looks at each other. Well, the Rangers looked at each before putting their hands forward. They each shook a fist twice before shifting it, Vita and Madison holding their palms flat, Nick and Chip making solid fists, and Xander holding out 2 fingers. Cursing, Xander carefully extended his hand to let Voldemort drop the crystal into it. "That should take you to the cursed desert," Voldemort stated. "The way to the tribunal is through there. You can't get us closer?" Voldemort smirked. "The way to the tribunal is not just a journey, boy. It is a test. Only those deemed worthy shall pass and be granted audience. Personally, I highly doubt you qualify, but it is your only way." "How did you get that?" Minerva asked from her chair nearby. "You know those places decent wizards are told never to go to?" Voldemort smiled softly. "I am not a decent wizard." Nick took the crystal, holding it up. "So, what do we do?" "Hold hands over it," Voldemort stated as he removed his wand. If he noticed the dozen people around him gripping their own wands, he gave no sign of caring. The Rangers each placed a hand over the stone, gripping it together. Voldemort smiled at the wariness in their eyes. "If I wanted to kill you all, I'd choose a far less convoluted method of execution." He held the wand over the stone and whispered a string of words in a slithery tongue. The stone glowed from within, threads of magic flowing from it and covering the Rangers' arms. In seconds, they were all covered by a dark red light before their forms transformed into beams that were sucked into the stone. With a whooshing sound, the stone itself seemed to implode, vanishing in a blast of air and light. Harry was on Voldemort in an instant. "If you didn't send them there," Voldemort shoved him back. "I have as much to lose as you do, Potter, if not more. It's up to them now." He shrugged. "Personally, I place their chances as virtually nil. But then, even the foolish can get lucky. Right now, I believe we have more pressing issues." "Like what?" Sirius asked. "Like Korag marching his forces to our doorstep," Voldemort stated as if it was common knowledge. Everyone was on their feet instantly. "How did they find us?" Sirius demanded. "I've got every ward I can over this place," which, in a world where all magic is supposed to be in the hands of darkness, is like lighting one of those muggle neon signs, Voldemort chided. He shook his head at Snape. "Honestly, Gryffindor's the common sense of a slug." Minerva was already moving with command. "Prepare to evacuate the children and non-essentials along with the injured. We'll have to do our best to hold off before dash." The room shook as a loud explosion rocked the shields outside. Harry gripped his wand and tried to fight off the chill in his heart as he knew who was outside on the street. He glanced to Ron and Hermione, his friends right behind him and ready to fight. Harry took a deep breath as he reflected that if one had to die, it might as well be in the company of friends. "Had to be a desert," Xander complained as he tried to shake sand out of his shoe. "Couldn't be a jungle, no. Not a garden, nope. Even snowfield. No, we have to go through a bloody desert to get to." Now, it was actually not that hot, the sun seemingly hidden behind a never-ending cover of clouds. However, the dark sand stretched endlessly for miles in every direction, giving no indication of how long the journey might be, assuming one was even going the proper way. Under normal circumstances, it would be a difficult walk, but after all the Rangers had been through, it was more than a bit exhausting. "Are we even sure we're going the right way?" Chip asked. "They could at least put a sign up around here." "Oh, yeah, be that correct. Tribunal of Magic, 20 miles this direction." The Rangers shared a short laugh, born out of frustration. It was cut off as a figure burst out of the sand before them. He was dressed completely in rags, his face and head covered, eyes dark and narrowed at the startled teens. "Why are you here?" he demanded. Jumping back, the Rangers were on the defensive as Nick stepped forward. "We're seeking out the Tribunal of Magic." "Tribunal of Magic?" the robed figure repeated, straightening. "Oh, yeah, I know where they are." He pointed behind him. "Just over that rise." "Really?" Nick said, the Rangers beaming. "Well, Thanks will just be dash. But the robed man cut him off. To get to them, you have to go past every warrior who's tried before. His voice turned to ice and fell on the sandy ridge. Clouds of dust exploded as a dozen other figures burst out of the sand. Each was robed and hooded, each looking strong and capable, and each charging full speed at the Rangers. As they prepared for a fight without their usual powers, the Rangers reflected once more on how the life of a magical hero was hardly the cakewalk one would expect. Don't worry, will not be another year before the next update. Thought this would be a good way to leave off. Expect a lot of battle and a few twists when the Wish Saga concludes next chapter. All comments welcomed, and thanks for being so patient. Dark Wish Conclusion. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Dark Wish Conclusion. Even after all they had been through in their time as Rangers, this was a bizarre experience for Nick. Fighting a band of sand warriors in a desert where rain was suddenly falling just made no sense. He put those thoughts aside as he grabbed a fallen tree branch and spun it in his hands as a makeshift staff. He blocked an attack from the warrior charging at him before launching a kick of his own. Around him, his friends were doing the same, Vita finding herself up against two warriors at once, backflipping to avoid their blows. Madison was doing her best, never the best fighter to begin with, but managing to use one warrior's momentum to knock him down. She followed it with a kick to his face and then cried out, rubbing her foot. Chip threw his opponent aside, managing to leap past his kick while Xander was trading punches with another. Nick pushed these thoughts aside as he concentrated on his opponent. He blocked a punch and leapt up to kick back at the man before spinning his staff around. The end caught the figure in the jaw, sending him spinning to the ground. Nick moved in to kick the man back, seeing him roll around. He lifted the staff onto his shoulders, ready to attack again as the robed man got to his feet. Instead of hitting, however, the man simply nodded. Well done. He held up his hand, and a large key appeared in it. He stretched his hand out to a wary Nick, who carefully took it. With a final bow of his head, the man and his companions vanished into the sand. The Rangers glanced at each other as they got their breath back from the brief fight. That's one test down, Nick noted. More to come, no doubt, Xander said. And given how bad I am with tests, yes, let's make it even more sobering than it already is. Vita cracked as the Rangers continued on their journey. In the shattered remains of what had once been London, Harry Potter dodged a blast of energy, throwing himself onto the hard ground. He hissed as he rose up, one lens of his glasses cracked and a sleeve of his jacket torn. He ignored the pain as he threw out his wand to fire a stun bolt at the nearest Hidiac. The house was in ruins under the assault, and Harry was doing his best to avoid looking at the bodies strewn on the street. The sight of Remus and Tonks lying side by side, their hands just barely touching, would have broken him into tears, but he was too busy now to mourn. If he had the time, he'd cry later, but for now, survival was far more important. He rose up to fire off a bolt from his wand and hoped Ginny and the other younger ones had gotten to safety. The Hidiacs were attacking in droves, their blades swinging wildly along with blasts of energy that shattered already broken buildings. Harry was moving back, unleashing another stun bolt as he made his way toward one of the larger buildings. He felt a shadow and turned to see the armored form of Korag leaping toward him, sword raised. Harry dodged the blow, his stun bolt blocked by the shield the Dark Warrior held. Harry scampered back as Korag moved in, his sword raised high. A roar came in as a large wolf crashed into Korag, knocking him back. Harry saw it was Sirius in his wolf form, the man clamping his teeth at Korag's throat. They clanked on the metal brace, but Sirius kept at it. Harry rose up as Korag grabbed Sirius, growing as he hurled the wolf away. He slammed into a nearby doorway with a loud cracking sound before falling and lying still. Harry hissed as he threw out his arm, and a blast of fire engulfed the night. He moved back toward the nearest building, firing off a bolt of defense. His eye was caught by Ron and Hermione nearby, hanging back toward the house as the Hidiacs moved in. As he watched, a blast caught the wall behind them, sending it crashing down. Ron saw it coming and moved, embracing Hermione tightly. She saw it too and closed her eyes, the two holding each other as the wall of rock crashed down onto them. Harry could hear his scream as if from far away. He felt a hand grab at him, but his eyes were fixed on the pile of rubble covering his two best friends. "Come on!" A voice came to his ears that Harry dimly recognized as Snape. "They're gone, boy. Nothing we can do." He dragged Harry into the nearest stable building and pushed him before him. Harry wiped at his face as he and Snape bounded up the stairs of the building. "Who else is left?" he called out. "I haven't seen Hagrid since this started," Sirius stated. "Minerva?" He shuddered. "You don't want to know. Where are we going?" Harry asked as they reached the fourth floor. "Emergency port key," Snape answered, leading into a room filled with various potions. "I don't like it either, but we need to." He was turning and his eyes widened as he lunged forward. "No, Avada Kedavra!" Harry saw a blast of green strike Snape as the man pushed him aside. The potion master was frozen before falling back, his eyes looking to Harry. "I loved your mother," he whispered before collapsing onto the ground. Harry stared at the body before his gaze moved to the dark figure standing before him. "The truce is over then." Voldemort simply shrugged. "Frog and the Scorpion, Potter." Harry set his jaw. "Phoenix." He swept his wand outward to fire a blast which Voldemort deflected. The battle below was forgotten as the duo engaged in one more fight each sensed would be their last. Lily shrieked as a blast erupted behind her, sending rocks sailing around. "My mom is so going to be pissed at you idiots," she yelled, but the Hideax didn't even seem to notice. Lily raced to avoid more shots, stumbling over a pile of rubble and falling to the ground. "Ow!" she yelled as she saw an armored figure coming for her, his sword raised. Draco leapt out of nowhere, smashing his body right into Korag's. Without hesitating, he pushed the tip right at the knight's helmet and hissed out a single word. A blast of energy erupted. Korag sent flying back, crashing into a wall, his armor smoking with large gaps in his helmet. Lily was more concerned about Draco, who lay in a bloody pile on the ground. "Oh, God," she whispered, racing to kneel by him. Draco coughed as she held up his head. "Damn, never thought I'd do that. Why?" Lily snapped. "What possessed you to do that, you idiot?" Draco shrugged despite his agony. "Just seemed right," he groaned out. Not much of a Slytherian. In the end, his eyes shut as he shuddered and went limp. Lily stared down, reeling at something she had never felt before in her life. Caring for someone else. "I hate deserts," Madison moaned. "God, I hate them." Vita gave her sister a reassuring rub on the back as the Rangers made their way over yet another dune. They were tired but kept on going, trying to ignore the aches in their bodies. They paused as something shimmered before them. At first, it seemed an illusion of the desert, but it soon turned into a pair of doors, each standing on their own. "You know," Chip piped up, "a few weeks ago, this would have been very weird." Madison was holding the key, looking down at it, then at Nick. "I guess this is a choice thing. Which one do I try?" Nick mulled it over before pointing at the one on the left. "That one first." Madison nodded as she headed to it. She carefully slipped the key into the lock and turned it. She glanced back at the Rangers, who were ready in case something nasty came out of the doorway. Taking a breath, Madison opened the door. A white glow emitted before changing into a vision of Toby with Harry at the Rockporium. The store looking as pristine and clean as ever. "That's the store," Vita said with a grin. "Oh man, we can get back to how it was, can we?" Nick asked, his face somber. He looked at the others. "This happened because we got lazy. We took our magic for granted. We counted on Genji always bailing us out." He waved at the door. "This is the easy way out, which means it can't be the real one. Maybe that's the real past, but somehow, I don't think so." He looked back at his friends. "It's time to stop taking the easy shortcut. If it's worth putting the world back, it's worth going the hard way." The Rangers exchanged glances, but each knew their leader was right. A chorus of nods went out as Madison shut the door and locked it. As soon as she stepped back, it vanished into thin air, and the other door burst open to show a shimmering portal. Madison swallowed as she stepped back to rejoin the others. "Do we go in?" "It's the only way," Nick stated. What if it gets worse on the other side?" Xander asked. Nick shrugged. "Then it gets worse." He marched defiantly into the portal. One by one, the others followed, each feeling a chill as they prepared for the usual jarring of teleportation. Instead, They found themselves rising out of a large pool, yet completely dry. It appeared to be in the middle of a field, nothing but bright green grass around them and a light breeze blowing, a relief after the desert. The pool was in a marble plaza before a set of platforms framed by large white marble columns. As the Rangers were adjusting to the new surroundings, a flash came out and a trio of figures appeared before them. They resembled large chess pieces, solid forms with no faces and large heads, their outfits trailing off in the wind like drapes. Each was a different colors, red, white, and black. "Wow, intense," Xander whispered. "Greetings," the figure in white spoke in a kind female voice. "You are the first to reach the tribunal of magic in 3 centuries. You waste our time and yours," the one in black stated in a gruff and angry tone. "They have made it this far," the red figure pointed out in a kinder voice. "They are entitled to be heard." He nodded to the Rangers. "Speak. I'll take this." Xander smiled as he stepped forward. "Hi, I'm Xander and Dash." "Enough," Black boomed. "We do not care for names." Xander stepped back, swallowing. Think you should take this, Nick." Nick took a deep breath as he stepped forward. "Right. Well, to cut to the chase, there's this bad guy Imperius who stole our genie and made him grant a wish. That the mystic force, that's us by the way, never came to be. We're hoping you can reverse it. That is within our power," Red confirmed. "But we will not," Black snapped, waving a hand. "Go." "Wait," Red said. "Why is it you want the wish reversed?" "Because our magic was taken away," Vita said. "And now dark magic rules the earth." "So your world still has magic," Black argued. "Well, yeah," Chip admitted. "But it's all dark and evil and icky." Madison gave a grunting nod at that. "We do not judge good or evil," Red stated. "We simply ensure that there is magic." "Are you kidding me?" Nick snapped. "You really think dark and evil magic is the same thing as good and wondrous kind?" "No." White looked at her comrades. "No, it is not the same at all." "Listen," Madison piped up. "We made a mistake. We became lazy. We relied on our magic too much, on Genji, and..." She sighed. "We screwed up, but the world shouldn't have to pay for our mistake," Nick added. "If we were to reverse this wish," Red began. "What would you do?" "We would go back to fight the darkness and restore the world," Madison quickly answered. "There would be color and laughter, and people would be free. And Toby would have his store back," Nick added. "Yudana would have root core," Xander put in. "Harry would be back to, well, semi-normal," Vita said. "And I'd have my cape back." Chip saw his friends staring at him. "What? It may not mean that much to you, but it does to me." White looked to the other two. "They present a good case." "We need to confer," Black grumbled. There was a silence as the 3 looked to each other. Madison reached to grab Nick's arm as Vita and Xander took deep breaths. After an agonizing silence, the tribunal turned their heads to the Rangers. "We admire the ability it took to get here," Red stated. "We applaud the cause you presented to us, by the powers entrusted in us." Come on, Nick whispered. "We do not grant your request." "What?" Vida escreche. "Come on," Xander called out. "Our decision has been made." Black waved his hand. "Go." "Now wait a dash." Nick's outburst was cut off as the air around them shimmered, and the Rangers suddenly found themselves back in the ruins of Root Core. "I can't believe it," Madison whispered, her eyes teary. "They just left us here. What do we do now?" Chip asked. Nick gazed at the streets before them. "What we have to," he flatly answered. Bolts of red and green flew past each other as Harry and Voldemort made their way up crumbling stairs upward. The battle below was forgotten now, the chaos of the world unimportant. All that mattered was the 2 finally settling things once and for all, Voldemort snarling, as he fired a blast that nearly took Harry's head off. It flew past to blast open the doorway leading to the roof. Making a quick shot of his own, Harry scampered up to the top of the building. The wind whipped at his coat as he stood on it, 100 feet over the ground, Voldemort coming up before him. "Most of my Horcruxes are gone," he intoned. "They are closing in on me. But before I die..." He held up his wand and fired a massive blast of air. "I destroy you." Harry gasped as the wave struck him head on, sending him rolling to the edge of the building. He grunted as he did his best to keep his balance. Voldemort moved to him, grabbing him by the throat to haul him up. "All your attempts All your tries, he whispered. And you still lose in the end. Harry grimaced, his glasses shattered, but his gaze resolute. Fine. All right, Tom. Let's finish this the way we started it. Without warning, he thrust his wand right into the side of Voldemort's neck. The wizard gasped in pain as Harry grabbed him by the arms, his face hard as he gazed into this monster's eyes. Together, and with that, Harry sent them both hurtling off the roof and to the hard streets below. The Rangers, or former Rangers, were walking down Briarwood when they saw Toby, once more, being shoved with a group of others. Necroli was in the lead of the group, calling to the guards around them. Ensure they're in good shape. We need new slaves for the mines. Vita set her jaw. If no one else is doing anything, I am. We all are, Nick stated. With a yell, he charged forward and leapt up, kicking a Hidiac back. Necroli whirled and laughed as she took them in. Ah, the now powerless Rangers. Enjoying our new world. We'll enjoy taking it back a lot more, Nick snapped. Necroli shook her head. It's far, far too late, young fool. I believe your punishment has lasted long enough. Allow me to put you out of your misery. She threw out her hand to let out a blast of fire that Nick barely dodged, falling into a pile of garbage. The other Rangers moved in quickly to fight, knowing as they did that they had no chance of victory. But they took the blows and throws regardless, even as the darkness closed around them. In their realm, the tribunal watched the images in the pool of the Rangers continuing to battle. Their destruction is certain, Red stated. And yet they fight. They have learned, White stated. I believe they merit another chance. Agreed. But the vote must be unanimous. They both turned to look at Black, who silently stared at the battle. Chip held his side, feeling his bruised ribs as he rose to his feet. The Rangers had been herded into an alleyway as the Hidiacs moved in, Necroli's face in a hideous grin. And this is how it all ends, she intoned. Your fall and our final victory. The world at our feet and the humans dash. God, kill us already, just stop talking. Vita shouted. Necroli extended her hands. As you wish. She was bringing her hands up when a shudder seemed to roll through the city. Everyone, human and Hidiac alike, was confused, looking up as the clouds above began to roll over. The dark tone of the area around them began to lift, colors returning to the land. The damage of the buildings was erased, returning to their pristine glory. The civilians who had been around also vanished as the hard weight around was now lifted. No, Necroli gasped. It cannot be. With a shimmer, the Rangers' morphers appeared in their hands. Nick grinned as he lifted his up. Oh, I've been hoping for this. The rest of the team joined him in the familiar show of force. Magical source, mystic force, as they shimmered with light. Necroli had a very, very bad feeling taking hold of her black heart. Harry let out a gasp as he landed on the ground. He blinked as he slowly rose, taking in the forest around him and the exterior of Root Core. Yadana, Claire, Leanbow, and Daggerin were nearby, all looking as confused as Harry felt. Did something just happen? He asked. I believe so, Yadana said. I remember. She frowned. I'm not sure what I remember. The Rangers, Leanbow, spoke up. They're in trouble. With that, he, Daggerin, and Harry immediately ran to the nearest tree, trying to put aside their baffling memories. The tribunal watched as the Rangers did battle, smashing their way through the waves of Hidiacs. A flash came over the area as Imperius himself arrived, his fury evident. With a wave of his hand, a blast of energy sent the Rangers flying back. Their skills may not be enough, Red noted. Then perhaps they have earned more, White said with a hint of a smile on her featureless face. Nick grunted as he rose up, leaning on his staff. That all you got? He gasped out. Imperius glared. You stole our victory somehow, but you won't live to enjoy your world return. He threw out his hand again, only for a loud blast of light to cover the Rangers. What? Imperius called out. He stared as the Rangers' armor began to change. Each had a golden carapace around their torsos, their helmets becoming sharper and their wands transformed into large staffs with golden edges, each with a dial-like setting at the lion-shaped head. Each Ranger spun around, their auras shimmering to show their new power, each crying out, Element of Earth, Green Mystic Ranger, Element of Wind, Pink Mystic Ranger, Element of Water. Blue Mystic Ranger, element of lightning. Yellow Mystic Ranger, element of fire. Red Mystic Ranger. Oh, I don't like where this is going, Necroli muttered. The Rangers spun their staffs about and unleashed their powers. The waves of fire, water, air, rock, and electricity were more powerful than ever, sending Hideax flying in all directions. A few moved in to attack, but the Rangers' armor was stronger than ever, allowing them to brush off the blows before knocking the creatures away. Imperius began to move to them, but the Rangers moved, so the heads of their staffs came together. "Ready," Nick called out. "Ready," the other unisoned. They reached to the 2 number on their dials, pulling it over. Legend Warriors, United Formation. A massive blast of energy struck Imperius head-on, sending him sailing away with a loud cry. He collapsed on the ground, his armor smoking in various places. Necroli moved to his side, staring in shock at the Rangers as they moved into another fighting position. "This is not over," Imperius hissed before the flashing symbols covered the evil forces and teleported them away. "Funny, he always says that right before the fight ends," Vita remarked. A coughing got their attention, and they turned to see Leanbow, Daggerin, and Harry all staring at them. "Is there something you'd like to tell us?" The Rangers exchanged looks, realizing this was going to be a long afternoon. The explanation took a while, marked now and then by questions, outraged reactions, and more than a few blanching looks at the imagining of this horrible world. However, the Rangers' worries over being chewed out over letting this happen in the first place were quieted as Leanbow and Udana both looked at them with pride. "All alone, no powers, and you achieved a feat no one has done in centuries," Udana stated. "Amazing. Sorry it had to happen in the first place," Nick stated, the others nodding in agreement. "Sometimes you have to fall far in order to learn," Daggerin gently told them. "But it teaches you how to rise even further. Your new abilities show that, and we know not to take it for granted anymore," Nick stated. He sighed. "That still leaves us with getting Genji back and dash." A knocking on the doorway got their attention. Frowning, Claire moved to open it, then let out a cry as she leapt back. "You!" The Rangers were quickly on their feet, moving to the doorway to see Lily standing there, holding a large bag. Her outfit was the same as when they had last seen her, but her expression was more sober than usual. "Hi," she said. "I'm not here for a fight or anything. She reached into the bag to bring out a familiar lamp. "I think you'd want this back." "Genji!" Daggerin snatched the lamp out of her hands, quickly rubbing it to summon the genie. The cat-like creature stretched out. "Oh, that feels good? Wow, I really did not want to have to do that last bit. Sorry about that." "Oh, and also," Lily rummaged through the bag before bringing out a long staff. "My snow staff." Udana gasped in surprise, taking it. Vita stared in suspicion at Lily. "Where did you get those?" "Where do you think?" the other girl snapped. She took a breath. "Look, this whole evil thing? It's just not me. I've seen the kind of world my mom wants, and it sucks." She brushed back her hair, not looking for any sympathy, but I can't go back there. Not to her, and not to being like that. The Rangers were suspicious, but Leanbow and Udana shared a knowing glance. "You always had a soft spot for strays," the man said with a smile. Claire was glaring at Lily. "I'm not sharing my room with her." "Oh, please, like I want your hand-me-downs," the teen sniffed. Harry was rolling his eyes when another knock sounded. "I could have sworn this was a secret lair," he remarked. Everyone was thrown, with one exception. "Please," Madison was whispering. "Please let it work. He's been through so much. Just please let him have this." Vita frowned as Leanbow opened the door and found himself staring into a very broad stomach. "Oh, sorry," a gruff voice came up. The figure bent his large frame down to stare into the home. "I know this may seem odd, but I'm looking for a Hagrid," Harry whispered, his eyes wide with shock. The bearded figure looked to him and broke into that wide grin. "Harry!" He moved in, dressed in his usual rough brown clothing with long coat, umbrella stuck under one arm. Before he knew it, Harry was swept up in the giant's arms and hugging him tight. "Ah, good to see you, laddie. Good to see you." How? Harry felt the tears running down his cheeks, even as he tried to handle the shock of seeing the giant alive and well. He kept hugging as Hagrid set him down, smiling as he moved back. "Look at you, lad, growing all the more." "Hold up, Chip called out. This is Hagrid? As in, the guy Harry supposedly murdered? Vita slowly turned to her sister. What did you do? At the gathered looks, Madison sheepishly shrugged. It just hit me out of the blue. I was talking to Hagrid, well, the other Hagrid in the dark world, and I remembered Hermione's time turner thing, and well, it seemed crazy, but Madison, Udonna pressed. What did you do? Madison took a breath. I talked to him about it. I told him what had happened, what had been done, and he was eager to take part. He said it was far better than living in a world like that, so. Chip, the resident science fiction geek, opened his eyes and jaw wide. You didn't. Madison nodded. I used the Turner. It's really not that hard to figure out with that Hagrid. I took us back a few months before the wish would have taken hold and told him to keep quiet in case we managed to set it back to what it was. I remember the date Harry came here, and I'm minding my own business in my hut, Hagrid interrupted. When next thing I know, someone looking just like me shows up, talks about how he saw the world ending, and then tells me if I want to live, I'd best go into hiding. Well, sure, I had to be swayed a bit. It wasn't someone using polyjuice, but let's just say he knew a few things no one else could have and convinced me. I didn't like it because who wants to see yourself getting killed? But I can be pretty insistent when I try to be. So I eventually go on and leave me other self behind to take the fatal blow that's coming. You took the Hagrid from that world back in time. Nick slowly spelled it out and switched him for this one, so that one got killed instead and the real Hagrid lived. Madison nodded. I left a note with that first Hagrid to give to this one, telling him today's date, and if it worked out, he should come to Root Core now. Are you following this? Claire asked Sander. Are you kidding? The boy scoffed. I barely get daylight savings time, let alone this. Lean Bao frowned. But if that entire timeline of the wish was erased, that Hagrid should have been too. Madison shrugged. I thought it might happen, but I thought it was worth a try anyhow. She saw Udonna stare and put her hands up. Look, he volunteered. I don't blame the lass, Hagrid stated. He told me what that world was like, a world where darkness had won. Not very pleasant, too many bad memories. He said if he had to give his life, it'd be for something that kept Harry safe, so that's what happened. Incredible, Harry said. So you've been alive and in hiding the last few weeks? I wanted to come forth soon as it happened, Hagrid stated. But something told me that was too dangerous. I figured whoever sent the note to be here today knew why, so I just kept out of sight in an old place of mine and bided me time. He looked around the hut. Huh, not a bad little place. Sure, plenty of a story here. You have no idea, Harry laughed as he embraced Hagrid once more. He still had questions of that bizarre world, of being with Ron and Hermione again, and of course Cedric's involvement. But for right now, Harry was content allowing the universe to give him a win at long last. And it felt good. Black grumbled as he looked at the pool. We should have erased that other Hagrid as well. The girl's actions were to help a friend, White told him. She took a bold risk and a very inventive one at that. Besides, it balances the scales. A life wrongly taken restored, yet history continues on. A technicality, Black scoffed, but it stands red and toned. You agree on that. Besides, Harry Potter will need all his strength for what is to come. The hand waved once more to show a brooding Lord Voldemort on his throne. He does not remember, but Thomas Riddle somehow knows the time of his alliance with Imperius is ending. He is about to plan his endgame, and we must be prepared to ensure the balance of magic remains. You truly believe it to be in danger? Would I bend our rules so much if I did not? The great encounter is coming. The revelation of all hidden. The image shimmered to show Cedric walking the halls of Hogwarts with a smirk on his face. And when he reveals his true face, it shall be either the new birth of this land or its end. As the image shimmered slightly to show that which was beyond mortal eyes, the tribunal tried to hold back a sensation none had ever felt before. Fear. Hopefully worth the wait, as next chapter will show more fallout of the wish before we move to the big finale. All comments welcomed as ever. Mystic Betrayal. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Mystic Betrayal. A great man once said that all the world is a stage and all the men and women merely players. As we begin the final act of our sordid drama, that becomes quite true as our dramatis personae takes to the stage. At Hogwarts, two people will discover how they have been used against one they trusted above all. A teacher must decide if the sins of the past should still carry into the present. A once dark man must embrace his own inner beast to redeem himself. The most ordinary of men will play an extraordinary role. One who believed himself the true power of darkness will discover how small his part truly has been. Two young people must decide whether blood should overwhelm their hearts. The dark architect of this all will be revealed. 5 young heroes will have their final test, and the man who lost most everything he knew will be challenged once more to save those who betrayed him. The prelude is done. The pieces are set. Let the final game begin. The air crackled with ozone as the blast of energy ripped through it. A bright green ball flew outward to smash into one of the small cans set up along a line of rocks. The bolt ricocheted off one falling can into another, knocking it back. A whisper filled the air, and then a ball of fire flew out to cover a can over with flames. As soon as it did, another ball, this one blue-white, hit the same can and froze it into ice. Backing up, Harry let out a long breath as he took in what he had just done. 3 quick-fire spells of differing elements and none with a wand. And it didn't even feel hard doing it. He smiled as he flexed his fingers, amazed yet enjoying this rush of working magic so well as if it came naturally. Careful. Harry turned to see Lin Bao walking up behind him. I know full well that magic can be seductive if not harnessed properly. I've gotten that lesson a few times, Harry noted as he walked to join the man. They were in the middle of a small field near Root Core, the sun shining through the trees. It's just a lot, even after the last few weeks, to feel the rush of power without a wand. It can be difficult, the older man said, but you've found a remarkable balance to it so soon. I'm sure with a bit more training, you could be ready for most anything. He smiled thinly, which, of course, means there will be many things you're not truly ready for. Harry accepted that odd statement well. He had been warned of the darkness of magic for a long time and had seen firsthand its effects on others. The bitter irony of being accused to be a dark wizard himself wasn't lost on him, but he didn't feel as overwhelmed by it anymore. He had found a family of sorts here in Root Core, an odd one, to be sure, but then most families were. He was preparing to start again when a cawing sound came over the field. The two looked up to see an owl flying toward them, Harry's eyes lighting up as he saw it. Hedwig, the owl flew into his arms, cooing as Harry hugged it. Damn, I thought I'd never see you again. He lifted the bird onto his arm, grinning. How in the world did you find me? A sudden flash of light came, announcing the arrival of a small creature that came up to knee length, his large ears lifting up with his eyes as he saw Harry. Harry Potter, Dobby is so glad to see you. Sir, Harry had to laugh as he embraced the house elf. Dobby, oh my, I haven't seen you in such a long time. Dobby knows Harry Potter was innocent of his crimes, the house elf said. Harry Potter is a good and decent wizard. Thank you, Harry smiled. But where have you been? Oh, Dobby has been helping Mr. Black, the house elf stated. He sent word he must meet with you. Well, come in, we can talk, Harry said, motioning to the main home of Root Core. Lin Bao smiled as he followed the duo inside where the Rangers were already gathering. Hey, we got a hit some magic visitor was coming in, Nick explained as the group entered. His eyes fell on Dobby. The elf frowned. Dobby is not in it. Dobby is a free elf, thanks to the great Harry Potter. Harry waved a hand to calm him down. Guys, this is Dobby, a very good friend who helped me out a few times. He lifted the bird on his arm. And this is Hedwig, an even older friend. Aw, how cute. Claire smiled as she rubbed the owl's head. I didn't know you had a pet. A magical owl is not quite a pet, Yadana stated as she joined the group. She is more of a familiar. She reached to brush Hedwig's brow, the owl cooing instantly. And a close one at that. I was worried about him, Harry noted, stroking Hedwig before allowing the owl to hop onto a table. Dobby has been taking care of Hedwig, the elf explained. The foul traitors of Harry Potter would not even care of this owl. Thanks, Dobby, Harry said. You said you had a message from Sirius? The elf nodded. He has found something important. Sirius Black has. Dobby can take you to him right away. Does he always talk in the third person? Vita asked, earning her an elbow from her sister. We'd better get ready to go, Nick said. Lily is already at work and looks bad for us to be following her lead for once. Let's go then, Harry said, taking Dobby's hand. The elf nodded, snapping his fingers, and the two vanished. Oh man, Claire complained. Even he can do that. She snapped her own fingers a few times to no avail. A few minutes earlier, a dark wolf paced through one of the small dumps in the city. He glanced about to make sure no one was watching, then dropped the black bag clutched in his teeth. With a quick flow of magic, Sirius Black was back in human form, quickly opening the bag to pull on some clothes. He straightened up, brushing at his long coat as he glanced about the dump. "Not bad," he muttered. "Been in much worse places." A rattle of noise echoed as a figure shot up from behind a nearby garbage tin. "Hands off, furry! This is my dump." Sirius whirled about, a hand to his wand as he took in the newcomer. It was a strange figure clad in ragged jeans and dark shirt, his head shaped like a bizarre avocado with various ridges. While a nose was at the center of his face, his nostrils appeared to be located between where his eyebrows would have been. "Who the hell are you?" Sirius asked. "Piggy's the name. Rummaging the game," the figure answered with pride. "It's dirty, filthy, full of germs, and disgustingly vile. Now, I know I paint a pretty picture, but it does have a downside." He paused. "I just can't think of it right now." "Sounds fun," Sirius said, not quite certain of this bizarre conversation. "Oh, it can be," Piggy said as he paced around. "Look at me. I'm new in town. Just came in from another star system, in fact." He waved a hand about. "In about 20 years, there will be aliens all over the place. Right now, just me, ready to settle in and find something to do. Maybe I'll win the lottery, set up a snack shop, something like that." "It's always nice to have a dream," Sirius stated, trying not to show how bizarre this conversation was. A sound came behind him, and he looked over as Piggy jumped. "Yikes, human!" He backed up, waving his hands. "You never saw me." He ducked behind some crates, leaving a baffled Sirius staring at the spot. He turned as Harry came up with Dobby beside him and smiled. "Hey, pup." He hugged the younger man and nodded to Dobby. "Good work. Dobby is too happy to help Mr. Black." The elf nodded. Harry looked to his godfather. "What did you find?" Sirius leaned on a nearby table as he reached into his coat to remove a folder. "Tonks and I checked the body they had buried in Cedric's grave. And no, you don't want details of how we got it out." Harry agreed as he looked over the pages. "Finding one of those DNA labs was tricky, but we ran the tests. I have no idea what they mean, but guess it's important." "It is." Harry scanned the pages quickly before coming to the final one. He read the results and let out a long breath. "Damn. I mean, I had guessed, but still." "What?" Sirius asked, frowning. Harry showed the final page, pointing to a section that even the Elder Wizard could clearly understand. Sirius read it over and raised his eyebrows. "Huh. Explains a lot, but also asks a lot too. A lot of questions left," Harry mused as he rubbed his chin. "But we'd best be getting started on some answers fast." "Back to Hogwarts?" "Not yet," Harry said. "No, I think it's time to look to another direction." He glanced at Dobby. "And I'll need some help." The elf smiled. "Dobby is more than happy to help Harry Potter." Sirius chuckled. "Always the interesting allies, Harry. Let's hope we can get all we can." In the space between spaces, two voices talk. One was once human, the other never was. Both are shades of darkness, both desiring power and glory. While their trust is non-existent, they each know the other is needed to achieve their goals, and thus, for the moment, they need each other. Evil they may be, but cunning they have in abundance. They have waited, they have planned, and they have prepared. Now, a dart goes to another. They agree the time has come. The light will fall, and the darkness shall rule, as should be. Neville Longbottom has never quite understood the mentality of Muggle children to dislike going to school every day. At least, not until this year at Hogwarts. The looks he got from people was bad enough, but worse was how it went in classes. He couldn't believe people actually resorted to spitballs, especially ones with a bit of sting to them thanks to a spell. He was doing his best to handle it, but hard when everyone ignored your questions and refused to give you aid. He wasn't alone, of course. Ginny was in much the same boat, and Luna as well. Although with Luna, being an outsider was nothing new, so she handled it better with her unique view of life. But for Neville, being pushed around like this was a hardening experience. He was doing his best to handle it, keeping up with his studies and secret practices. He was also dedicated to his secondary mission, making sure to keep an eye on Cedric. Neville never would have called himself the most perceptive person, but he knew something was very, very wrong about this man. The way he carried himself, so aloof and arrogant, and not seeming to care at all about classes, it wasn't right. Neither was how the teachers cut him far too much slack for it. Except for Snape, but then again, Snape came down on everyone. And how the girls fawned over him and Ron and Hermione. It just twitched at Neville's what was that term Vita had used? Spider sense. So it was that Neville was keeping a careful distance as he followed Cedric down a hallway leading to one of the quieter sections of Hogwarts. Even wearing Harry's invisibility cloak, borrowed for such a purpose, Neville was nervous. Seeing Cedric alone, he felt something off about the young man, something dark and foreboding, more than he showed off in public. The way he carried a dark smirk on his face, it was like he was enjoying a massive joke upon the world that didn't know the punchline. That no one else could see what was so obvious baffled Neville and drove him more to find out just what Cedric was up to. The man was coming up to a small room, glancing behind him. Neville moved behind a column, feeling the need to hide even with his cloak on. He peeked around to see Cedric open the door and enter. Quickly, Neville moved to it, slipping in just as it was about to close. He blinked as his eyes adjusted to the dark room. It was quite large and filled to the brim with artifacts. They were in massive piles, some looking like they had been there for decades with thick layers of dust around. One item in particular drew his attention. What appeared to be a large cabinet, about 15 feet high, dark paneling making it stand out with its triangular design. Cedric paused before it, seeming to enjoy the sight, drawing in something. He glanced at something on his wrist, as if waiting. There was a hum in the air, and Neville felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. With a wicked smile, Cedric reached forward to open the double doors of the cabinet. There was a pause before a shadow appeared, forming into a figure in a tight black dress, frizzled hair, and a wicked smile. Neville's heart plunged as he recognized Bellatrix Lestrange in all her mad glory. She was followed by a trio of men in the outfits of Death Eaters, and then one of those hideous creatures that served Imperius, resembling a tortoise, albeit with massive spikes along his head and shell. Cedric nodded as they exited. So it works after all? The lead masked Death Eater was all business as he spoke. Strike hard and fast. Neville recognized the voice of Lucius Malfoy under the mask. And be ready for the rest. Oh, I will be, Cedric said with a smile. But first, Neville had no idea how he knew what was coming, but he was able to dodge to the side just as Cedric whirled around to unleash a ball of fire that shot over his head. He didn't even bother wondering how Cedric was able to do that. He wasn't shocked by anything the man was up to anymore. Throwing off the cloak, Neville scampered out of the room as fast as he could. After him, Malfoy snapped as Bellatrix was quick to follow, a maniacal giggle escaping her lips. Neville raced up the stone steps and down the halls, yelling at the top of his lungs. Death Eaters! Death Eaters in Hogwarts! Students glanced at him in confusion, but it swiftly turned to terror as they saw Bellatrix on his tail, firing blasts from her wand. The creature was behind her, opening his mouth to erupt in a blast of white flame that rocked the hallway. Neville shuddered as he heard the screams of some of the ghosts within the paintings as the frames were ignited. Neville was working around to fire a spell off to drive Bellatrix back, but the other Death Eaters were behind her, also firing green bolts from their wands. A pair of teachers made their way out of a classroom, but the tortoise monster let out another blast, this one electrical to rock them back. Bellatrix was cackling as she led the way, blasts of energy filling the air. Ron and Hermione were coming out of a classroom, Neville literally running into them. They stared in disbelief at the sight of Cedric and the Death Eaters with the creature beside them. Cedric, Ron blurted. Mate, what the hell? Diggory sneered at them. Oh, thank the dark shadows, I can finally stop putting up with you nitwits. What? Hermione gasped. What are you talking about? Cedric, how can you betray us like this? Betrayal? He chuckled. My dear infant, the definition of betrayal requires you to be loyal first. And I never have been in the least. Not to this idiotic cause of light, not to Potter and certainly not to you. What? Hermione blurted, obviously confused. Cedric, what are you? Ah, yes, I forgot. Cedric smiled as he waved a hand. A glow shuddered outward from it, spreading through the entire hallway and beyond. Neville felt a small shiver, but the effect on Ron and Hermione was more dramatic as they both fell back, grabbing at their heads to gasp. As soon as the glow faded, they stared up at Cedric as if never having seen him before. What did you do?" Hermione gasped out. "Oh, just a bit to help me when I made my arrival," the boy said with a sinister edge that belied his years. "After all, hard to convince you of my tale of Potter being a traitor if you had such loyalty to him. So I simply had to ensure that you two were a bit more open to that perception." Hermione blinked at Cedric. How could we think Harry would work with him?" "No way," Ron gasped out. "No way would he have ever." Understanding flooded onto Neville sooner than Ron and Hermione as he looked to Cedric. "Who are you?" he whispered. Because Cedric Diggory never had the ability to castle a spell like that. The man simply smiled. "Oh, you'll find out soon, Mr. Longbottom. You all will." A distance away, Lucius Malfoy was making his way to a window. Raising his wand, he fired a ball of light that streaked out into the sky. It erupted into a dark green skull waving in the air. From the woods, from the hills, from all around, the wave of Death Eaters came, some running, others teleporting in clouds, all targeting Hogwarts. In moments, the sounds of explosions and screams echoed as the fall began. On a cliff overlooking the school, Lord Voldemort smiled widely as he took in the chaos. All he needed was one more ingredient, and his perfect revenge would finally be complete. He allowed his form to turn to smoke as he flew forward to join the madness full-on. "Ah, same old song, same old dance," Vita remarked as the transformed Power Rangers raced to the center of Briarwood. Imperius was there with a squad of Hideacs as well as a pair of creatures, one that resembled a bulldog, the other a yeti, both armed with axes. "And so we begin the endgame," Imperius proclaimed with an evil laugh. "I had so much planned, the 10 Terrors unleashed to cause mass chaos. But recent events are pushing me to accelerate my timetable." "Welcome to teenage lives," Nick called out as he kicked a Hideac back. "We love messing things up." Yadana was whirling about in her bright white armor, letting out a blast from her snow staff. "I had forgotten just how exhilarating this feels." "Me too," Leanbow noted as he slashed at the bulldog creature. "Okay, you two tone it down before you gross us all out," Vita stated. Inside the Rockporium, Toby was busy packing some albums into boxes as Lily stared at him. "What the hell? These are very rare vinyls," her boss stated. "I am not going to let them be shattered in this." The teen rolled her eyes as she followed him to the rear as he packed them on his shelves. Outside, the Rangers continued their battle, easily holding back the Hideacs while dueling with the monsters identified as Fido and 50 Below. The Rangers were doing well, the uniting of all 8 giving them a new push and adding to their power in a fight. "You might as well give up now," Nick called out as he punched Fido back. "Or it's just going to get worse." "Oh, it's going to." Imperius leered at them. "It is very much going to." He waved a hand to his staff as he uttered an incantation. A blast of energy ripped out to cover the entire battlefield, the Rangers rocking hard under its light. They gasped out as, one by one, their armor vanished in bursts of multicolored light. They fell to the ground, weakened by the unexpected move as the Hideacs swarmed over them. Nearby, Toby and Lily were just exiting the store when they saw the transformation. Toby's mouth dropped open as he barely held onto the box in his hands. "Wait, how? Oh damn," Lily whispered. She grabbed Toby's arm to drag him off. "We have to go." "But how? I will slap you if you say that word one more time," Lily hissed as she reached a nearby tree. Holding Toby with a hand, she reached out to it with her other, and the two vanished, Toby barely able to understand what was happening. The Rangers were barely able to stand as the monsters grabbed at them, morphers and weapons torn away. Imperius smiled in triumph as he stood over them. "So Voldemort proves his worth at last. I may actually spare him if the rest of the plan works as well as this." He nodded to the creatures. "Bring them. They shall bear witness to the end of their world." He grinned. As soon as their friend sees the end of his, with a flash of dark energy, the entire group vanished, leaving an empty space in Briarwood as the forces of darkness struck once more. The instant Harry and Dobby flashed into view, They knew something was wrong. The room inside the Black Manor was tight and dark. Sirius was there along with Tonks, and Harry was startled to see Draco there as well. Also present was Mad-Eye Moody, the veteran Auror sitting in a chair with hands on his cane. All of them had dark expressions on their faces as Harry appeared. "What happened?" "Voldemort has taken over Hogwarts," Sirius said without preamble. He struck without warning, hit hard and fast with some sort of creatures backing him. Harry looked to Moody and raised an eyebrow. "How long have you been in on this?" "Followed Tonks to one of her meetings with her cousin," Moody grunted. "Girl never could be stealthy worth a damn." The pink-haired woman glared at him as he continued. "I had suspicions for a while things weren't right, so decided to help them out." Harry looked to Draco. "You didn't know about this?" The blonde-haired man shook his head. "No. My father apparently decided to hide it from me. I can't stay long. I slipped away in the chaos, but he's expecting me back soon." He leaned in. "Potter, you have to know. Cedric was leading them in the attack." He confirmed. "He cast some sort of spell to make those who trusted you the most believe the worst." Harry closed his eyes and let out a breath. "That's why Ron and Hermione, why Dumbledore—" He shook his head. "Explains a lot of things. The Ministry is in an uproar," Tonks said. "They can't move in because of the students held hostage, and they don't know how quickly Voldemort is going to hit back. They're scared," Harry sourly noted. "Like always, they're scared." A beeping sound came from his pocket, and he pulled out what looked like a small cell phone. He dialed on it and held it up as an image flew from the phone, forming into a small ball. Claire was there with Lily right behind her. "Harry," she called out, her face and voice frantic. "Imperius has captured the Rangers." Yadana and Liam bowed too. "Damn it," Harry growled. "Voldemort has Hogwarts." "Oh no," Claire moaned. "What do we do?" Harry was silent for a long moment as Sirius leaned in. "We can go there. We can try and hit back." Moody shook his head. "It's no use. Voldemort has his entire army there, all over the school. He's got them set and ready. Ditto for Imperius." Lily pushed her way into the image. "I know my mom. She's using them as bait for you. Just like Voldemort is using your friends for you," Draco noted. "Whatever happens, whatever we decide, he's going to be ready. He knows you're coming." "No." Harry Potter's eyes were narrowed, and his lips turned into a slight smile as he turned to face them all. "No. He's never going to know what we have coming. Don't worry. Already working on next chapter where it really hits the fan. Thanks for being patient." Mystic Confrontation. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Mystic Confrontation. Toby was pacing the main room of Root Core with a stunned expression. So, the guys are the Power Rangers." "Yes," Lily said with an impatient expression. She was leaning on one of the benches in the room as Claire hurriedly went through a nearby shelf, yanking out a book, flipping through it, then dumping it onto the large pile of volumes at her feet. "So, they're the Power Rangers, which explains a lot about their tardy work detail and such. You," he pointed at Lily. "Your mother is the queen of the vampires, Necroli, who really did kidnap me, so I can stop seeking therapy for that." Lily ignored him, turning to Claire. "Just what the hell are you doing anyway?" Toby kept pacing. "Nick's mother is Udana, the witch, and her husband used to be that nasty armored knight before he came back to the light side. And why does that sound so familiar?" Claire was flipping through another volume, nodding as she saw what she was looking for. "I got it." She moved to a nearby table as she put the book down, studying the page carefully. "Get Jengi, I'm going to need his help. Harry is a wizard from England who got framed, but somehow gets help from all these people, including a couple who were supposed to be dead." "Hey, I'm not the maid here," Lily snapped as she moved to look over the girl's shoulder at the book. "Just what are—" She stopped as she took in the words and her eyes widened. "You have to be kidding me. I need some goblin blood, third shelf on the right," Claire stated. "And you're saying the world went dark and evil and then got put back right because I'm a bit hung up on that part." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Lily turned to face Claire, a hand over the book. "Listen, at the risk of sounding like I actually care about you, do you understand what you're proposing? The chances of something going wrong here, the power you're playing with, it's the only way. Let's just talk about Dash. It's the only way." Claire slapped her hand away, her usually friendly face marked with sharp determination. "They're in trouble. Harry's in trouble. My aunt and uncle are in trouble. I'm doing this, so you can either help me or get out of my way." Lily looked her in the eye before her lips curled up. Funny, I almost like you right now. She moved to the shelf, going through the contents to grab the jars Claire yelled out for her to get. Toby just stood there, staring in bafflement as he took in the bizarre new world he was part of. The afternoon sun was covered by clouds over Hogwarts, which fit the mood rather well. Rubble covered the main square as the towers showed the damage of magic bolts in several places. There was also a sizable hole in the main bridge leading to the school that Harry had to hop over. He kept his walk simple and sure, clad in just jeans, shirt, and leather jacket as he walked toward Hogwarts. A gust of wind blew at his hair, and he winced as he felt his scar throb. Yet that determination stayed with him as he kept on walking, knowing he was headed to his destiny. The group of Death Eaters in the square saw him approach, wands immediately out. Harry kept himself calm as he kept walking to them, slowly holding up his hands to show nothing in them. Lucius Malfoy was with the group, his mask off so Harry could see his sinister smile at his approach. Well, the guest of honor has arrived. Harry kept his face tight as he looked the Death Eaters in the eye, showing no fear. He also gave no reaction when Draco moved forward, his dark suit hanging off him well, his usual sardonic smirk in place. Time for the ultimate lesson, I suppose, Potter. He smiled as he patted Harry down, dropping his voice. I hope you know what you're doing. Why start now? Harry whispered with a brief smile. He dropped it as Draco backed up, looking to his father. No one. Malfoy nodded, and then stepped aside, making a mocking bow toward the castle. He's waiting for you. Harry just brushed by him as he mounted the steps leading into the school. He felt their gazes, but refused to look at them as he marched into the building. He walked through the halls, seeing the wreckage of rooms and paintings around him. He saw other Death Eaters gazing at him with mocking smiles. But Harry Potter just kept on walking to the moment he'd always known was going to come someday. The Grand Hall had seen much better days, to be sure. Windows were shattered, banners torn or burned, and it lacked the graciousness of old. Adding to that feeling was the gathering of those inside. Students were huddled at tables, all with faces of fear and terror. Even the Slytherins were cowed by the turtle-like creature pacing about, as well as the pack of Death Eaters lining the walls. At the center of the large platform at the end, Lord Voldemort stood, his wand in hands and a twisted smile upon his face. Everything comes to he who waits, he rasped. And I have waited so very, very long for this moment. He leered over the captive teachers. Dumbledore was silent, and his face impassive as he looked his former student in the eye. Minerva was more concerned over the captive children, while Snape simply glared at his former leader. Ah, Severus, Voldemort said with sadness. I do wish you had come back to our side once more. Snape just set his jaw, ignoring the blood from his lip. I don't regret that one bit. Voldemort simply moved to Dumbledore, his smile growing. So, we come to it at last, Albus. All this time, all the battles, and we finally achieve my destiny. Dumbledore simply stared at him. A very wise woman once told me, men who crave power will take all the failures of their life, stack them on top of one another, and call it destiny. Voldemort chuckled darkly. Well, thank you for sharing that charming little piece of philosophy, Albus. If I may, Cedric piped up from his spot nearby. I've had experience with situations like this, and gloating isn't always as rewarding as you may think. Just get rid of them and be done with it. Why are you doing this? Cedric turned to where Hermione sat, her eyes streaked with tears. Why? Why turn on us? Why work with these monsters? Why do what you did to Hagrid and Harry? Cedric smiled thinly. You know, the best part of all this is that I no longer have to pretend that you two are worthy of even breathing the same air as I do. I don't know what's worse, your pandering or this red-haired nitwit's bumbling that he thinks is so charming. Ron was about to rise, but a look at the men around him stopped him as Cedric chuckled, turning to Dumbledore. And you were easier than they were. The elder man was confused as Cedric went on. All that plotting you made about your golden boy pitted against Voldemort here, and yet you were so willing to believe the worst about him. So worried he might turn into another Tom Riddle that I barely had to spin it in your mind to make you think that way for sure. He sniffed. And this is the best you have? It is to laugh. Someone will be laughing, Luna said in her dreamy voice. Acting like this was just another lunch day. But the cackles won't be from you. Really? Cedric sniffed, flexing a hand. Maybe we should test that. He was cut off as the doors to the hall opened. Everyone spun around to stare as they were pushed apart to reveal a lone figure framed in the doorway. He stood silent for a long moment, taking in the view before him. Then, he began calmly walking forward, every step even and measured as he marched into the room. Harry Potter, Voldemort rasped out as he raised his wand. The boy who lived, come to die. Not in my plans for the evening, Harry said as he walked forward. Hermione slowly rose up, her face crestfallen. Harry, not the time or mood right now, he snapped a bit more harshly than he planned to. Hermione's face fell as she sat back down, but Harry couldn't worry about her feelings now. His walk remained steady as he paced past the wide tables of students looking at him in various expressions of wonder, shame, and a tiny bit of hope. Harry's eyes were fixed on Voldemort, who stood at the center of the main platform with a thin smile on his twisted face. Harry finally came to a stop about 30 feet away, hands at his sides and his face calm. And so we come to it at last, Voldemort rasped. The endgame. Harry Potter returned to Hogwarts to meet his final fate in my hands. As it always should have been, Harry remained silent as Voldemort took 2 steps forward, obviously relishing this moment. Ah, Potter, a shame you have to be destroyed. Wherever shall I find another who might one day match me? I know a few excellent swamps to look into, Harry stated in a flat tone. Voldemort actually chuckled. Ah, I shall miss that wit in the face of your doom. After all the light has done to betray you dash. The light never betrayed me, Harry interrupted. The light gave me the strength to go on. Voldemort snorted. Still proud, Potter? Why? Why did you come back? Why didn't you just hide yourself away completely? He leaned forward. Why do you keep fighting? Harry leaned right in. Because unlike you, I have something worth fighting for. Something worth living for. That's something men like you can never understand. Voldemort shook his head. There are no men like me, Potter. Yes, Tom, there are, Harry impatiently said. There have always been men like you. It was his turn to snort, waving a hand. Honestly, you preen and posture about pure bloods and superiority as if you're the first person to ever stumble across that little chestnut. You're not. There was a muggle by the name of Hitler who pushed the exact same thing, and guess what? It didn't end very well for him. I am not him. No, you're even worse because you don't even understand how far you've gone around the bend. Harry waved to the Death Eaters. You think these people follow you out of loyalty? Respect? No, because they're all scared of you, of what you've become, and don't see how truly pathetic you are. Voldemort snarled, but Harry wasn't done. Yes, I said pathetic. So desperate for life, you allow yourself to be turned into this thing. He waved to Voldemort's body. To carve up your soul into pieces and hide them around. This isn't living, Tom. This is existing. You haven't conquered death. You're more terrified of it than anyone I've ever met. And all your power, all your desires, none of it is going to matter in the end. Because no one gets to be immortal, Tom. Not me, and certainly not you. Voldemort managed to smile. I shall live far beyond you, Potter. At least I'm not a fool for believing in that. Harry pointed to a figure standing nearby. Voldemort followed his gesture and frowned as he saw Cedric. What do you mean? I had some friends. You know what friends are, right, Tom? Harry smirked. I had some friends do some checking. They dug up the supposed fake corpse buried in Cedric's grave and did some testing using those muggle methods you sniff at. I won't bore you with the details, but the long and short of it is that the body in that grave is indeed the true Cedric Diggory. Everyone impulsively glanced at Cedric in confusion as the young man simply stood, arms crossed over his chest, his face impassive. Voldemort simply nodded slowly. I had already suspected as much, he intoned. But it does not matter. I have what I need, and with your death, my path to power shall be unimpeded, even by those creatures. He lifted up his wand, taking his time as his smile returned. Any final words for posterity, Potter? Harry looked at him, then let his eyes glance over to Neville, then to Ginny. Something in his gaze let them know something was about to happen, and they stiffened. Harry could see Draco moving to the side of the room and returning his slow nod. He let his gaze return to Voldemort, and his lips turned upward. As it just so happens, two spring quite readily to mind. He thrust his arm back, then threw it forward as he cried out, "Expecto Patronum!" A blast of white light erupted from his hand, streaking through the air to strike Voldemort right in the chest. He cried out as he flew backward, smashing into the table and flipping over it to land in a heap on the floor. Dead silence reigned through the hall. Teachers, students, and Death Eaters alike simply gaped, unable to process the wandless magic they'd just seen. Harry's face bore a wide smile as he brought himself up. "And now," he called out, "for my next trick." He dropped to his knees, a hand to the floor, as he whispered an incantation. Around the room, bursts of purple light erupted to the surprise of all. In seconds, forms had come into being as Tonks, Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, and a very much alive Sirius Black and Hagrid had appeared and were firing off bolts with wands at the Death Eaters. Harry threw out another spell with a hand as a shimmer of white light covered the tables of the first-year students. "Get them to safety," he called to a startled Minerva. While as baffled at all this as anyone, she was quick to leap up and urge the children out. Outside the main castle, the lights of the blasts of magic were visible to the two young men in matching green outfits. "I do believe that is our signal," Fred Weasley said with a grin. "Shall we?" "Let us indeed," George replied as the two took to their brooms and took off. They flew over the heads of startled Death Eaters in the courtyard before sweeping into the main building. Laughs came out of their mouths as they burst into the hall, hands scattering to throw out wands. "Come one, come all, and join in the fun," George yelled out. "The Weasley Wonders always get the job done." Fred finished as they added blasts of sparks to their flying to scatter Death Eaters more. Neville and Ginny were already grabbing their wands to fire off bolts, and after a bit of a pause, Ron and Hermione joined in. Soon the entire hall was erupted in battle that began to spread throughout the school. Minerva was leading the younger students to a hallway when a pack of Death Eaters stepped in their way, led by Lucius Malfoy. He snarled as he raised his wand. Minerva spread herself out, ready to take the blasts when suddenly a shape fell in front of them. "Oh, sorry," Phineas remarked. "Got lost." Lucius glared at him. "Clear the way before you join them in death." Phineas frowned. "Well, that's pretty rude." Minerva glared at Malfoy. "I will not abandon them. Then you die with them, like scum." "Hey, that's no way to talk to a lady." Phineas snapped. Malfoy glared at him once more. "Keep to yourself, creature, or I'll tear your heart out before hers." Phineas stared before his eyes narrowed. "Okay, you just made me mad." In a blur, he sprung into action, leaping to punch Lucius in the jaw. He flipped over to kick at another Death Eater, running to put his feet on the wall and jump back to tackle another masked foe to the ground. Rolling off, Phineas grabbed another Death Eater and fell back, putting a foot to the man's gut to send him sailing into a wall. Back up, Phineas punched and kicked the final Death Eater down. He then grabbed a stunned Lucius by his feet and began sweeping him back and forth across the floor, the man yelling as his blonde hair rubbed over the ground. "What are you doing?" Minerva called out, stunned at the display. "Oh, I'm just mopping the floor with him," Phineas replied before finally dropping a groaning Lucius down. He turned to Minerva and smiled. "Mind if I help more, pretty lady?" Minerva couldn't help but smile back as she followed him down the hallway. The Slytherins were backing up to the rear of the hall when Draco popped up behind them. "Just where the hell are you lot going?" he demanded. Vincent Crabbe started. "Draco, he waved a hand to the fight. "Your father is in this. And he's on the wrong side," Draco snapped. "Come on, you really think you know who is someone worth following? After this?" He shook his head. "Not for me. I'm not turning into the lackey of some madman." Gregory Goyle frowned. "But Potter and his bunch." Draco got into his face, his own tight with anger. "You think we're going to get off lightly? You think we're going to be accepted? And even if we are, you really wanted to stand by and watch those folks kill everyone else?" He saw their expressions as he turned around. "This is our school. It's time we reminded everyone how much we belong to it." He fired a blast from his wand to nail a passing Death Eater, then moved to hit another. Pansy Parkinson was the first to join him before the rest of the gang, and soon the Slytherins were alongside the other houses fighting back hard. No, Snape remarked as he joined them. "That is not the proper method." He snapped his wand out to fire a pain curse to strike a Death Eater down. I expect better from my own house. He shot off more spells at his former comrades as the other students followed him. Amid the fighting, Draco could feel a sense of pain at the idea of striking against his father's band. But then he realized that doing the right thing for a change felt much, much better than he could have anticipated. "You realize I'm going to be hitting you very, very hard when this is over," Remus stated as he and Sirius fired bolts back to back. "Look, I hated to do it, but it was for the best," Sirius replied. "Yes, making me mourn your death. Wonderful times. You'd have done the same." "No, I wouldn't have." "Boys, be nice," Tonks stated as she sent a blast to knock a Death Eater back. "You can kiss and make up later." A shrieking sound came to them as Bellatrix leaped at them, firing off blasts from her wand that Sirius blocked quickly. The woman's eyes were wide and mad as she attacked her cousins, who did their best to defend themselves. Bellatrix leapt onto a table to fire, but Sirius struck her with a stun blast in mid-jump to knock her back with a shriek. "It says a lot that, according to Harry, our family is actually less dysfunctional than we believed," he remarked to a disbelieving Tonks. Hagrid was howling as he charged forward with a table, smashing a half-dozen Death Eaters aside. He glanced up to a stunned Albus Dumbledore. "Oh, hello, Professor." "Hagrid," the elder man whispered. "But how?" "Rather long story, sir. No time now, as I think we have to be helping Harry out." Hagrid moved back to the battle as Dumbledore rose up, feeling the urge to fight as rarely before. This creatures had used him, had fooled him, and come into his school to attack. He was not going to simply let that stand. He let out a long blast of white that blinded a dozen of the masked men, allowing Neville and Luna to lead the Order of the Phoenix in counterattacks as the battle began to spread out of the hall. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was unleashing a blast that knocked the creature from Imperius Band into a nearby wall and followed it with a fiery blast that caused it to shriek in agony. Cedric was crawling under the main table, rising up just as a bolt nearly singed his eyebrows. He looked up to see a furious Hermione Granger glaring at him. "You!" she hissed out, her eyes flaring. You made us turn on Harry." Ron was beside her, his face matching hers in disgust at Cedric. "And it was so easy," Cedric grinned. "You know, the magic just enhanced feelings you already had of resentment and distrust toward Potter. I suppose you're not the only ones who disliked this golden child." The two threw out their wands to fire dual stun blasts at Cedric. He simply stood up, absorbing them and giggling. "Stop. It tickles." His eyes narrowed. "My turn." He lifted his hand to unleash a blast of electricity that knocked Ron and Hermione back, the two yelling in pain as they were sent flying into a wall. As they slumped to the ground, Cedric shook his head. "Like I always say, you want someone killed, right? You simply have to do it yourself." Bolts of magic flew about as Harry and Voldemort dueled through the hallways. This seemed oddly familiar to Harry, but he shoved that thought aside as he threw out his hands to send a blast at the Dark Wizard, who turned to smoke to charge at him. Harry waited until the last moment to grab Voldemort as he passed by, the man surprised at how he was able to grasp his magic so fast. They flew through the halls, knocking past various fights and conflicts, smashing into walls, and then out the window. They tumbled onto the courtyard, rolling about with gasps of pain echoing in both of them as they solidified. Voldemort snarled as he raised his wand to fire a blast of green fire. Harry was raising his hands to create a shield of white to block it. The two beams smashed into each other with fury, each gritting their teeth hard as they fought back, each beam seeming to work against the other as they poured their might into it. They concentrated solely on each other, ignoring the other wizards entering the courtyard, other battles fading as everyone saw the main conflict erupting before them. Voldemort cut his green beam off to fire another blast at Harry, who rolled to dodge it then fired off a shot of his own. Voldemort growled as he rose up, Harry doing the same, each ready to fire off another spell. "I have had enough." The shockwave of purple energy rolled through the entire courtyard and knocked everyone present off their feet. They gasped for air as all eyes turned to the entrance to Hogwarts as Cedric stepped onto the main steps. His face was tight with anger as his hands were covered with purple energy. I really tried, to do this the easy way. But no, You feeble little idiots couldn't keep your own petty problems to yourselves. So now, I have to step up to the plate. A snarling Fenrir Greyback rose up, his werewolf features full as he raised his wand. With an almost offhanded expression, Cedric threw out 2 fingers and a blast of purple lightning covered Greyback. He screamed with agony as he glowed from within before finally erupting in a blast of energy, his remains scattered across the yard. So, Cedric stated, I'm just going to have to do this myself. My real self. And with that he began to change. His body grew in size to nearly 6 feet tall. His clothing warped around him, turning into elaborate robes marked with strange runes and symbols, a long cape covering it all with a furl about his neck. A purple medallion on a chain hung to his midsection, and every inch of his skin was purple and puckered. His face was hideous with a long, sharp nose, beady eyes, wrinkles, and pockets, his head covered by a skull cap with strange markings. His chin ended in a pair of small tendrils wrapped together, his hands with long, sharp nails, and his mouth turned into a sharp and evil grin. What are you? Harry choked out. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. The transformed figure chuckled. To be more clear, I'm the galactically feared, globally reviled, universally despised former ruler of the most foul empire that ever existed. You shall soon be referring to me as Master, my lord, he who is to be revered. But, for the sake of simple conversation now, the grin tightened as he looked to the trembling wizards before him. You can call me Ivan Uz. Oh, how I have waited to get that part out. Mystic Fate Part 1. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Mystic Fate Part 1. This is the exposition part of our evening, boys and girls, which means I'm going to be talking up a blue streak. So, if you're looking for action, might have to wait a bit. You'd think being locked underground in a rotten egg for 6,000 years would be the most annoying thing that could happen to you. Try getting blown apart by a runaway comet. That's even worse. You have no idea how it was being blasted into 1,000 pieces and scattered across this miserable little planet. Some of me got burned in re-entry, but enough landed across the planet for me to stay alive. Hey, I'm millennia old and incredibly powerful. You don't think I made myself durable for situations like this? It took a while. Oh, did it take a while to call out and drag those droplets across oceans, deserts, plains, and more to bring myself back together enough just to take a piss? Then having to travel about, keeping my presence quiet so I could gain enough of myself and my power as I made my plans. Sure, I wanted revenge on the folks who did this to me. I'm only inhuman, but they'd scattered around and were powerless to boot. There were new gangs around, of course, but didn't feel right taking my revenge on them. Besides, why waste time like that? I had bigger fish to fry, bigger goals to meet. It was about then I discovered this little magical community of yours. Oh, your power really isn't anything huge, not compared with the rest of the world. But it's enough. Enough to gain me access to the real magical power out there. All I needed was an in. And what do you? No one came my way. I've been poking around, studying you all, and saw just how much potential was in young Potter here. Yes, such power, but none of you had the damnedest idea how to use him right. He was an obstacle, however, a major one that had to be removed. So, I got it into my head how to cut him off. It wasn't hard, really. Shape-shifting into Cedric, fixing the real body to look like a fake to you all, seeing as how you're all still stuck in the 15th century when it comes to technology. That was so easy. Then just sprinkle a little spell to warp perceptions and make you all think the worst of the young punk, and voila. He's out, I'm in. Now I was free to go around and learn more of your magical world. Which wasn't much, but hey, beggars can't be chooser. Not that I've ever begged for anything. Potter in that Azkaban place suited me well. Who knows, a little time rotting in a hellhole, he might be open for a little alliance, which would be the way to suck out what power he had for myself. At the least, being seen as the grand hero helped me get more access to sources around here. Of course, also meant putting up with this pack of idiots, so never say I don't suffer for my work. Seeing Potter sent to Root Core was a surprise, to be sure, but one I could work with. After all, it got me an in to the real magical power after I saw old Ghostface and the Mummy deciding to work together. So I figured I could just let the fun happen. Those two take you out, then fight each other, swipe whatever random magics fall about, and when they're done bashing each other to pieces, Guess who's there to pick it all up? Of course, things got pushed up a bit. Had to accelerate timetables. But it's good as I was on the verge of throwing up on a daily basis, having to handle these little twerps. Now, I'm back and badder than ever, which for me means much better. So, any questions? A long silence covered the yard of Hogwarts. Wizard, student, and Death Eater alike simply stared at the purple figure before them in utter bafflement, most unable to make heads or tails out of his bizarre story. All could see the power of Ivan Ooze, even though he appeared to not be that threatening. So, you set this whole thing up? Harry began as he rose to his feet. Just to siphon off more power for yourself. You make it sound so petty, Ooze sniffed. You should appreciate the effort. Usually, I'm just up for smashing straight on and all that. Playing the subtle games isn't my thing. He smiled that evil smile. But it did buy me time to regain much of my strength and add to it with the magic of this realm. So now, I believe it's time this world paid the piper. In a flash, a recorder appeared in his hands, Ivan lifting it to his lips to give a little tune. Lifting the flute up, Ooze fired a blast of purple energy that raked across the ground before the various wizards, driving them back. His other hand fired that strange lightning that turned a half-dozen Death Eaters into piles of ash and cloth. Harry and Voldemort didn't even realize they were both reacting at the same instant, raising hands to unleash dual magic energies at Ooze. The monster created a shield to block them both, that smirk still on his face. Other wizards of both sides snapped out of their shock to fire bolts of their own, but Ooze seemed to simply absorb them without any damage. He laughed as he spread out his hands to blast more lightning about, scattering the people around him. Harry grit his teeth as he got to his feet and threw out his hands. A burst of brilliant white light emerged, charging right at Ooze. He turned just in time to catch it in the chest, knocking him back toward a wall. Ooze shook his head in surprise as he looked up. Someone ate their Wheaties today, he muttered before unleashing a blast of purple lightning. To Harry's surprise, it was Voldemort who blocked it with a blast of green light before firing a spell at Ooze. No one uses me, he rasped. Really? I did it so well I just assumed you were an old hand at being fooled. Ooze sneered. Even for a human, you are a pathetic person, Tommy boy. Scrambling for feeble power just to rule this little corner of the world. Small man and small ambitions, a story as old as time. He held up his hand. Let me show you what real power is. The ball of energy flowed together in his hands and erupted toward Voldemort. Before it struck, the Dark Lord dissipated into a cloud of black smoke that trailed upward into the sky. Following his lead, the other Death Eaters also apparat, trails of black wishing into the air. Ooze frowned, more annoyed than upset by this. Well, that's a bit anticlimactic. Ivan turned around, his hands glowing to unleash another blast of energy. Before he could, a streak of light beams flew outward to smash into his chest, knocking him back. Shaking his head, Ooze rose to see a pack of small figures standing at the end of the courtyard, led by a figure bursting with more determination than he usually had. Dobby will not let you hurt Harry Potter, and neither shall Dobby's friends. The elves fired more beams of magic that Ivan had to block with his shield. He snarled as he felt another blast from Harry, glaring at the youth. You are really starting to annoy me. He glanced around, taking in the various numbers around him. Okay, I can see this is just far too much hassle than it should be. I've got much bigger fish to fry, and skin, and devour. Not necessarily in that order. With a loud cackle, his body turned to pure purple light before sailing up into the air and vanishing. Harry winced as he rubbed at his head, feeling some blood from a blast there. He tried to ignore it as he turned to head toward the bridge leading away from the school. Harry, Dumbledore called out. Where are you going? I know where he's headed, Harry called over his shoulder. They need my help. Harry, going now is a mistake. We need to assess what happened. We must discover more of this ooze and dash. Harry whirled around, his eyes flaring. You do not get to lecture me anymore. You gave up that right when you were ready to throw me in Azkaban. You don't have the right to dictate to me how to act, how to think, how to do anything. He waved his hands. Yes, fine, spell, but if you were half the grand wizard you say you are, you could have defended against that. He snorted. All these months, I doubted Udana's claims of how we're on the weak scale of magical users, but it turns out she was exactly right. As he turned back to go, Remus called out, "Where are you going?" "To find my friends," Harry snapped over his shoulder. "My true ones." He marched along, everyone staring after him. After a pause, Ginny suddenly started moving forward, racing to follow Harry. Neville was right behind her, both quickly catching up to Harry. He glanced at them with a frown. "What are dash? You're going. So are we," Ginny declared. "Don't even try to stop us." Harry looked at her, then to Neville, whose own face was resolute and smiled lightly before walking on. Behind them, George and Fred followed in perfect tandem. Then Luna. Then Tonks, Remus, Sirius, and Hagrid. Then Draco and a dozen more students. Ron set his jaw carefully as he looked to Hermione. "He may not want us around," he pointed out. "I know," she whispered. "But we've spent the last several months doing nothing but letting him down. It's time we stood back up. For ourselves. And for him." He nodded as they began to follow the train out of the school, leaving Albus Dumbledore to stare about as his failure came to him at last. The cavern was hot and dark, the fires of the pit below adding to the heat. The Rangers weren't quite interested in its decor or mood, however. Far too interested in how they were being held captive by the evil forces around them, bound in beams of red light that sparked lightning about them at random moments. Imperius grinned evilly as he paced before them. "After so long, victory is finally at hand. Give you a hand." Beatus nodded. "Right in." She gasped again as her cone of light blasted her with electricity. Udana was still strong as she gazed at Imperius. "You have not won yet." No. I still have faith." "I believe you're confusing faith with forlorn hope." Necroli chuckled herself. "After all those weeks wasted with that. Fool Voldemort, we finally have what we want. The Rangers are ours, and then we can add the world itself." "Not yet," Imperius stated. He was moving close to Daggeron's cone, a smirk on his face. "So, old friend, we come to it at last. The final showdown where I prove myself the stronger after all." Daggeron looked at him less with anger and more with sympathy. "It was never a competition between us, Calendar. Never on my part." "That's easy to say when you're the one always winning," Imperius hissed. "But now, the final victory shall be mine." "Ours," Necroli corrected. Yes. Imperius waved off. "But first," he moved towards Leanbow, who stood defiantly glaring right back at him. "We have need of our Dark Knight." "That's copyright infringement," Chip remarked. Imperius ignored him. "We shall need him once more to lead our armies." Leanbow set his jaw. "I'll die before I serve you again." "That could be arranged, but it's not necessary." Imperius grinned. "Because you're not who I'm thinking of." He slowly looked to Nick, who stiffened as he realized what Imperius was talking about. "No, donna whisper." "No, not my son. You took my husband. You will not take my son." She lunged forward and gasped with pain as she struck the field of lightning. Imperius laughed as he moved to Nick. Now, it won't." "Oh, I'm lying. It'll hurt like hell, and that makes it better." He was about to wave his hand when a blasting lighting and booming sound echoed through the chamber. From nowhere, Claire appeared, gasping for breath as she finished her teleportation. "Claire!" Udana gasped. "You can't be here. It's too dangerous." "So, the little pup wants to bite us?" Imperius laughed. "I'm going to do a lot more than that." Claire carefully pulled an object from behind her back. It was a simple silver crown clutched in her hand, but Udana's eyes widened as she recognized it. "Claire, no, you don't know?" Claire ignored her as she lifted the crown up. "This one's for you, Mom." Even though she knew it wasn't necessary, she found herself saying the words anyway. "Magical source." She placed the crown upon her head. "Mystic force." As soon as the tiara was slipped across her brow, the gem at its center shimmered with bright light. Claire's own eyes flashed with energy as a shimmering wave covered her from head to toe, transforming her clothing. A cloaked cap billowed down her shoulders, dark purple, while her body was now clad in a lush set of robes with white and purple colors, the symbol of a silver moon upon her chest. In her right hand appeared a long staff ending in an elaborate headpiece of silver and gold. It wasn't just her clothing that changed as her entire demeanor shifted. transforming from a quiet girl into a being bursting with power, her voice booming as she spoke. Power of the shining moon, behold the gatekeeper. Many of the creatures in the cave slid back, fearful of this new power erupting. Vita had a wide grin on her face as she slid as far as she could toward Imperius. Dude, you are so over. I don't even want to be standing near you right now. Imperius threw out his hand to blast a fireball, but with a wave of her staff, Claire caught it and deflected it right back at him. Spinning around, she swept the staff in an arc, unleashing a wide blast that smashed into the cones holding the Rangers. They fell to their knees before recovering as Claire spun back to fire another blast from her staff that drove several Hidiacs back. Necroli fired a blast of black fire, but Claire managed to deflect it and drove it right around in a wide circle. The Rangers were already moving, attacking the Hidiacs, driven by adrenaline and anger. Daggerin and Leanbow both leapt at Imperius, who did his best to block their attacks before striking with his one. You cannot defeat me. Still so proud, Calendar Leanbow sighed. That was always your failing. Failure is no longer part of my persona. Imperius snapped as he lunged at Leanbow. The man easily dodged the attack to allow Daggerin to kick him in the side. The two worked together on their former ally as Udana leapt over a Hidiac, spinning to kick another down. Necroli hissed at Claire. How could you get past our wards? I had power, the girl replied with a smirk. And I had help? Necroli frowned before feeling a familiar presence behind her. She spun around to see Lily scooping the morphers and the snow staff off of a nearby table. Spinning past a couple of Hidiacs, she threw them out. Guys here. The Rangers didn't bother wasting time on being shocked. They simply grabbed the morphers and in bursts of light, transformed into their powered suits. Necroli whirled on her daughter, her mouth open in outrage. How can you do this? Because they're my friends, and I am your mother. All I want for you is the best. No, Mom. You want the worst. Lily threw up her hands. I don't want to become the new queen of the vampires, okay? I never wanted that. And I especially don't want to see the world destroyed. Necroli snarled. I will not have this disobedience. Go to your room. Did you seriously just tell me that? I mean it, young lady. I'm not a little girl anymore. Oh, God. Will you both just shut up? Vita yelled as she unleashed a pink whirlwind that drove Necroli away. The others were using their powers to attack the rest of the Hidiacs as Claire continued to unleash her abilities and Leanbow and Daggerin assaulted Imperius, who found himself driven back by their attacks. Thus, Ivan Ooze was not exactly the point of attention when he waltzed through the cavern doors with open arms. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ooze has returned to the building. He waited for reactions and frowned as he saw the battle continuing before him. He sighed deeply with a shake of his head. If there's one thing I simply hate, it's puppies. Right behind that are babies. Then, it's wasting a perfectly good dramatic entrance. He threw his hands out, unleashing a wide sonic boom that ripped through the chamber, knocking everyone off their feet. That's more like it, Ooze grumbled, thumbs adjusting the lapels on his robe. Now that the attention is where it should be, I believe it's time I brought you all up to speed on the new status quo around here. Who in the shadows are you? Imperius demanded as he rose. Really? You nearly take over the world and no one remembers your name? Ivan sniffed. Note to self. First act upon becoming supreme ruler of Earth is to get a good press relations team. Whoever you are not one of us. Ooze scoffed. That's like saying I'm not like a human or an ant. I am so far beyond your understanding, it's barely worth a chuckle. I am Ivan Ooze Creature, and as of now, I'm taking it over like a boss. He brushed past everyone to head toward the raised platform at the center of the room. A wave of his hands, and the throne grew larger and more elaborate for him to sit down upon. Now then, he announced, where shall we begin? With your death. Imperius howled as he lunged forward to unleash his magic at Ooze. A blast of lightning that could ravage a person to bones struck the figure, but he simply chuckled in his seat. Ticklish. Not bad, but regrettably not good enough to merit keeping you around. He threw his hand out in a smooth gesture, and a glow covered Imperius completely. The figure gasped as the bandages around him began to come loose, spinning about. Imperius grabbed at them, but it was to no avail as the rags tore and spun around, peeling away from him, taking pieces of armor with them. His cries of agony filled the chamber as he literally stripped apart, spinning about in place as the rags flew about. For one brief moment, the proud and handsome warrior he had once been was revealed before that was lost in a blast of light. In seconds, all that was left of Imperius was a pile of ash on the ground with loose rags floating about. "Holy!" Nick whispered, as stunned as the rest of the Rangers. Yadana, Lean Bao, and Daggerin were all rocked to see the man they had once known as a friend gone so quickly, and even the other monsters were jarred at the sudden destruction of one of their leaders. Ivan himself simply checked his fingernails as if what had happened was no huge concern. "Right, get a cleaning crew in here fast. I like my lairs to be spick and span." Claire lashed out with her staff to send a wave of light blasting into ooze. He winced at that before rising to his feet. "A challenge? I like that. Then you'll love this," Claire snapped, holding up her staff. Shining Moon Warrior. Once more, a glow covered her completely, transforming her outfit into an elaborate affair with a billowy dress covering her lower torso, armor about her shoulders and chest, and a protective mask over her face. She launched herself at Ivan, the staff glowing with light as she brought it down at his head. He lifted a clawed hand to grab it and shot his palm out to slam into Claire's chest with purple fire. She gasped out as she tried to pull back, but Ivan refused to let go of the staff. A chill colder than any Arctic blast ripped through the chamber as Yadana sent a blast from her snow staff to strike Ivan. He grunted as he let go of Claire's staff, bits of ice and snow covering one half of his body, but he kept moving. Daggerin was holding a hand as he called out Genji. In a flash, the lamp appeared in his hands, and with a rub, the genie emerged from it. "What do you need, boss?" Daggerin pointed to Ivan, and Genji nodded, unleashing a blast against the monster. Ivan grunted out, finally feeling pain and pushed back by the genie's assault. "I hate genies," he muttered. "I really do. Hate them as much as cats." By now, the other Rangers were moving in, firing their own various weapons at Ivan. He did his best to block them all off, but it was clear they were taking their toll on him. Claire smiled behind her mask as she readied another blast of magic. "So much for you being the big bad slimeball." Slimeball. Ivan smiled. "You know, that's not a bad idea." His body shifted about, transforming into a purple mass that sped forward like a boulder going downhill. The Rangers leaped in various directions to avoid it as it flew past them and headed straight toward the large pit in the center. Like a basketball through a hoop, Ivan slid into the pit and fell downward without a sound. The Rangers all stared in confusion at the spot. Did he just kill himself?" Chip asked. "I'm not really complaining if he did, just never had that happen before." "He is doomed," Necrolide declared. "The 10 terrors are below, and their dark power is one that." It began with a tiny shake, the ground heaving slightly. It grew louder and longer, a rumble that cracked through the cave, shaking stalactites about. A shrieking sound echoed up from the pit, emerging as a hideous din of screams and cries of agony, with the sounds of explosions and bursts of power streaking out every few moments. Everyone present, Ranger and monster alike, backed away as a thick red plume flew from the pit, covering the cave area around it. The smoke soon transformed from red to purple as a shape slowly emerged from it. "Oh no," Yadana whispered. "I know what it is. Let me guess, horrible. Am I close?" Xander asked. If anything, the Ivan ooze who rose from the pit was even more frightening than before. The robes had shifted to a suit of elaborate armor, with a lush crown on top of his head. His eyes were now solid purple, and the yellow teeth clear through his massive grin. Sparks of purple lightning flew about his body like static electricity, crackling as he wiggled his fingernails. He spread out his hands and let out a long and satisfied sigh. "Now, that was invigorating. You," Necroli could barely speak. "You beat the 10 terrors?" "In only minutes. Minutes to you up here," Ivan corrected. "Longer down there. 10 of the most vicious and deadly monsters this world has ever known." He shrugged. "Took me the better part of an hour." "Please don't tell me he did what I think he did," Madison groaned. "And now, their power is all mine." "I asked you not to tell me that," Necroli hissed as she moved forward. You expect us to let you take our power without a fight? Fight! Ooze snorted. That would imply opposition. He threw a hand out, and a blast of light struck Necroli, the vampire screaming, as she stiffened in place. Mom! Lily screamed, moving forward but was stopped by Nick. It soon became clear a beam of energy was flowing out of Necroli and into Ivan, the vampire shaking and crying out more as it happened, her body seeming to flash and shift. In a final blast of light, Necroli transformed in an attractive woman, appearing in her late 30s with short reddish-brown hair, clad in a tight black latex outfit. Shuddering, she fell to her knees, heaving for breath as Lily broke away from Nick to race to her. Mom? Mom! Necroli shook her head as she stared at her hands. He took it. Her voice was softer now, minus the shrieking tones of her vampire form. My dark powers, he took it all. I always like a little topping on my meal, Ivan declared. And now, it's time for the main event. He threw his hands up and a massive blast erupted upward, smashing into the ceiling. It continued to fly up, finally exploding in a massive blast at the center of Briarwood. Buildings crumbled under its power, citizens above sent flying away, some obliterated in an instant while others were burned and injured by debris. With that wicked smirk on his face, Ivan floated upward until he emerged into the daylight, the purple magic flowing around him in waves. We gotta get him, Nick declared. I'm on it. Genji gestured and formed a glowing circle under the Rangers. Lily pulled her stunned mother to it as it floated upward, soon arriving at the center of the town. Hit him hard and fast, Lin Bao was saying. We'll distract him while the kids call their Zords up, and hopefully it'll be enough dash. No. That is not going to happen, Ivan declared, already waiting for them. Last-minute attack by giant robots who come together after I so conveniently turn myself giant-sized? Nope. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, ate the Happy Meal, listened to the original cast album, read the novelization, played the crappy video game tie-in. No. This time, we get to watch while I use your own strengths to make this world mine. Once more, he unleashed waves of purple lightning that struck the Rangers dead on in a wide wave. The agony they felt was unlike any before, all screaming out through the pain as it piled on. One by one, their armor was stripped away and weapons with them, and each felt an aching loss as their magic was pulled out as well. In moments, they lay as powerless as Necroli as multicolored beams floated about before absorbed into Ivan's body. His laugh was horrible, gloating as he threw his head back. Aw, that's good stuff? He looked down on them, the smile tightening. Rangers powerless. His eyes glanced over to see terrified citizens looking on. People in terror. He looked upward and cracked his back as he straightened up more. And the world at my grasp. Yep. It's a great day to be the bad guy. Nick was grunting as he made his way to his knees. Haven't won yet? Yes, the never say die attitude. Ooze smirked. Luckily, you don't need to say it, just do it. He leaned in, his lips peeled into a huge sneer. You think some cavalry is coming, boy? Forget it. Who's got the power or the guts to face me now? The shockwave of the spectral stag slamming into his back came with no warning. Ooze yelled out as he was knocked flat on his face, feeling his nose crunch on the ground. He shot back to his feet, repairing the damage as he whirled around for the source of the attack. All eyes widened at the pack of humans standing at the edge of the pit. Many appeared thrown by what they were seeing, but the majority had determination in their faces and postures, wands out and ready. In the lead, Harry Potter had a face of stone as he held out a hand, eyes hard behind his glasses as he stood resolute. We do. Getting in a home stretch at long last, so all comments welcomed as ever. Mystic Fate Part 2. Harry Potter and the Mystic Force by Michael Weyer. Mystic Fate Part 2. From his spot levitating in the air, Ivan Ooze laughed. Really? I just took out the big Power Rangers. You think you miserable little pack of fools are going to do anything? Damn well going to try, Harry intoned, flexing his fingers. You hurt me. You twisted my life around. You hurt my friends. This is where it all comes back to bite you in your miserable arse. Whatever it takes, Dumbledore called out. We will stop you. The grin vanished from Ivan's face. I will not be stopped by Paramecium. He threw out his hands to unleash packs of purple lightning that sent the wizards scattering about. Bolts of magic began to strike at him from various directions, Ivan simply absorbing them with little pain, smirking wickedly. Please, you're ants to me. You realize that? Ants can bite hard in big numbers. Harry threw out his hand, a blast of white erupting to strike Ivan hard. He gasped as he rolled about in the air, smashing into a nearby building. Harry gasped as he felt at his chest. That took a lot more out of me than I expected. The Rangers were getting back to their feet, wincing. You guys need to get out of here, Nick grunted. He's too much for you. We're staying, Harry told him. It's our world too, and he's not going to stop unless we do it. Nick shook his head. Damn, you were stubborn, Harry. You're just figuring this out now, he managed to chuckle. They heard a blast as Ivan erupted out of the building, brushing at his clothes. Okay, that's it. This was fun for a bit, but now it's time to get rid of your little gnats. He flexed his hands to create balls of fire. Unless anyone here thinks they can stand against me, a blast of white light struck Ivan, sending him flying back into another building. He winced as he rose to his feet. I've really got to start learning to keep my mouth shut with those lines, he muttered to himself. He glanced up to see a woman floating in the air before him atop a brilliant white throne. She was clad in an elaborate white dress with matching gloves, her white hair flowing out in various braids with red ties to them, framing an attractive Asian face. No, Ivan Ooze, she called out in a high-pitched voice. You are not going to add my charges to your list of victims. Now who the hell is that? Vito exclaimed. Yadana's face was in shock. It's her. The woman who gave me the power to the morphing grid. To aid you all? Listen, Snow White, I don't know who. Ivan stopped and peered closely. Wait a minute. It can't be. He let out a loud laugh. Rita Reposa. I am now the Mystic Mother, the woman intoned. I was cleansed of the darkness and now use my powers for good to atone for my past. Ivan actually sat back, laughing hysterically. Oh, how the puny have fallen. He wiped a legitimate tear from his eye as he continued. Unbelievable. The last time I saw you, you were getting stuck in a snow globe with that idiot husband of yours, and now you're trying to take me on. He shook his head. Man, this just gets better and better. The Mystic Mother glared before lifting a hand up. You're not going to be laughing for long. Ivan smirked. Really? It's going to take a lot more than some puffed up wannabe princess to stop me now. The Mystic Mother smirked. I've given that rant way too many times myself, not to know what comes next. Ivan attacked with a blast of magic that she blocked with her own. They floated about, trading blasts as the others below watched. Can she beat him? Nick asked. She has power, Yadana stated. But I don't know if it'll be enough. Not with what ooze absorbed from below. Damn it, if we only had the Zords, Chip muttered. Not needed. They all turned to where Necroli was managing to stand up, Lily helping her mother. The power ooze took in of the 10 terrors. No one can handle so much power at once, no matter how old he may be. He's pushing himself too much. He's hiding it, but it's true. She swallowed. If he can get hit hard enough, you can overwhelm him, and he'll leak like a popped balloon. The Rangers stared at him before Xander leaned to Chip. Lily's mom is kind of hot, you see that? Chip stared at him. That is your takeaway? It'll take a lot of magic, Leanbow stated. Much more than even the Mystic Mother can give us. You want magic? Harry stepped up and waved to those around him. You have it, and more. Everyone turned to see Toby marching through the rubble with a throng of townspeople right behind him. Glancing over, they saw Phineas also arriving with slews of the various creatures of the forest villages behind him. Both sides looked at the other with some surprise, but no fear. You've got us, Toby announced. What the? Nick started. We decided to appeal to the local community spirit, Toby said with pride. The people of Briarwood have been upset way too long by the folks in the forest. Ditto, Phineas stated. We thought you humans would never accept us. Been too afraid. But we know it's not each other we have to fear, Toby stated. It's that monster up there. He nodded up toward Ooze. You guys all year, you fought for us, defended us, and protected us. He grinned broadly. It's time we repaid the favor. He reached out a hand, and after a pause, Necroli took it. Toby reached another hand, and an elderly man took it, extending his own hand to a teenager. Phineas reached his own hand to grip a fairy and another villager. Soon, the groups came together, creatures and humans linking hands to come toward the Rangers. Harry felt a hand slip into his own, glancing over to see Hermione offering a soft smile. "Together," she whispered. Ron took the other hand, his eyes filled with sorrow, but also a bit of his old pride. "Together." Draco was offering a hand to Lily, who paused before taking it strongly in her own grip. Before long, they were united, creatures, humans, and wizards united together in a circle that nearly overwhelmed the Rangers. "Believe!" Harry called out. "Together! Together!" Toby intoned. "Together! Together! Together!" The crowd chanted and they could feel it begin to flow. Not just the magic of the wizards, but the magic of belief, the belief in all the humans around. Soon, sparks of golden light began to flow, small at first, but then rising, more plentiful, sliding upward like fireflies. It flowed around the group in the center of the circle, growing more and more. The chanting grew with the power as it shone brightly before finally erupting into a giant blast of pure golden light. Ooze had knocked the Mystic Mother back when the light caught his attention. He turned around, his jaw dropping as he saw the Rangers in full armor. "No, they can't. How could they?" "Old song, pal," Harry called out. "You wouldn't know it." He spread out his hands. "I get by with a little help from my friends." Lean Bao stood boldly with his armor as a blast of fire erupted behind him. "Wolf Warrior." Daggerin spread out his arms, his cape flowing behind him. "Solaris Knight." Yadana spun her snow staff around as she posed before her own explosion. "White Mystic Ranger." Strands of dirt shook as Xander posed. "Green Mystic Ranger." Vita allowed a burst of pink wind to flow around her. "Pink Mystic Ranger." Madison stretched herself tall, arms over her head. "Blue Mystic Ranger." Chip struck the ground with his foot. "Yellow Mystic Ranger." The fire behind Nick seemed even stronger. "Red Mystic Ranger." They stood side by side, slapping arms and legs in unison. "We call forth the magic. United as one. United for all time. Power Rangers." Mystic Force. Behind them, a massive explosion of flame and various colored light erupted to shake the entire area. Ooze shook his head. "Seriously, they always have to do fireworks for the damn roll call," he muttered as he floated upward. "I took your magic once. I can do it again." "You want our magic?" Nick called out. "We'll give it to you." With that, the Rangers floated upward as one and unleashed blasts of magic from their hands and weapons. Fire, snow, lightning, water, wind, rocks, and more all slammed into Ivan dead-on, causing him to gasp out in utter agony. "Now!" At Harry's cry, the various wizards raised their wands to fire off bolts of every spell that they could think of. The air was filled with cries in various languages as bolts ranging from stunned spells to even a couple of unforgivables sailed through the air to smash into Ivan from behind. He gasped out again, feeling agony for the first time under the massive dual assault. He was strong, no doubt about it, especially after taking the 10 Terror's powers. But the Mystic Mother had drained some of that newfound strength while the Rangers seemed to be invigorated far greater than before. Add in the attacks by the wizards and suddenly, Ivan Ooze was getting a very bad feeling about this. A loud roar got his attention, and Ivan looked up, his eyes widening at the massive winged shape flying toward him. "Damn it! No one told me they had a dragon," he yelled out as Fireheart flew to the area. The creature opened his jaw to unleash a storm of flame right down at Ivan, covering him completely. He yelled out as his robes caught on fire, the attempt to put them out just leaving Ooze open to more of the magical blasts around him. He raised his hands up, trying to forge a shield, but a multi-beam blast from the Rangers shattered it and struck him home in the chest. He cried out as he was sent slamming down to the ground, his body slowly shrinking under the blasts. Neither side let up, hammering in more and more magic. For every shot Ivan managed to block, another dozen would strike him. He gasped as he continued to shrink down, feeling his power fading with every blow. He lunged out with one last massive purple blast, and it was smashed back into him in a rainbow of light and power that sent him crushing into the ground so hard, it created a crater beneath him. Ivan moaned out loud as he tried to get up, shadows falling over him as the Rangers and Wizards crowded around his prone form. "You miserable little punks." Ivan managed to get out as he began to rise to his knees. "It's like I always say," Xander remarked. "It doesn't matter how big you are, how strong you are, how mighty you are. In the end, it always comes down to name-calling." Harry paused before reaching to remove his glasses, calmly folding them and then offering them to Ginny. "Hold these, please." She took them as he calmly marched forward toward the now rising Ivan, hauling back his fist and then smashing it into the creature's jaw. That was for Hagrid. He let his other fist hit that twisted nose, further cracking it. "That is for the pain of Cedric's parents having to lose their son all over again." He let out a 1-2 combination fast at Ivan's eyes. Those were for Ron and Hermione. Harry's foot lashed out to kick Ivan right in the midsection, causing him to gasp in pain. "That's for Sirius." He punched Ivan again. "That's for anyone else you fooled along the way." A final kick sent him flying back to the ground. "And that was for me." As Ivan gasped on the ground, Harry reached out his hand to take his glasses back. "That was richly satisfying," he remarked as she slid his glasses back on. "If petty," Yadana stated, "and yet also understandable." "So what now?" Chip asked. "We discussed it on the way over." Harry looked over his shoulder with a wide smile. "If I can ask for some assistance?" With grim looks, Dumbledore, Minerva, Snape, and Sirius all moved forward. Harry cracked his knuckles as he waved a hand, whispering an incantation. The others aimed their wands at Ivan, glows of light flowing toward him. He frowned as he felt his body shake, trying to fight back, but too weak as the combined magic of the group pressed on him. He gasped as his body began to fall into himself, his limbs retracting into his torso, his clothing fading as his body formed into a ball of purple ooze. His face remained as long as possible, his mouth open in a scream of outrage, cut off only when his throat was smashed into the ball, leaving a pile of simple purple goo. Moody, Remus, and Tonks joined the group as other members of the Order of the Phoenix stepped up as well, aiming wands at the ball on the ground. Beams of light surrounded it as it slowly levitated off the ground. Gritting his teeth, Harry took a deep breath and then jerked his arm upward, pouring all his strength into the spell. The rest of the wizards followed suit, tossing in all the strength they could, the ball of ooze sent flying high into the sky at rocket-fast speed. Ivan let out a silent scream as he rocketed upward, past the atmosphere and into outer space. He grunted as he fought against his prison, pushing his face out to the edge of the ball. He grunted as he tried to gather his strength, to get back to Earth and rip that little punk from end to end. And it was at that point that he saw the massive yellow orb he was sailing right for at high speed. "I just wanted to have some fun." Those were the last words of Ivan Ooze before his body hit the sun, and several billion degrees of pure solar energy incinerated him into a crisp. At the flash of light far in the sky, a cheer went up from the crowd down below. Citizens of both towns embraced each other in celebration at the darkness vanquished. Draco offered a hand to Lily, but she instead grabbed him by the lapels and yanked him into a long kiss. Yadana hugged Claire and then kissed Leanbow. Harry found himself given a hug by a rather exuberant Ginny, as even Snape and Dumbledore had wide smiles on their faces as they took in the fantastic moment. "That's it?" Madison asked. We did it?" "We all did it." Nick smiled at Harry. "Yes, you did." The Mystic Mother was floating in the air, smiling broadly. "The darkness was destroyed by your light, and should it ever return, you must be there to defeat it once more. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go lie down." She winced as she rubbed her forehead. "Oh, I have such a headache." She vanished in a cloud of light as the groups continued to celebrate. Harry let out a long sigh. That was wow. He rubbed at his scar. Stop hurting." He turned to see Ron and Hermione both looking at him with downcast expressions. "Harry," Hermione started. "We don't know where to begin." "Don't say it was a spell," Ron blurted immediately. "Because that's no excuse. Not for what we did. All we did. We should have stuck by you. Believed in you." He took a deep breath. "If it takes a long time for us to make this up, we're there." Harry looked at them both, then slowly turned his head to look at the Rangers. Nick was moving in, his voice strong. "If there's one thing I learned in the last year, Harry, it's that you never give up on people, no matter what. and you never have to go it alone. Harry thought that over before looking at his two former friends and smiled. 6 months later, at the roar of motorcycles, Madison's ears perked up. "I think that's them," she called out as she raced to the front door of the Rockporium. She brushed past Xander, who called after her. "Hey, careful." "Yes, Mr. Manager," Madison replied over her shoulder. Toby walked past Vita, who was working at the DJ stand, headphones on as she mixed together a new CD for the store soundtrack. "Easy, Xander. I need to get out early. Have to get ready for my date with Nikki." "How is it dating a former vampire, boss?" "Surprisingly not as different than you'd expect from other women. Just have to get set. You wouldn't believe the commute." Madison was exiting the shop and grinning wide as she saw the trio of motorcycles come to a stop before the shop. Nick was the first to remove his helmet, grinning at her. "Miss us?" Behind him, Yudana and Lean Bao were removing their own helmets, both looking a lot more comfortable than when they'd left Briarwood months before. Madison laughed as she gave him a hug. "You guys have a good trip?" It was Lean Bao stated. "It gave us time to bond, make up for the years we all lost." He smiled warmly at his wife and son. "Plus, it was good to see the world we helped defend." "So, what's new around here?" Nick asked as they headed to the shop. "Toby is dating Nikki," Madison explained. "The former Necroli, who's actually not too bad a woman. And Daggerin is helping the creatures of the forest in repairing their homes and living among humans." She nodded to where a pair of trolls and a wood nymph were walking alongside some humans. Together in harmony, Yudana smiled broadly. "Now, that was something worth fighting for. What about Lily?" Nick asked. "She's still hanging around with her mom?" "Actually, no." Madison smiled as she led them inside. She found something more interesting to do with her life. Nick smiled as he took her hand. "Maybe she's got the right idea." Madison smiled right back as behind them, Yudana and Lean Bao exchanged knowing glances of their own. They wrapped arms around each other as they headed in. Good as the traveling had been, it was much better to finally be home with their family. All of them. The sorting ceremony had concluded at last as Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet once more. "Welcome, new students of Hogwarts," he called out. "I hope you will enjoy your time among us." At the Slytherin table, tossing back her nicely combed hair, Lily threw a smirk at her blonde-haired boyfriend. "Tell me I'm not rocking these robes." Draco had a chuckle at that. "We also wish to welcome our new defense of the dark arts teacher." Dumbledore nodded as Nikki rose to her feet to give a short bow and a smile, her robes nicely matching her dark hair. "And we are more than happy to welcome back Hagrid, as well as his new assistant." Next to the giant, Phineas offered a shy smile and a wave, pulling at his robes. He managed to throw a wink to Minerva, who blushed, before looking away. "And so we hope you all have a wonderful year as we prepare you for the threats to our world and more besides." As the students began heading to their dorms, Harry smiled at Ginny. "Nice to be back." "It certainly is." Ginny smiled as Neville joined them as well. "Should be interesting to see the new study plans. All that Briarwood magic now added to the mix. Not to mention the sciences," Neville stated. "I thought potions was rough. Try explaining battery power to some from pure magic. Houses. It's long past time we stopped living in the past," Harry stated. "Even Snape agrees on that." He was coming to his room when he stopped, seeing Ron and Hermione before it. They stared at each other for a long moment before breaking into warm smiles and embraces. "I didn't see you on the train," Ron said. "Was worried you weren't coming back." Harry shrugged, decided to take another way around. The summer spent in Briarwood was educational in a unique way. "I can't wait to hear more." Hermione's old smile was back as she looked to the friend she had almost lost. A new year, new challenges, new events. It's always so daring to think about. Who dares wins. Harry smiled again. "Something I learned out there." Draco and Lily were coming up, the girl popping her gum as she took the group in. "I'm just saying, adding some decent pizza delivery here would go a long way to winning the student body over." Harry looked to Draco. "Things still cool with your family?" Draco shrugged. "My father made his choice, but the fact Mother actually has a spine and standing up against him is a help." Draco looked to Harry. "Trying to get the Slytherins to overlook the past hate on you lot hasn't been as easy." "It's needed," Harry pressed. "Voldemort is still out there. He spent the last several months rebuilding himself after the chaos Ivan Ooze left, but you can bet he'll be back with a vengeance." He smirked, But seeing as how I'm getting a line on those horcruxes of his, he may not be as successful as he thinks. Whatever you plan, Ron said. You're not doing it alone, Harry. Not now or ever again. No matter what, we're there, Hermione stated, a hand to his arm. Believe that. I do, Harry softly said, his heart warm as he reflected on their trinity back to normal. He felt Ginny put a hand into his and smiled back at her. Come on, then. We've got a lot to prepare for. The group fell in behind him, ready to take on whatever the new year had planned for them, in their world or another. That wasn't truly the end, of course. Tales as epic as this never ends so easily. The Mystic Force would find themselves needed again, both separately and with others. Evil never dies, sadly, and there would always be threats only they could face. But united as warriors and as a family, they would be able to face whatever came with pride and honor. Harry still had Voldemort to deal with. He still had the final battle against his foe, the fight he was destined to wage. He would know death and pain. He would feel the loss of friends and family, the hardships of war. But he would come through it all with the power he had unlocked in himself, power that gave him the strength to persevere and to achieve victory. For all his pain, he would know happiness as well and end up the better for it all. For that is the true magic of the world. Not spells or such. The magic of the human spirit, something that can never be quenched and will always be there waiting to be used. As long as there is life, there is hope, and hope is what magic is all about. As the final etchings of ink sank into the zenitome, Claire smiled. She waved her hand to close the book up and looked about the interior of Root Core, her lovely white robes offsetting her strong form. She made sure the book was locked and set on its shelf. Then, with a snap of her fingers and a flash of white sparkles, she vanished, leaving behind the zenitome and the amazing story it contained. And so it ends. After 5 years, finally concluding this story, which grew far more popular and longer than I had anticipated. I want to thank everyone who took the time to review this and hope this conclusion satisfies. I'm not sure of a follow-up despite how I left it a bit open for one, but it was an experience. Thanks for sticking with it all the way and pushing me on to continue. It's been a blast, and one I'm quite happy to have finally closed out, and hope you enjoyed reading it as much as I enjoyed writing.